Good morning. Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for June 12, 2018. If you can, shall we all rise and pledge to the flag? Supervisor Olivera, will you please lead us?
Most assuredly, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on, Madam Clerk.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public. As a note, the fiscal year 2018-19 recommended budget hearings are scheduled to continue through Friday, June 15th, 2018, if needed.
Are there any board announcements today? You have your microphone on, please.
I see Mr. Moss is not present. CAO Lutz, we had talked about that, but we can make that after the meeting. That'd be okay. All right. I mean, later on in the agenda, in open forum.
Any staff announcements? Seeing none, we'll move on. Madam Clerk.
Recognition and acknowledgments. Item 1 is from Health and Human Services Agency to proclaim June 2018 as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in Calaveras County.
Supervisor Clapp, I believe you have this proclamation.
Yes, I do.
Let's be civil here, please. Let's be civil. Be quiet. Thank you. So we carry on board business. Supervisor Clapp.
Thank you. Proclamation declaring June 2018 as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in Calaveras County. Whereas nationwide each year, hundreds of thousands of older, frail, and vulnerable citizens are abused, neglected, and exploited by family members and others. And whereas of the estimated 45,670 population in Calaveras County, 38% are 65 years or older. Whereas of the estimated 45,670 population in Calaveras County, 14% are disabled and younger than 65. And whereas in Calaveras County, Adult Protective Service reported to over 335 reports of suspected elder and dependent adult abuse in the last fiscal year. And whereas elder and dependent adult abuse is an issue that no one should ignore. All citizens, especially our most vulnerable citizens, should be able to live safe, secure lives without fear, neglect, pain, or exploitation. Whereas Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month of Calaveras County, the opportunity to build community awareness around adult abuse and provide for the opportunity for community members to participate in community efforts to improve the safety and well-being of vulnerable people throughout Calaveras County.
Any board comments? We'll open for public comment. Any public on this issue?
First off, I think it's appropriate that Clyde does present this. He's the elder person on the board, and he takes an active interest in elder issues. I know that a lot of people might find problems with that, but I'm always reminded, or lately I've been reminded, that I'm getting older. The other day I fell and broke my rib. So today I'm here with a little bit of pain, but just as long as I don't laugh or cough, I'll be okay. My significant other, luckily, is 13 years younger than I am, and I like to repeat that I think it was Groucho Marx that said, "You're only as old as the woman you fill," and she gets a crack out of that. I think that you, as a board, and any legislature and any staff member, has to remember that when you make a decision that the elderly might be affected, and one of the decisions that was made in the previous years was the urgency ordinance, and we didn't take into consideration how it was going to affect the elderly. We had people coming forward that were negatively impacted, had family members that were negatively impacted, and the majority of those were elderly people. Now, as you know, I believe that there's a place for everybody in our community, including marijuana growers. But it is upon you to make sure that the people that have a smaller voice are not only represented but protected. So anytime you make a decision, look at the elderly, look at the minorities, look at the people that are disenfranchised, and perhaps, no, indeed, look for the reasons or the causes of their disenfranchisement from our community at times, and make sure that you stand up for those people. So thank you very much. I have a minute left, but I'm willing to give this minute up today.
Bonnie, hold on. Can you hold on for a second? Kristen, I'm sorry. I apologize. Do you want to come up and say a few words?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. In California, elder abuse is significantly underreported, and we know, according to research from our area association, Agency on Aging, that for every case of elder independent abuse known, there are 24 that remain unknown. So to help increase awareness, the Health and Human Services Agency has teamed up with the Area Agency on Aging, our local group, and we are working with community partners throughout our entire region to educate our communities on the signs of elder abuse and dependent abuse and how to report it as part of a statewide campaign that we are partaking in known as No Abuse, Report Abuse. Elder and dependent abuse takes many forms. Some are much more obvious than others. The state of California recognizes 6 specific types of abuse. Those are self-neglect, physical abuse, neglect by others, sexual abuse, financial abuse, and mental abuse. There are a number of indicators that may point to abuse, such as lack of adequate food, dirty clothing, changes in finances, etc. In Calaveras County, last year there were 355 reports of suspected elder abuse. And we have a 24-hour hotline that's available on our website for individuals in our community to report suspected elder abuse. In addition, if there is a concern at a residential care home or any sort of assisted living, those reports don't come to Adult Protective Services. Those actually go to the state ombudsman line or our local ombudsman, Mother Lode Ombudsman. And then, of course, 911 is the recommended number to call for life-threatening emergencies. So we would just like to let the community know and invite the entire community to join us on June 26th for an awareness event in the courtyard here at the administration building during your lunchtime break. We'll have a number of booths from community partners, Health and Human Services resources, Area Agency on Aging resources, etc. And we will be having speakers throughout the event. Our local district attorney, board chair, myself will be presenting various information, our sheriff, etc. At the corner of our building, our main campus on East St. Charles and Mountain Ranch, you'll find a large Elder and Dependent Abuse Awareness Month banner that we've obtained with the Area Agency on Aging, and you'll see 355 purple flags which are out there to bring awareness to the event and again to draw awareness and to further invite the community. So today, thank you for providing us just a couple of minutes, and we respectfully request the board adopt this proclamation.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I know about elder abuse. My mom worked 45 years, have some smarmy guy trick her into cashing in all her CDs and investing in a scam that she lost everything. I was accused of elder abuse earlier this year by a member of this board who don't know jack about what they were talking about. I take it very seriously because I've been in the business of caring for elders for over 20 years now. So I think anyone that takes advantage of old people in any way, especially financially, tricking them into making investments that have no end in sight, are especially egregious. I also think that it's important, I agree with Kristen, that so much we don't know about. Only a very few reports are tallied up. There's so much more going on, and it can be as seemingly trivial as ignoring what your neighbor's needs are, turning your back on somebody that could use a little bit of assistance, but instead they get scammed or shammed or cheated out of what they've worked their entire lives for. Elder abuse doesn't just mean people over the age of 65. It can be anyone over the age of 18 can be considered abused by family members or individuals that are responsible for caring for them. Someday I'd like to tell you about the accusation of abuse that I had to suffer, which in my mind was self-defense from an individual who had lost their senses and viewed everyone as being part of a system that was attacking them, that was abusing them, that was offending them. When people have mental disorders, they often see the world in a different perspective. I'm a couple of steps away from that myself. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Bill Wilson, District 1. Elder abuse. It's odd that we would have a board member that's accused of elder abuse presenting this. Granted, they have not been convicted, but they are charged with it. They are facing court criminal charges for it. Elder abuse. So if we're over 65 and a group of people take advantage of us by doing an experiment or purported experiment that benefits the county, and now those same people who needed that medicine are forced to pay for it through other means because it can't be provided for them because of actions. Isn't that elder abuse? Those people that have cancer, that have Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, that use cannabis, who can no longer obtain it reasonably. They can go to the dispensaries unless you do 5 or 3, again, find a way to do as one member of this finished the job. I can't believe it. You've even got the shakes, Clyde. You should try a little cannabis to fix that. It would help. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I'd like to chime in on that for a second. I was just accused of criminal charges. That is not true. There's no criminal charges pending against me.
Good morning, Board. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you all for being here. I'm glad you guys attend these as I do. I stand beside you, Clyde, in what's going on. I stand beside you, Dennis Mills, in what's going on. And I stand beside you, Gary.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because
Please,
you just
she has
accused
the
our
floor.
board.
She has the floor. You can continue to speak.
The elder abuse is not just a out in front issue. There's also elder abuse mental, there, as Bonnie said. And I had an elderly father that was abused by a neighbor, and it was not in my face. It was hidden. So if the words go, see something, say something, or if you feel it in your gut, report it, because it happens and we aren't aware of it. It's right in front of us many, many days, many, many times. If we go visit somebody that's elder and they're not quite right or they're hesitant in speaking to you about it, ask somebody else to speak to them about it, because it may be they're afraid to say something to you because you're family. It's an issue in our county that's really, really needing to be addressed. We have a lot of elder in our county. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Joan Wilson, District 1. I don't know how much of an elder I am. On the inside, I'm still 20 years old. However, I have a board that is preventing me from having my medicine. 1, for the cancer that I've suffered. 2, for the pain that I'm suffering, because they have taken away what I've been able to do for 20 years is grow my medicine. And now I have to build a building to grow it in. I think we have elder abuse here. I think preventing me from having my choice of medicine and having something that I've survived on is elder abuse. And it upsets me. I've taken care of older people. I love our elders. They have been a huge part of my life. I didn't get to have grandparents. They all died before I was even born. So I adopt my grandparents. Well, now I get to be one. And I want to be around for my grandchildren. And I want to be around for other people's children, too. Elder abuse. It comes in many different forms. Thank you.
I believe you should adopt this proclamation. It's proper and right that you do so. Although I can't go away without commenting on the fact that allowing Mr. Clapp to read it out is really an insult to everybody here, honestly. I mean, you could have had anybody read it out and you chose him. You have created a situation where nobody trusts you guys. Public trust is destroyed here. Doing this today, you're just doing more damage, Gary. What are you doing? Not cool. Please vote for the proclamation. Thanks.
Mike Falvey, District 2. I agree with Dr. Smith wholeheartedly. And Gary, you need to take charge here. That's your job. You need to ask a supervisor. Now, this is he said versus she said, as far as I know, on the elder abuse charges involving one of your members. Although I have seen papers, court papers, on this person versus this person. I'll just say it at that. So there have been charges brought. And for you, for number one, the same board member that votes down the proclamation recognizing a dead man's exploits, the same person that's up for charges on elder abuse, or was, charges have been filed, I don't know where it stands, you let that person read the elder proclamation. Like Dr. Smith said, what do you expect the people of Calaveras County to think of this board? What do you expect us to think? Over and over again, you're allowing this to go on. You need to ask the supervisor to recuse himself from the vote. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. It's not right. You're slapping us in the face over and over again.
I also want to stand up and say that I would like to see you vote for this proclamation. I think it was done right. I think you chose the right person to read it as a senior member of the board. I wish that I had the freedom to share information that I know on these accusations that are being thrown out, talk to somebody that's very intimately involved and knows that these charges are false, because I have not been given permission by that person to share what was shared with me. But a person is innocent until proven guilty. That's how America is. And it's sad that they're using this forum where we're discussing elder abuse to attack one of our supervisors. I think that's very sad. In a sense, that's a form of elder abuse. We need to remember that in America, people are innocent until proven guilty. It seems that there are certain things that charges are brought up that the person has to prove their innocence. And that's not the way America is. And Gary, I think you've done it right. I think you chose the right person. I'm sorry, all of you have to put up with these attacks. But we're in an election year, and that's the way it is. But keep doing the good work you're doing. Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen. Anna Stepp, I'm a former grower here in the county. I have fired 5 people in the last week. I have fired companies, 3 different companies.
Ma'am, this is about the proclamation.
Okay, on the proclamation, I'm getting there. As a nurse for the last 30 years, as a military officer for 30 years, I have filed charges against people. My job was to ask questions, to look for abuse, whether it's children or adults, okay? Now, as far as, I think it's actually very appropriate that the most experienced person on the board read the proclamation. So I actually agree that the most experienced person on the board did a good job. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I heard about elder abuse, and I have been a caregiver, and it is my opinion, excuse me, it is my opinion that if we're not careful, there will be no one to take care of the older people. It's very difficult to find someone or a situation to help older people, and older people, as I am, are not as easy to get along with as we'd like to think. But anyway, I think there's a real danger for older people, and that is that there will be no one to take care of the older people. And when someone is there, being responsible, trying to help the decision process and whatever they need to do, try to please the person, you know, that's a resource to our country. And I don't think we should throw it away by accusing without proof. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Board comments, discussion, motion.
Chair, I'll move the item.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Now there be it proclaimed by the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors that the month of June 2018 be proclaimed as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in Calaveras County. The Board of Supervisors encourage the community of Calaveras County to learn about adult abuse and ways it can be prevented.
Kristen,
would
you come
like
up?
to get it?
We already voted. We had a motion by Supervisor Mills, second by Garamendi, 5-0 pass. Madam Clerk, moving on.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Morning, Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. Back on December 8th, I sent you an email, and in that email, I listed, and from a text, the 5 rules of initiatives. And the 5th rule is very apt in this situation. Evaluate the political context. As you know, there was just an election in Calaveras County, and that election proved that marijuana is very divisive still in this county. And what I'd like to ask you to do is, you don't have much time to do this, is bring an advisory measure before the voters in November. You have to have this before the elections department at the beginning of July, and so there's not much time. At some point today, I'd like a supervisor to poll the board on whether to bring this before the board at the next meeting. As I said, you don't have much time. This will help every board member, regardless of the side they are on. Will help them decompress the situation. In the communities right now, people are fearful. They're fearful that their supervisor that they voted for, that they chose, will be overturned in either a recall or completely obliterated in a general election. And this is the only alternative at this time. Mind you, that you'll be able to, because it is an advisory measure, you'll be able to vote at a later time on the policy that you want. So, if you're still here, that's the problem. I want to see all of you still here next year. I can't have, as a business person, as a member of the community, as one that cares for his fellow person, I can't have a shifting board every year, every 2 years. I need some solid governance here. Thank you very much. I'll go now. I assume that my pet project, the community center up in West Point, is safe in your hands, and the budget. So, thank you for your time.
Today, June 12th, is my dad's birthday. He'd be 101 years old today if he hadn't have died at the age of 48 of a heart attack. He was a cigarette smoker. He was overweight. I like pork chops and fried potatoes just like my dad, but about 25 years ago, someone showed me a video, and I saw myself 40 pounds heavier than I am right now. And I mean, a bulging belly and a flabby butt and massive thighs. I knew I was headed in the same direction if I didn't do something about it. Cigarette smoking causes emphysema, lung cancer. Obesity triggers hypertension, heart disease, diabetes. People should be up in arms about controllable conditions that cause America insurmountable amount of money treating those conditions. I think the people that fighting the ban on cannabis should put their efforts in a more productive area to prolong people's lives. A recent study by the Journal of the American Medical Association's Internal Medicine magazine lays out the evidence for medical marijuana's potential value as a painkiller. I've seen it work on pain, I've seen it work on nausea, and right now I'm using it for my sleeping disorder. Thursday is Flag Day. I brought some flags for y'all. The two big flags are for the veterans on the board, and the small flags for the rest of y'all. And I'd like you to have them. My dad was a veteran of World War II. He was in the Army Air Corps.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board, again. Gee, last year this time we had $7.5 million to help balance the budget. Today you're going to use some surplus that you got from a cannabis tax that 67% of the voters of Calaveras said, you know, we want to regulate, we want manufacturing, we want cultivation, we want distribution, and we want delivery. 3 of you said, ha, that's an experiment, and we don't like it, it was terrible. $13 million is just not enough money for us. Okay, sorry, we tried. We tried. You tried to do everything you could to make sure that program didn't work. You did it. You did a great job. You rejected people because they didn't get a piece of paper in on time. More people were rejected because they didn't get a piece of paper in on time than they had any violations. You had one person out of 1,055 people that applied and paid $5,000 to grow cannabis legally in this county. One person had an illegal water source. How many people do you think of the 1,000 that we knew about and you know about and are still there today have illegal water sources? 1, 2, 20. You don't know. They aren't inspected, are they? How many people did get inspected out of that 500 that were left when you shut it down? I know planning was still trying to inspect people less than 7 days before your ban went into effect. 7 days they were denied. 7 days before the ban went into effect. That's amazing. And you guys could have another 14, 16, because it's changing, would have changed. Wouldn't have been $2 a square foot anymore, would have been so much a pound. So that 120 pounds that I ended up having to destroy more than half of because of my wife's garden would have been in your pockets, in this county coffer. We'd have paid a tax again this June. You'd have had more money. Not only 9 million, let's see, 9 and 7. That's $16 million you'd have had over and above what you need to balance the budget. Maybe people wouldn't be up in arms and signing recalls.
Thank you. have to get in line. Ray, you have to get in line.
Good morning, Board. Bill McManus. As we can see, the issue of marijuana continues to divide this county. It brings so much emotion. It's tearing the community apart. We keep thinking that we finally got it taken care of and that we can move forward because there's so much more this county needs to do. I was encouraged this morning when I read the pine tree, and I'm addressing Supervisor Calaveras. I read your statement on the pine tree about what it's done to our community and your willingness to put this issue to bed forever by giving it to the people to vote on. And I applaud that comment and sentiment. I hope that the board will consider that. However, as I've brought the issue up before, I've been told by at least one board member that the ban will never reach the ballot, and that's because staff doesn't want it to. Now, I question the structure of Calaveras government when a supervisor tells me that they have to take direction from staff. The people who run this county are the people. We elect you to be there in our stead and to do the things that we ask you to do. That's why we vote for you. And so we're asking the board to take this up, to get it on the ballot, and let's get this thing over with one way or another. At this point, I think everyone's so tired of it, they just want to see it go away. You know, the ban is here. We would like to see it become permanent, and only this board can do that. And maybe staff needs to be directed to implement the will of the board, and it's in terms that are strong enough so they don't forget. As far as some of the other comments about cannabis being medicine and you're taking away medicine and abusing elders and everything else, I might remind the members of the audience who are not part of the cannabis community, that sometimes don't catch everything, that under Prop 64 you can grow 6 plants per residence. If that's not enough for your medicine, there's a caregiver provision in Prop 64. I don't see any reason why you can't get the product that you want if you think it's going to work. No one is taking it away from you. No one is abusing elders by banning it. There's provisions there for you to get what you need. So anyway, I hope that the board will consider, maybe take a poll, if we want to get this thing on the ballot, get it over with, and move on with the business of Calaveras County. Thank you for your time.
Point of order. Point of order.
There's no procedural error here. I will not recognize the board. Ma'am, you're up.
There's intimidation on the part of the county council.
Thank you.
She shakes her head
Yeah,
slightly at times when people speak on the issue
I noticed that
of
also.
cannabis. She's
Yes.
done it. She's broke out crying when we talked about bringing this to the ballot.
Okay.
She's
Okay, thank you, Carl. Thank you.
I
Pointed
noticed
it
that
out.
also. Hi, I'm Eloisa. I am going to become one of your worst nightmares.
shaking her head right now, too.
I'm going to make sure that you guys are unemployed, you 3 of you, the same way I'm unemployed and the other 12 people that are unemployed plus. 2 of you already are on the fence of losing their job, just like I was on the fence for losing my job for the last 6 months, and I've lost it. You're next. I am working my ass off, my behind off, to get you on the ballot for November, Mr. Tofanelli. You guys made me lose my job. I'm going to make sure the 3 of you lose your job, and I'm going to make sure if you run again that you will not get your job back. Because you disappointed us all. You made a decision for everybody here, and that was wrong. You know, you don't know the stuff I went through to be able to get a job. I had post-traumatic stress. I had it all. And you know what? I'm back. I'm back, and I am strong today. And I'm going to make sure the 3 of you do not get employed. You're going to lose your jobs. You're not going to get your pensions, all that stuff that you guys want. And Mr. Clapp, I did it for you. You're not in first place. You're in second place. You are not coming back in November. I guarantee that. And Mills, you're not going to make it in November either.
There's no procedural error here. Let her speak.
You know, You know what? Let me
She
talk.
has the floor. Sit down, please. She has the floor. She has the floor. Let her speak.
She needs to stop.
Shut her up. You're the man.
But, like I said, I have lost a job. There's 12 families here that I know of so far that are struggling. It's not just the farmers that you guys affected. You affected the employees. You guys don't talk about the employees. You guys don't talk about what we lost. You guys don't care about us. You know what they do? Like her, they laugh at us. They think it's funny that we're unemployed. They think it's funny that we've lost thousands of dollars because you guys made a decision for a small group. The group that stays home, that does nothing but sit there and sit on Facebook and terrorize everybody else and laugh because they got their way. Holy moly. But you know what? It's the three of you at the end of the day that are going to have to answer when you go up to the heavens. When you go and meet your Holy Father and you lied and you did this and you hurt all these other people, you guys are the ones that are going to have to answer to that man upstairs. You know what? I've done right in my life. When I go up and meet him, he's going to embrace me.
Good morning. My name is Raymond Lopez. I've lived here in Burson for 20 years, and I've got a problem. I tried to divide my property for estate purposes, and my surveyor died, and I was not notified.
Around. Yeah.
Of his decease. Now, I'm 78 years old, 45% Apache Indian, Hispanic Mexicans, and I'd like some fairness. I believe the Planning Commission did a very good job getting the EPA to approve the division of my land. It's all there, very, very well documented by me, and I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate them on getting me through EPA. Job well done. And thank you, Supervisors, for letting me stand here and request a further opportunity to ask again to consider the extension, which I understand we have bypassed. Time is not my friend. My only witness to this well-done deed cannot rise from the grave and call me or call the Planning Commission. The Planning Commissioner said, Mr. Lopez, you should have done something about this before he died. I'm requesting an extension, and I'm requesting a mitigation of fees. I paid $3,490.50 20 years ago, and I still don't have my property finally divided. I would like you to help put an end to this travesty of extension, and to let me die with my family well provided for. It's 50 acres divided into 2 parcels. The work has been done. I need an extension of time and a mitigation of fees. Thank you.
Let's get back to some basics. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Any true blue American will recognize those lines, and these also. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or the people. Guys, the buck stops with the people. And that's what's happening right now. I want to thank the over 2,000 people who signed the petition to recall Mr. Dennis Mills. the vast majority of whom are not in the cannabis industry. I want to thank the 52 proponents who signed the original notice of intent that was served upon Mr. Mills. Only 7 of them are growers. 45 are not. Why are we doing this? Because this man lies. Lies straight up. He's lied in this room. One, there's no distinction between cultivators who want to pay their taxes and follow the rules and everybody else who doesn't want to. No distinction whatsoever. That is the biggest, most massive lie that Dennis Mills has perpetrated his con on all these good people here. 2, Mills claims an environmental catastrophe has occurred and has yet to prove that not one single registered grower has polluted anything. Not one scientific study, just a propaganda piece. That's a shameful bit of excuse of research. Big Pot is behind his recall. No, I'm not Big Pot. I'm just a couple hundred square feet, or I was until I destroyed it the other day. And he has a mandate. No, you were elected by 758 people. We collected over 2,000 signatures. Measure D passed by, got 3,340 votes. Measure C got 2,414 votes in your district. You have no mandate. You're lying to these people. I found out. I got to go out and meet people on the streets in Angels Camp, in Copperopolis, and Vallecito, and Greenhorn Creek. Collected a bunch of signatures, well over 100. And I found out that most of the people out there, they're not buying your Kool-Aid, dude. And now it's game on. You just gave me the summer off. I got plenty of time to bring education to the people of this county.
This will be our last speaker. We've reached 30 minutes.
Joan Wilson, District 1. You guys work for the people. There are a few of you that are looking to tear apart from this state. I was born and raised in California. I'm a Californian and I'm an American. And Americans stand for property rights. You're telling me what I can and cannot do with my property. Now, I've been able to grow marijuana for the last 20 years for myself and for a few other people. And I am a small farmer. I was a small farmer. I cannot even grow, with your ban, I cannot even grow my medicine outdoors the way I grew my 3,000 square feet. I have to move it into some kind of structure. That's not right. I should still be able to grow it the way I've grown it the last 20 years for me. Not for anyone else, just for me. But you're not letting me do that. Talk about tearing this county apart. Some of you want to separate from this state. You gentlemen were elected to represent this county, the people of this county. How can you sit there and say you want to leave the state when you're supposed to be representing all of us who are still Californians? Who's tearing the county apart? 20 years I've been able to grow my medicine. Now you're saying I can't. Now you're saying we don't want commercial business here. Now you can look at the streets of San Andreas and the streets of Angels Camp and see them emptying out. And you've got people that are losing their jobs. I've talked to business owners that have lost business. They're closing. I'm an American. I believe in property rights. That means I should be able to grow what I have grown for 20 years in the same manner without somebody who wants to leave this state telling me otherwise. It's a shame that you're working for this government because you don't want to be part of it. You're taking away my medicine. I have to afford to go buy it someplace, or I have to afford to build something to grow it in. Thank you.
All right. If you have any other public comments, it will have to be after today's regular agenda. 25 minutes. I have the clerk as the official timer, and the clerk has told me that that was the last speaker. It was 30 minutes. Thank you. So after today's regular agenda, we will go forward with public comments. Moving on, Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Does any board member wish to remove any item from the consent agenda? Supervisor Mills.
Yes, sure. My computer's down and all of my notes are on my computer, so I don't even know which ones they are that I wanted to pull.
You have an agenda in front of you?
Yeah, but the notes that I made on those items are on the computer.
I gave your iPad to IT, and they're trying to fix your problem right now.
Okay. Thank you. I will have to withhold.
Any other board member? No, he's not yet pulled. No. Any staff member wish to pull an item? Judy wants to pull item number 4. Any other staff member wish to pull an item? If not, public? Any public member?
I wanted number 4 too.
You wanted number 4 too, okay. Bonnie?
Number 4, number 9.
Number 9. Okay. I'm looking for a motion for the remainder of the consent agenda.
So moved, Mr. Chair. And I will second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Oliveira, a second by Supervisor Mills. Any other board comments? If not, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. Judy, you pulled item number 4. Yes, I can wait a moment.
Thank you. Item 4 is from Human Resources to approve a resolution appointing Matthew C. Boyer as Interim Director of Public Works and Transportation effective June 4th, 2018.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. I've asked to pull this item because I wanted the opportunity to introduce Matt, who's our Interim Public Works Director, to you, well, to everyone. And of course, this item is memorializing the appointment that was made on May 31st. Matt brings to the county a long history of working in transportation, planning. He was a director of funding and resources and project manager with Doken Engineering. With Doken, he's worked in our county. He's worked with COG, so he's very familiar with our county, and I wanted to give Matt the opportunity to give you his history. Matt?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's nice to see you again. Matt Boyer, I know you're familiar with my background, but for everybody here, I'll just give you a brief overview. I've spent 29 years in the transportation industry, a little bit of a unique career path. I have started my career in long-range planning, funding, transferred and got significant experience in El Dorado County delivering capital projects for both roadways and facilities, ran a transit operation, and have been in private consulting for the last 12 years or so. As Judy mentioned, I have worked significantly here in Calaveras County, both managing capital projects like the 1226 intersection project in Valley Springs. I was the interim director for the Calaveras Council of Governments several years back when they went through a management transition. Be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Board questions?
Mr. Boyer, thank you for stepping in at such a critical time. I'm looking forward to what you might be able to do to help us to move these projects forward and get some things accomplished.
Happy to do that.
You have a good staff that I'm sure will step with you.
We've enjoyed getting to know them this last week. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you taking the time to be here with us.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Olvera?
Not of Mr. Boyer.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there anybody, I think Bonnie, you wanted to pull this item, and Carl, you wanted to pull this item?
Let me just speak 1 second while she gets up here. By happenstance, I got to meet Mr. Boyer, and I'm very pleased that you have chosen him. It is with great appreciation that by me, that he has taken this job. I'd like to thank Jack Garamendi as well for fixing the sign on my road. I don't think I complained to him directly, but I complained through somebody else, and I think he had a little bit to do with that. Thank you so much for that. And once again, thank you, Mr. Boyer.
I understand that Jeff Krovitz resigned, and as it's not a personnel issue, it was never mentioned as a personnel issue, I would like to know the reasoning behind that. I found Mr. Krovitz to be extremely personable and very helpful, and it seems every time somebody gets canned around here, it's to hide other people's incompetence. So that's just my question. What happened to Jeff? And how many other people are we going to see holding the bag at the end when maybe you folks aren't managing correctly or supervising correctly or intervening when it's necessary?
Any other public comments on this item?
You know, I have an interesting letter here that was written by Mr. Krovitz. Dennis Mills was a recipient. And basically, Mr. Krovitz is telling the folks down there at Copper and other HOAs in Mr. Mills' district that they can't use public money for their private roads. Is this why Krovitz was forced out and then we quickly saw a road get built out there?
Thank you. Thank you. We're talking about Matt. Okay.
Mike Falvey, District 2. Congratulations, sir. Good luck. I hope you do as good a job as your predecessor. I'm sorry. I can't talk to him. I guess I have to address you.
Address the board.
Okay. Mr. Boyer, I hope he does as good a job as his predecessor. His predecessor came on board in a very tough time, obviously. Don't have to tell you why, but from my personal point of view, one single citizen in the geographic center of the Butte Fire, our roads just got destroyed. They're now maybe 2% better. You know, they filled some potholes, this and that's happened. The EPs, the edge of pavements getting eroded away. The 2-lane roads are slowly but surely turning into 1-lane roads with wide shoulders. They're for people that live out in the boonies, they're a nightmare. And Whiskey Slide Road, Sus Maria, West Murray Creek are, you must be going through World War II, Eastern Europe from all the bomb hits. Meanwhile, I have 2 supervisors not even paying attention to one word I say. Yet I see on Facebook one of our supervisors proudly standing.
We need to keep it
Okay.
here on this item. Thank you.
Mr. Boyer.
If it's about the building department, he is totally
Mr. Boyer, I hope you have more cooperation with the board than your predecessor did, who, in my opinion, did a great job, and I hope Mr. Boyer isn't put under the same pressure that Mr. Krovitz is, that led him to resign before he was fired. Good luck, sir.
Good morning, George Fry. There's no doubt in my mind, I've been coming to these meetings for over 20 years, and outside of Rourke Weber, who got ousted on a 3-2 vote, the Board of Supervisors did him a good favor. He was an excellent public works director. I worked alongside of him on lots of projects. Mr. Krovitz is the same way. Stop. Can you have him be quiet?
Can you?
He keeps interrupting me.
Mr.
Take charge of
Mr.
this
Fry,
board.
we are talking about Matt Boyer here. Can you please?
Absolutely. It has to do
Thank
with
you.
public
Let's
works.
go forward then.
You're unbelievable, Gary. You're such a disappointment. You lied to me.
George, either continue on the item or sit down.
I will continue on the item.
Thank you.
With regard to Little John Road, can I talk about that?
You can talk about Mr. Boyer's appointment. That's what we're discussing.
Well, okay. I'll get to that right now, Gary, just for your edification. Last Thursday, you board members held a special board meeting. And you said to the people in the little tiny room, conference room, this is May 30th, and this is the Board of Supervisors special meeting. Well, let me correct you. It was May 31st. I'm sorry you're a day behind, okay? I also asked in that meeting, who is this gentleman over here that I'd never seen before? Not one of you showed any transparency at all. Not one of you. And I know for a fact that you brought Mr. Boyer on. I didn't see any ads in the newspaper. I didn't see anything. You guys are so corrupt. These two gentlemen are the only ones that are not corrupt. But you're corrupt, and you're corrupt.
Mr. Fry, we are talking about the appointment of Mr.
I
Matt
know
Boyer
that.
here, so let's discuss that.
Yeah. You okay, George? I'm fine. I'm very fine. I'll be happier on November 6th when you're gone. And I was one of those people that went out and collected 2,200.
Mr. Fry.
Okay. You're not happy with me. That's okay, Gary. You lied to me. You're a liar. Good luck to you, Mr. Boyer.
Trevor Whitkey.
You need all you can get.
Mr. Fry. Be civil, please.
I'm talking to Mr. Boyer.
Trevor Whitkey, Calaveras resident. So, Mr. Boyer, welcome. Sadly to say, this is not out of the norm. This actually happens quite regularly around here, and it's unfortunate. Mr. Boyer is going to have a very difficult time. It was said in a debate recently, or a candidates forum by Supervisor Clapp, that there's $180 million in road repairs that the county needs to do. That $180 million in road repairs is an incredible burden and task for the incoming public works director. It makes me wonder why, considering we have that much work, we would want to switch leadership. I know that he said he resigned, but there have been many people who have questioned whether or not Mr. Krovitz resigned and whether or not he was forced out. Now, Mr. Boyer comes in a situation in which he faces a monumental task and a completely dysfunctional board. Clyde Clapp should not be calling points of order on everybody who speaks.
We are
I
talking about
understand
Mr.
that.
Boyer, sir.
I understand that. So I'm going to make a point of order right now. Point of order. Can I get this stopped?
What is your point of order, sir? What is your point of order,
No?
sir?
Okay. I'll keep on talking, and then I'll do my point of order right afterwards, and we can have a procedural question. So, using my time to speak on this issue, I would also like to point out that during the Butte fire recovery, there were significant issues with the quality of the roads and the fact that many of our roads are substandard, and FEMA was not going to adequately repair our roads to a standard that meets the current code because of the inadequate level of standards that we currently have for many of our roads. This is an additional burden that Mr. Boyer is going to face. Throughout District 2, we have incredibly dangerous roads. Most of them are single lane. Many of them are eroding, as Mr. Falvey indicated. And I want to see this board act in a professional, competent fashion, bring people on in a way that is transparent and open so all of the public understands what is going on, as opposed to the charade that we've been seeing with you guys. Thank you. I'll get back to you in about 30 seconds.
Any other public comments on this item? If not, yes, Mr. Packinger.
Robert Packinger, Deputy Director of Public Works. I have known Matt Boyer for many years, and we respect him. The Public Works team is in place, and we're all ready to provide our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Robert. All right. Bringing this back to the board. Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment, maybe a request. Mr. Boyer, thank you. Welcome aboard. These comments are not directed to you personally. I need to have some clarity here, and I'm going to call on CAO Lutz and our Human Resources Director, Ms. Hawkins. Could you please briefly explain the selection process and the candidates interviewed by the board?
So we had several resumes that were brought to us, qualified candidates to serve as interim. We interviewed those candidates. We had a panel interview, and then we brought before you the most qualified person that could meet the needs of the county, that had familiarity with the county, and that could also work the time frame that would be needed for the recruitment.
If I could add a little bit to that. So I was the one who worked to compile the list of names. I worked with the Public Works consultant who we had previously brought on board, who also served as the interim CAO prior to my being here, Manuel Lopez. Him having been a prior Public Works director had a lot of contacts on retired Public Works directors or ones that he'd worked with over time. Given that this is an interim appointment as opposed to a permanent appointment, we, if at all possible, for the sake of speed, we didn't do a recruitment process per se, as much as identified who is retired, not likely to be going for the actual permanent position, and therefore someone who can come in, leverage their experience to hit the ground running, so to speak, as much as possible. With that, we did have 4 candidates that I had resumes for. We called. We did a panel interview with myself, Ms. Hawkins, and also Mr. Lopez to identify who we felt was the best candidate to bring forward for the board. And to Ms. Hawkins' point, things that we considered: knowledge of the county, prior experience with the county, flexibility on their schedule, ability to take on a 3 to 4 month appointment. Those were some of the key considerations that we made when making the recommendation to the board.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lutz. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Also, it's a common practice not to do an open recruitment for an interim. We do try to find somebody that is typically retired, has consultants, things like that for interim.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other comments?
Just a quick comment on the motion, Mr. Chair. Matt, welcome aboard. There's a lot of good things. I think you've got a good team over in Public Works. We'll get a lot done. To the District 2 residents concerned about the roads, stick around for the OES presentation. And I know that working with Ms. Pedersen and yourself, we're going to get a lot of good things done over the next several months. And so I'm looking forward to working with you both closely. And with that, I'd like to make a motion.
I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second by Supervisor Clapp. Any other comments? I would have a couple comments. Matt, welcome. Thank you. And I think you have a good group of people to work with in Public Works, and I look forward to meeting with you and going over some of the projects in District 1 and the county itself. So, thank you. We'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on. Madam Clerk, item number 9.
Item 9 is from the Administrative Office to approve and authorize the Auditor Controller to post budget transfers. 1, increasing appropriations in the amount of $12,004 for current and prior year property tax apportionment disbursements due to county fire. 2, increasing appropriations in the amount of $264,454 in capital improvement projects for the Sheriff's Office Jail Facility, security camera upgrade. And 3, increasing appropriations in the amount of $43,830 in the Library Special Revenue Fund to appropriately reflect donations from Friends of the Library. Requires a 4/5 affirmative vote of the Board of Supervisors.
Bonnie, you...
I added these up, and they amount to over $300,000. I would like to know where the increase is coming in number 1, number 2, and number 3. Are we talking money out of general fund, or is this reimbursable money from grants or allocations from somewhere else?
You want to address this? You want Bonnie?
I can address it. That's fine. That one's a easy enough question. So, and this is also in the body of the agenda item. In the case of the $12,004, which is the property tax apportionment to the county fire districts, that's reflecting that we received revenue above and beyond that amount, but we can't allocate funds without the board approving the appropriation. So the revenue was already there. We just needed to increase the appropriation to disperse the remaining portion of that revenue. This revenue comes from secured property taxes that are specifically set aside for county fire and protection. So it's not new revenue, it's existing revenue. It was a clerical error when the budget was built that didn't have the full amount of the expected apportionment. And then Friends of the Library is, I'm skipping because I'll do the middle one last. The Friends of the Library, which is the $43,830, is exactly what it says, donations from the Friends of the Library. So they're raising money. They have a fund that then they generously fund a lot of projects and some part-time limited term staff within the library. So this is reflecting those additional monies for this year. The jail video camera equipment is already in the budget. It's already been allocated for the general fund. And this reflects more a change in methodology for how my office is administering capital projects. So this is a project that was approved at mid-year budget. The issue was timing, being able to get this done in one fiscal year. Rather than reappropriate monies, a cleaner way to do it is to instead take that money that already has been set aside and allocated for that and put it in a capital improvement project budget, which then carries over to the next year so that we can continue work on that project without having to stop, wait for the reappropriation, and then move forward. So it's more of a mechanical piece of moving already appropriated money from one pot to another pot, but it's no new monies. It's already been approved.
From last year's budget carried over to this year's budget?
Well, technically, because we're still in this year's budget, for this year's budget into next year's budget.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? If not, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Okay.
I see we have the sheriff and Captain Ballard here. Captain Ballard, you're probably going to be the most qualified to answer this question. No, you're the most qualified. I've made that assumption, and I think that's true.
Yes, sir.
$264,000 for an upgrade for a camera system. Could you tell us why it's required and what we're going to do for $250,000? Not facetiously, but I just...
No, I certainly can. So obviously, yeah, I think you were here when we finished the project, and there were some places that needed some blind spots, and we put it in, that had blind spots.
I remember
and
that.
So
I
we put in
recall
about $40,000 worth of cameras.
I recall that.
And then since that time, PREA, the Prison Rape Elimination Act, came in, which forces all the jails that any place that an inmate can be alone or with with another person requires that it be videotaped. So, initially when we did the jail, there's a ton of places where it was the primary focus was on the safety of the inmates within the pods and those types of things, not so much related to working areas where they worked at. So we have to cover those, and then or those areas. So PREA is kind of forcing that on us, and then more recently, when it comes to litigation through lawsuits, we have found that many of the people that want to file a lawsuit against the county are waiting for about a 3-year period and then filing it because that's what they can do. So much of the upgrade is not so much associated to additional new cameras as it is to a storage medium. The original thing, or the original mediums that was put in there was for a 1 year, and it was, first in, first out. And so some of the stuff which I've been trying to respond to associated to litigation has all dropped off. And for our benefit and for the safety of the inmates, to be able to capture 3 years worth of data for responses to claims will benefit the county immensely. It's one of those, $265,000 is probably worth, a lot less than $5 million.
That's all I needed, Captain. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments?
Just a little bit of history here. And I would like to also at this time thank Central Fire for stepping up and helping us with the Sheep Ranch area. Originally, County Fire comprised 3 stations. It was Vallecito, Burson, and Sheep Ranch. And the other 2 were absorbed into existing districts with Sheep Ranch kind of left hanging. So it is a very unique contract, a very unique situation within the county for that area. And it is a very large area. So again, kudos to Central Fire for being willing to help respond into that area and to pick up that additional burden.
With that, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Mills. Do I get a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. At this time, we will take a 15-minute break. All right, we are back from break. Madam Clerk, regular agenda.
Item 14 is from the Public Works Department to authorize the board chair to execute Amendment 2 with Geologic Associates Incorporated for the period ending June 30th, 2019, bringing the total amount of the contract to an amount not to exceed $1,060,121.
Good morning, Brian Moss, Assistant County Administrator, Administrative Office, and speaking on behalf of Integrated Waste Management this morning. We have Robert Packager here to address any specific questions regarding this item. As stated, this is an amendment number 2 for Geologic Associates. This is a consultant that we've been using since 2014. Originally brought them on to do some work in association with reporting to the California Regional Water Quality Control Board. Again, in 2017, we did the first amendment, and that was to assist IWM with dealing with methane emissions associated with Rock Creek landfill and reporting to the California Air Resources Control Board. This third amendment, or excuse me, that was the first amendment. The second amendment, I apologize. The second amendment is for today, and this is actually to address waste discharge requirement issues that we have both at the Red Hill landfill, closed landfill, and even greater need at the Rock Creek solid waste facility. So again, there's the initial was 2014, in 2017, amendment number 1, and of course today before you is amendment number 2. There are no impacts to the county general fund. This is an integrated waste management project.
And the total amount for this amendment that we're being asked?
The total, it brings the contract now, originally it was at $622,798. We increased it to $760,119 with Amendment 1, and this Amendment 2 brings it to a total of $1,060,121.
Which is $300,001 for this amendment?
Yeah.
Yes. Any board questions or comments?
Go ahead.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Quick question. You know, we have this letter in front of us today about stuff going on at Rock Creek. Is this Geological Associates, when I look at their work plan, are they going to fix this stuff?
In part and parcel, yes. There are some things as far as, are you referring to the Regional Water Quality Control Board letter?
Yes.
Thank you. Some of those we're going to be taken care of in-house. These have been ongoing issues at Rock Creek. As a matter of fact, I personally went out there and met with the regional board a few weeks ago during that meeting and that inspection, and actually informed the gentleman that I was a recovering regulator myself. But the reality is, there are several things that are out there that really have been going on for some time, and that can be actually, I think, easily addressed, especially when we talk about maybe litter issues. We talk about a little bit of signature of leachate over the leachate control recovery system, that kind of thing. So I think that reviewing that letter that myself this morning, I'm going to go, hey, that's doable, that's doable, that's doable. They are notices of violation, but the good news is they aren't anything that cannot be addressed, and I think with relative ease. The other issues as far as the WDRs are concerned, that is where Geologic is getting involved. That's the monitoring wells. Are we picking up any chemicals in the monitoring wells? Normally you look for synthetic or volatile organic compounds, et cetera. And I know I'm going down a path there, but that's essentially what we're looking at.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
Brian, I had an opportunity to read the order. It's 160 pages long. And on page 16, it's check item number 45, says that has not been met. Again, because they rebooted my computer, I lost all my notes. But that was one that I had a particular concern about. So you might want to look at it and see what it was. It was number 45 on the first list of 1 through 57.
Okay, we'll definitely take a look at that. Again,
but it was highlighted, it was bolded, it was almost like this is the one.
Well, there are issues that were areas of concern that have maybe migrated into what we call an NOV. Again, the issues that I was reviewing this morning, I don't really think there are things there that are insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, but I'll certainly take a look at number 45.
I was really impressed with the number of acres that we have left within that landfill.
Yes.
And that we only have, and number 1 was only about 4, maybe 5 acres maximum, and this second cell is 6 acres or so. That we have about 45 acres out there left.
Yes, actually, the good news about Rock Creek is, other than it's one of the premier landfills, if you will, in the state, is that it does have a lot of life left in it. Phase 1A and Phase 1B were relatively small, especially Phase 1A. Right now, we went ahead and did Phase 1A, Phase 1B, Phase 2A, now we're Phase 2B. So the next phase that will be brought out at Rock Creek will be Phase 3, which will be very, very, very large, actually. So that, in addition with diversion requirements by the state of California, Cal Recycle. Today we're talking about the regional board mainly on this, but Cal Recycle is the other entity that we work with. Those things are the things that really keep us in line, and with the requirements specifically of the 50% diversion under AB 939, which is something we're also working on. Really what we saw yesteryear was a lot of material going into landfills. Today, much of that is diverted. And for those of you who have gone out to Rock Creek, you know that we have a material recovery facility out there, or what we call a MRF. A lot of the material that you see come through that would have been landfilled previously is no longer landfilled, which is a really good thing. So every time that happens, that's a little bit more life we have to our facility.
And we're not building a mountain.
We are not building a mountain, but you'll notice the change in topography.
It's interesting, too. I was down in Orange County at the Dimir facility with Metropolitan last week and looked across, and I saw a mountain out there with a lot of trucks running around on it. And they said, that's not a mountain, that's a landfill.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting how other areas are dealing with it, but they're out of space, so they're going up.
Yes.
And it's just amazing that we've got that much space available here, and that we be very careful on how we use it.
Yes, and I would just kind of reinforce the fact that we are very fortunate that, you know, many years ago, the governing body at that time, you know, made the effort to make sure we had a facility after we had to close down Red Hill, and quite frankly, we are probably the envy of many jurisdictions because of that tremendous asset that we have out there, and it is a tremendous county asset.
So where's the Tuolumne County landfill again?
Well, the last time I heard that it was running over to Nevada. I'm not sure where it's going today, but their landfill actually was over in Jamestown, and they decided to put homes next to it, and that didn't work really well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other board comments or questions? Not, we'll open up to public.
During break, I had a short conversation with our new Public Works Director and Brian, as a matter of fact, talking about what goes into the dump and what goes into the landfill. And to create public awareness, I saw a bunch of wheelchairs lined up in a place that I was tempted to pull my truck over and grab them and throw them in the back of my truck, because I know the senior center has a list of people waiting for wheelchairs. So if that can be addressed at some point, and Brian said he would address it, but to create public awareness for everyone here and everybody in TV land, if you're thinking of throwing away usable handicap equipment, it might benefit our entire community to check with the senior center before you go out to the dump and throw these things away, because people are waiting to be able to use these this equipment. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
I'll just quickly address Bonnie's issue, and that is she did bring up the fact that there are wheelchairs out at the solid waste facility. I said I'd look into that, but the reality is normally there is no salvaging, that kind of thing, associated with anything that's brought into the facility. So I would encourage, just as Bonnie said, if somebody's going to do that, rather than take it to Rock Creek, repurpose somewhere else, that'd be great, because once it comes to Rock Creek, there's only certain things that we can do, and I do know that as far as what can be recycled versus what can be landfilled versus what is put on the pad, it ties our hands a little bit at that point.
Any other board comments, questions? If not, I'm open for a motion.
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Item 15 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution in support of submitting an application for grant funds under the Environmental Enhancement and Mitigation EEM program for the Wagon Trail Realignment Project.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Matt Boyer, Interim Director of Public Works. So obviously the Wagon Trail project is a longstanding priority in the community. I'd like Mr. Matt Satow, who's the county's longstanding project manager, present this item to you, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. Matt?
Thank you. Good morning. So, as many of you know, the Wagon Trail project has been going on for quite a while. My involvement in this started back in late 2012. And since that time, we've reached some, for those of you that don't know, the Wagon Trail project we're talking about is realigning State Route 4 from essentially Bonanza Mine over on the west side towards the Copper side to about 1 mile west of the 449 intersection in Angels. This section has a tremendous number of accidents. As you many of you know, the operational speed through here runs all the way down to probably 15 miles an hour in some segments. So this has been going on for a long time. We reached an important milestone in late 2016, early 2017, when we completed the environmental documentation for the project and received our project approval from Caltrans. That was a huge milestone for us. As you know, this project was very controversial as far as the number of routes that were being studied. And working with the property owners, the ranchers out in the area, we were able to get a fairly high consensus on an alignment for the project, and that's why we were able to move forward with that project approval. So, as many of you know, that project is a very expensive project. We're talking about probably close to $80 million to do that project, which we don't have, obviously. So when we were planning for this, we knew that we would have to be able to implement this project in segments as the funding became available, and segments that were small enough that we could bite off with the small amount of money that Calaveras receives from the State Transportation Improvement Program. So the project was always built with that, and so we're trying to figure out again, how do we get the best value for the limited amount of public dollars that we have? And that really became focused around the Pool Station Road intersection on both sides. That's where a majority of the accidents are occurring. And so we call that the western segment. Essentially, it starts at Bonanza Mine and it goes all the way to Appaloosa. And so that's the first segment that we're focused on. Again, the strategy has always been get these projects shovel ready. Because when we go for additional grant funding, it's very competitive. And whether we're competing within the state for funding or whether we're competing at a federal level, we're competing against a lot of projects that are a lot further along than us. So getting these segments shovel ready puts us in this region in the best position to obtain the grant funding. So I'm very happy to announce, I know the Public Works Department is currently working on getting a consultant on board to design that western segment. As part of that, and as part of our environmental mitigation for this, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is going to require us to do some mitigation for the red-legged frog for potential habitat in the area. We worked very closely with them on that first phase, so it's been identified that they identified a property that they felt was suitable habitat. We've worked with that owner. The anticipated cost of that is about $1.2 million to do this mitigation, and that's going to be required regardless of whether we get this grant or not, and we have allocated that out of our state transportation improvement funds. However, there are grant programs like this that we'd like to take advantage of to help offset some of that cost. And so this program is set out of the Streets and Highways Code. It's $7 million that's annually apportioned out of there. It's split between the North State and South State, so we're part of the North. And we can ask for essentially the portion that we have funding to build, we can ask for that part of the mitigation to either acquire or actually do the mitigation out there on the site. In this case, we have 20 acres that we're eligible for, and the grant that we can go after is for that 20 acres to acquire the rangeland easement on this property. So I don't want to confuse you with this. Essentially what I'm telling you is that $200,000 that we're going for, we tried to maximize the most that we could possibly go for under this grant. That is going to be, and we've worked with the department, we've had some conversations with the California Natural Resources Department to try to hone in on that as well, and they felt that this was our best opportunity as well. They felt this was a strong project, and so as part of the grant procedure, part of the grant application, the governing agency, which is your board, has to pass a resolution that we're going to move forward with this and acquire this easement if we're granted this money. In this case, I wanted to let you know that regardless of whether we receive the grant or not, we have to do this mitigation. This money has already been allocated out of our state transportation improvement funds. So this grant, if we receive it, would help offset that. That would be wonderful because we could use more of that money towards the construction side. But regardless of whether we get the grant or not, we have to do this. All right. More than happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Mills?
Well, since it's in my district, and it's been a long-standing project, as you know, we're going to be starting easement acquisition here this year?
Not this year.
Next
so
year?
We're getting started with the design phase. We are going to move as quickly as we can to getting to the point of doing the appraisals and acquisitions. Quite honestly, I don't think that's, I'd love it to be this year, but I don't think that's where we're going to be. I think it'll probably be early next year that we're going to start that.
Okay, and that is, I know that there's been numerous hiccups and delays in how this project has unfolded, but it's always maintained itself as one of the top 2 projects within the region for Caltrans. So appreciate the effort that you're doing here to get this piece done. It is a critical piece, and if we can offset with some grant money, that's a big step. Each year that this is delayed and its progress, just more money is going to be required to get it done at the final end. So hopefully we will start moving the track along a little bit quicker than we have in the past 10 years and trying to get it done. So thank you for your effort.
Supervisor Garamendi, your light's on. Any board comments? Not, we'll open to the public. Public comments, questions. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion?
I'll move the item.
I have a motion by Supervisor Clapp.
I'll second it.
I have a second by Supervisor Mills. I'll call for a question, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, item 16.
Item 16 is from the Department of Emergency Services to receive an update on disaster recovery activity throughout Calaveras County for Butte Fire 2015, tree mortality 2015, and winter storms 2017.
Good morning, Board. Michelle Patterson, Director of the Office of Emergency Services. I have some handouts here I'm going to leave for the public. Okay, so last month during the disaster recovery update, we sort of shifted how this presentation is going to go so that we can get through it quickly. Today I have Mel Knight with me. He's going to be giving an overview, sort of a closeout presentation on some Butte Fire efforts. I'd also like to quickly introduce Patty Tran and Elise Arata from Cal OES here today. So, all right. So today we're going to cover, same disasters. Luckily, we haven't had another one. Butte Fire, winter storms, and tree mortality. So as we go through this presentation, I'd like to just draw your attention to the bolded items. Those are the things that have changed between last month and this month. With the PW 78, that's the green tree removal project. Those are trees that didn't make it through like the arborists perhaps thought they would. We're still waiting for FEMA to approve that reversion request, but we are working on the contracts that are required to then proceed with the work once we get that FEMA approval. With PW 88 roads, we filed our CEQA NOE on May 10th, and the waiting period expires this coming Friday, which means that we get to put shovels in the ground on that one. So we're pretty excited about that in the Office of Emergency Services. We're working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They've basically granted us an exemption with some conditions because there are some roads out there that maybe a little sensitive, so Jeremy's actually in there right now talking to Kathy Norton at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, working that out, but we expect within the next couple of weeks we will start seeing construction on those roads. This picture here is of Scott Anderson, who spent a lot of time recently with Jeremy, and they are marking all of the sites for the 95 sites that were identified in this repair. So we have documentation for FEMA that these were the sections of road identified in our project, and we'll be able to then do follow-up documentation when the project is complete. So the FHWA roads, the last time I spoke with you all, this was a piece that we were sort of getting to learn. Unfortunately, Jeremy has worked very closely with Caltrans, and we have successfully submitted the first 5 packages for the Butte Fire federal highway roads. This is a slightly different process than working with Cal OES and FEMA, and so we'll be able to submit the rest of the packages for the Butte Fire FHWA roads within the next 10 days. This then starts another time allotment for us to continue the work on these projects. Let's see, I'm going to let Mel talk about PW99 ash removal, but we're going to skip that one for now. Last time when I told you we had some FMAG HMGP grants that we received at the end of March, beginning of April, we did site visits with Public Works and OES to those locations. They were for watershed projects, and it appears that the environment has restored itself and is no longer in need of intervention. This is a picture from one of the locations, and Mother Nature has gone and corrected itself, so we don't need to worry about intervention on those sites. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mel Knight to review Butte Fire.
Thank you. Mel Knight, it's been my pleasure the last 2.5 years to have been a Butte Fire Community Liaison. Like your interim Public Works Director, I had actually come over on what I thought was a short-term project that has become a much longer adventure, and I'll be relating a bit of that. I promised Michelle I'll try to keep this to 15 minutes or less. And what I want to do, though, is provide a big context, the big picture. This is an extraordinary project, a $100 million project that's occurred over a matter of 2.5 years. And while the culminating activity has been the insurance invoicing, which we've talked about lately, I want to at least remind some of the entire project and its scope. And with that, I want to give you first a little bit of the background, history and background. As most of you know, the date of the fire back in September of 2015. The size, 70,000 acres, 900 structures, 550 homes destroyed, fatalities, required a multi-agency response, including instant command implementation. This, again, a very extraordinary activity. Outline of the fire, and you'll notice the area, by the way, of Mountain Ranch, which was a site of some pretty heroic community efforts to have that area that was spared some of the activity. A reminder of how close this was to the building we're currently sitting in. This was actually a motion picture that I wasn't, with my limited IT abilities, unable to get moving, but it actually showed how fast this fire moved up a hill and actually caught fire apparatus on fire. So this was something that was extremely perilous. Again, the activity was extraordinary. With all those properties, you ended up generating 500 million pounds of potentially hazardous debris and waste. 20% of the waste were found to have asbestos, for instance. So it was one that this wasn't just a ash that could be taken to your landfill, but it's something that required some pretty extraordinary efforts. So it did create a concern for public health and environment. We had lots and lots of folks involved in this. Using Cal OES's system, as well as other mutual aid assistance through the environmental health directors and other groups that were doing this work. They went in and did various documentations and site assessments and ended up doing 723 property inspections in just the first 13 days once the fire was on. The transition to recovery was a pretty extraordinary activity. What we now find, for instance, is the Cal Recycle program that actually put the dollars forward to allow for this cleanup was actually not even a program at that time. It was a project. They only, as I understand it, this past few weeks, received approval through the state budget to make this into a program because it is now pretty well known that wildfires in California are a way of life. They aren't an extraordinary event. So it's one that Cal Recycle will be working on this now as not just ad hoc projects, but as real programs and be able to benefit from lessons learned. Critical debris issues that came up, as I mentioned, 500 million pounds of waste was generated on this. So what do you do with this? You end up with all these different types of waste. Rock Creek would have been filled in days, so you can't just take this stuff to your local landfill for a number of reasons. So you've got to work out very quickly how it's going to be collected, stored, disposed, and transportation, which accounts for one of the reasons why it's such a costly program. They had to bring in 300 crew members, some from the community, but many from outside the community, who had to be trained, housed, fed, all these things for very extended periods of time to deal with these properties. And some of the worst weather on some of what you well understand are some of the worst roads and access issues. So it was, again, pretty elaborate activity for this. They had to come up with project descriptions, health and safety plans, come up with goals. How clean is clean? How much do you clean these properties? Do you just try to clean them up to just the bare areas? Do you try to then, do you have to sample the stuff to make sure that what you've cleaned up is enough? What criteria to use for safety? If there turns out to be some asbestos, if there turns out to be some naturally occurring asbestos in the area, how do you distinguish those? You have to take background samples. All kinds of issues that led to a pretty elaborate six-step program. Six-step program, they sent in a crew to do household hazardous waste collection. People had all sorts of things in garages and in their homes, pesticides, other sorts of things that could not and should not go to human exposures. Had to check for asbestos, not just in the soils, but actually in the air. Had to do air sampling because much of this would be made airborne through activities. Documentation, brought in contractors to end up where you have to document every step of this thing for a number of reasons, for reimbursement, for liability, for other reasons. Again, a very, very elaborate and costly activity. Ash and debris cleanup, we ended up trying to, again, take the ash, which was potentially contaminated and actually found to be contaminated in many instances, to a special landfill, forward landfill. Had to end up where hazard trees, and that was a separate program. Well, actually, this hazard tree removal related to trees that were a hazard to the cleanup operations. And so they had to do much of that activity. And then erosion control. Once you've cleared everything out, you don't want to see what's occurred in Santa Barbara County where you start to see mudslides. So it was one that, again, had multiple steps, well thought out, but again, very elaborate, required a lot of team members. The program that was doing the cleanup was called the Right of Entry, or ROE program, and we ended up telling folks that you don't have to be in the federally supported and state-supported ROE program. You can do this on your own if you happen to have the means and wherewithal to do this. But after actually finding out what the costs were, the options were, where these things had to be disposed of, how you had to do some sampling, almost universally, I think we ended up with one contractor that cleaned up his own property. And actually his cost was very close to what the state cost was. We ended up with a few folks who were doing their own so-called non-hazard properties where they just had a few small things, and folks like myself or other environmental health professionals went out and confirmed that these, like a small shed or some things, were cleaned up appropriately and didn't require ROE. But by and large, we were very, very successful in getting pretty universal compliance with seeing that these properties were cleared. Looking at some of the statistics, again, the dates of the fire I've already covered, number of properties. They cleared up extraordinary numbers of these things. As you see, of the 854 properties, the state program for hazardous waste was able to do collections at 815 of those. They found 240 with asbestos issues to be abated. Ended up with nearly 400 crew members. As I said, about 300 were actually brought in, and I think about 95 from the local area. ended up with the trucks transporting material, a large number. This became an issue for the roads, by the way. Not the only issue for the roads, though, with all the other utilities and other folks doing work, loggers and others. Ended up with actually 235,000 tons of debris hauled, which amounts to 500 million pounds. The cost to Cal OES alone, documented cost, in excess of $100 million. So again, quite a tab. We talked about the landfill, or you had a discussion of landfills earlier today. They tried to do all they could as Cal Recycle to appropriately reuse, reduce, and end up where the waste doesn't go to landfills. And he ended up with ash going to forward landfill because that was unavoidable because the soil is what contaminates soils. Very, very small amount, as you can see there, of soil went to Rock Creek after being sampled and certified as not having asbestos and other issues. They took concrete and actually broke this up, took it to a place, it was broken up, and actually will be used as road base. Steel was taken to two places where actually that would, again, be recycled and used. So we ended up with a lot of use there. I've got a couple pictures here of typical debris sites. This is a before and after, one of the first. You can get an example. I'm going to show a few of those. There's another one. You can see the erosion control there that went in. Here's one, and here's after. Very different look, as you can see. They very much cleaned the properties and cleared the burn footprint to the extent that, in fact, at times there was issues of over-excavation because they ended up where, to be certain that they had gotten all the contamination, they did very significant activities. The most recent activity that I was engaged in, and your new OES person, Jeremy Dinbo, was involved in, was the duplication of benefit. The county ended up being sort of, for lack of a better word, stuck with a responsibility that no one would have liked to have done, and that is to bill disaster victims for any duplication of benefit they may receive of insurance benefit. That was part of what was signed on the right of entry program. It's appropriate and just, but it's a very difficult thing to engage in. Ended up where we had contracted with Tetra Tech and ended up resolving 85% of property obligations and actually recovered more than $7 million, which will go to the state and federal government, not to Calaveras County. By all accounts, a very successful model, but we learned a lot of lessons along the way. As I talk about lessons learned, this easily, you can see how this is exactly what Instant Command and Emergency Services is about. You overwhelm local resources, you go to regional resources, then to state to federal. It builds out like that, and this is a perfect example. We ended up with team activities that actually address this. The recovery would have taken years or never fully occurred without this ROE program. I can assure you, and you all know, that there would have been many, many properties up there that just didn't have the means and wherewithal to deal with the massive accumulation of waste, which would have been run down the hills and would have been very, very problematic. You may or may not have been trying to deal with it in code enforcement and other very costly, troublesome issues that would have taken long, long periods of time and much more energy. It was important local agency leadership. All disasters are local disasters. So you do end up where the instant command was done locally. You end up with Jason Baetzer, who was your EMA administrator as one of the initial instant commanders for the recovery. I, for a very brief time, served as interim EMA administrator when Jason had moved along. And it ends up that this is where, as you well know, between your board, your now growing Office of Emergency Services talent pool, you're going to find that this is where these things will be solved with the assistance, appropriately so, of our colleagues in State Emergency Services and FEMA. But again, it all starts locally. I want to thank, as I mentioned, my personal adventure. I ended up where I'd gotten a call as a retiree to come and give some assistance here back in October of 2015, assuming I would have about a 6 to 8 week assignment here. As we saw, that the cleanup took about 9 or 10 months. Then the follow-up to the cleanup took another several months. I'd had a little stint there as interim EMA director. We ended up with a lot of interesting activities. Then they said, we need to do this insurance billing. I said, I know nothing about insurance billing. They said, well, no one here knows anything about insurance billing because we don't do that, but we'll get a contractor to do that. We just need oversight. And that's where I had been involved for the last several months, and again, productively, I hope. You've ended up, I've got nothing but thanks for this adventure. As I was saying to many of you, you never stop learning. I did not have the appreciation I now have for the strength and resilience and resourcefulness you find in local small government, and it's one that you find in small counties just tend to rise to the occasion as they need to. This has been a wonderful experience for me. I feel very, very optimistic about your future with, you're in good hands. You've now brought on a talented staff. I had the opportunity to work very closely with Jeremy for many months. He's highly knowledgeable, skilled, and a great team member. Michelle comes to you with a lot of experience, as you well know. And so with that, I can sort of leave, this being my last day. I can move on knowing that you folks are in good hands. I just want to thank you for all the support and all the help I've received over the last 2.5 years. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mel. We anticipate that this, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I think the board wants to say a few things to Mel. I know I do. I want to thank you so much for all you've done, Mel. You've worked very diligently, very well, and very steady to get what accomplished you have. And I want to thank you as the board chair and as from the board for all of your work that you've done for us. And we will certainly be missing you around here in the hallway all the time, passing by, saying hi, or having a conversation about what you're doing. So thank you very much. And I think a couple other board members that have worked with you also have some things to say. Supervisor Garman.
Thank you. Mel, I want to thank you also personally for really putting this down. Remember, this is a hotel, Calaveras. You could check in, but you can never leave. So thanks for all the work that you did. And I especially want to thank you as a retiree coming back and helping out a small county, coming from a large county, and for reaching out to a new supervisor who really did not like this program at all, but explaining to him why we had to do it and that you don't get to take your toys and just go home. This is the duty we had to our county, an agreement that was made by the previous board that we had to carry through. And I think it worked out well in the end. And I want to thank you for your patience. And I want to thank you for your calm demeanor. And I think your career in public health and environmental health certainly paid off in helping all of us learn about this job. I think we got to pioneer some new stuff. And I just want to personally thank you very much for all you've given to this county. Thank you, Mel.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mel, we came through this together, and I know I've learned a lot, and I'm sure that you're part of that education process. You're one of the finest people to work with, and if you'll recall, and those folks that were here during that time, those were very trying and very frustrating times. But you were kind of the guiding light. You never got excited. You got things done. You didn't say it's an overwhelming task. You took it like one piece at a time, and it worked out very well. I want to personally thank you. That's the good news. The bad news is don't change your cell number. Don't change your email, and we know where you live. So the next time it happens, we're going to be knocking. Good job, Mel.
Hopefully we'll refer him to another county. Won't happen to us.
Yeah, we'll give you a letter of recommendation.
Supervisor Mills.
It will be a conditional letter of recommendation, right? Mel, I'd like to personally thank you for the hours that you spent talking with us when we needed to have questions answered, for your level of expertise that is very unique to the kind of business at hand, and again, for your calm demeanor through all of this, and the ability to tangle with things that you had no idea what you're up against. But you went through it and provided that steady, stable framework which everybody else could rally around. And I don't see us as having been successful in what we've done to this point without you. So again, we're very much appreciative of your willingness to step in at a very difficult time and help carry us through this. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to just regurgitate what was just said. I'm amazed at your demeanor. You've never panicked. You've never been in panic mode. So Rich really kept us from panicking. So I really appreciate that a lot. And I like, too, as a new board member coming on, how gracious you were to us. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And it can now be revealed, since you are leaving, that in Mel's close circle of friends and family, if you said Mel, most of them would not know who you were talking about. He is known as Sonny through most close friends and his family. So he goes by Sonny. And Sonny, thank you again so much. So. Michelle will carry on, and we'll open to public comment after you finish, and Mel will still be here. So.
Sure. So we anticipate being able to close out the insurance recovery portion of this disaster this fall. There's just a few things still kind of trickling in, getting wrapped up, so we're in good shape as far as that's concerned. So turning our attention to winter storms, again, please note the bolded items. It's a little hard to see up here. But the Blagan Bridge project, we filed our CEQA notice of exemption on May 25th, and so that's a 35-day waiting period, so June 30th-ish. That will be fulfilled. We do have to work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in order to do the construction work in this project. We have to build a dam on either side of the culvert in order to dewater the area, and then we'll go ahead and do the fix. So that requires a permit, since we'll actually be in the waterway. So we need to get a permit for that. So it will take a little bit more effort than it has for some of the other projects that we were able to get an exemption on. We did explore utilizing internal resources to complete the hydrology and hydraulic studies, as well as the engineering reports, and for time and cost effectiveness, we will be issuing RFPs for those two services, and I'm working with admin right now on those RFPs, and they should be issued in the next 10 days or so. And then this one will, again, we did explore using internal resources for this particular project, but because of the complexity of the mitigation efforts with the cement head walls and wing walls and such, we will be putting this out to bid to get the construction done on this particular project. Gwen Mine Road, we're in the middle of putting our CEQA NOE together for that. This will likely require a permit because of the landslide risk at that location. So we don't believe we're going to get an exemption on that one. But again, we're putting the application together for that. And again, for time and cost effectiveness, the studies will go out to RFP, which should be happening in the next 10 days or so. Murphy's Drive Culvert Crossing, we filed our CEQA notice of exemption on May 25th for this project, and again, it has a 35-day window, so we anticipate that we'll be through that at the end of this month. Again, similar to Blagan, we will need a permit for the Clean Water Act, because we do need to dewater that area, just like we do for Blagan, which requires the building of 2 dams on either side of the culvert. And again, the complexity of this particular project requires that we put it out to bid to do the actual construction. We don't have the internal resources to complete that part of the project. Pennsylvania Gulch, we filed the CEQA notice of exemption. We got an exemption for Clean Water Act, and this project, actually, Public Works had acquired all of the materials to complete this project many months ago. So now we have the staff ready to go, we have the stuff ready to go, and we're just waiting for to clear our CEQA notice of exemption on this one. Canyon View Drive, again, this is got landslide concern on this one, so we don't believe that we will be getting a CEQA notice or exemption on this one. We believe we're going to have a permit to do this one, and because of the complexity, again, we will be putting that out to bid for the construction of it. Hover Road, So Jeremy and Scott Anderson from Public Works have been going out and doing site visits to a lot of these locations to take pictures and such in order so that we can document what's going on out there. We will need a Clean Waters Act permit for this one because we actually have to get into the waterway. It's a bunch of culverts that used to have a road on it, I gather, and we used to clear out the culverts annually, but that ended, and so we'll need to put all of that back. So we're working again with Army Corps of Engineers on that permitting process so that we can get into the waterway. And we do realize that the water slows down a lot this time of year and through the summer. So hopefully we'll be able to get out there and do some work on that. But again, the construction for this project, depending on what the hydrology and hydraulics reports and engineering studies say, we may be able to do it in-house, or we may have to put it out to bid, but we're waiting for the results of those two studies. CSA 4, I was corrected, and this is called Diamond 20. Is that correct? I referred to it erroneously as Diamond XX all the time. So what we've learned in the last couple of weeks is that this project was actually 85% complete. It had been completed previously, and so we just have a little bit left to do on this project, and this entails the black boxes on the screen, basically just putting the shoulder back on the road. So we were able to retroactively get an exemption for Clean Water Act because we're not actually doing any sort of culvert or water type work in this project. Our CEQA NOE was filed retroactively on May 30th. So once we clear our CEQA NOE period, we should be able to go out and just put the shoulders back on the road and fix that one up. Again, Federal Highway Administration roads, we've got a good handle on this process now. It will go through the same process as the Butte Fire FHWA roads, where we submit the initial RFA-PE packet for the preliminary engineering. Once that gets issued, then we go and we do the next packet, which is then for construction. So this is just a step process, and it's been going well. So we'll get to these ones. All of the work for these FHWA roads has to go out for RFP or to bid. We can't use internal resources for these. It's part of the policies of FHWA, excuse me. So if you'll notice, this is a status of the tasks that we illustrated at the last meeting where we presented. OES is managing all of the environmental permitting that's required for these projects. We did explore use of internal resources, and in the event we're doing RFPs for the hydrology and hydraulics as well as the engineering studies. Some of the road work we will be able to complete with internal resources. For instance, the Diamond 20 and the Butte Fire roads we'll be able to complete, and some of the other things, the more complex sites, the Canyon Views and the Gwen Mine roads will need to go out to bid because of the complexity. We have worked with Scott Anderson and said that we will need to rent some equipment in order to do these effectively and efficiently, because some of the equipment that we have isn't suitable for the project. And then for some of these, we will have to do archaeological and biological monitoring for these. And again, that will be a service that we can't do internally, so we have to RFP that one out. And we will be recruiting for a department analyst shortly in order to help with the administrative burden of these projects. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tad Mason to provide an update on tree mortality.
Thank you, Michelle. Good morning. This is the June update for the tree mortality program. And just to start off, the first project, our pilot project, was Project 1A, Pine Brook. That was finished last week. Total removal of 57 trees on 30 parcels. The good news about this project is we had 100% right of entry form response, and that is key. Project 2 started this week, yesterday, and we are targeting about 350 trees removal on 163 acres. The focus of this, of course, is Blue Lake Springs, 14, 15, 16, and Fly-In Acres. Due to the accelerated deterioration of the standing dead trees, we've shortened the performance period from 90 days to 45 days. That is going to be our procedure going forward, and we think that is the right thing to do considering how quickly these trees are deteriorating. The good news is we continue to get multiple bids from local and regional tree service companies. I think the most distant tree service company was Bay Area, but primarily we're seeing local responses. Nate's Tree Service continues to be the most cost-effective. They're based out of Sonora, and that is also the case with Project 3. They were the low-price leader on Project 3 that will be, I think, will be awarded to them here shortly. So just wrapping up on Project 2, 350 trees, over 163 parcels. Project 3, we're looking at about 160 trees on 99 parcels. And then Project 4 on 277 parcels in Big Trees Village, primarily. The data collection should be wrapped up next week, and then we'll put it out for bid. So typically, once the data is collected and we have a tree list, that's when we launch the request for bids. Project 4A will be Big Trees Village north of Boards Crossing and Sky High Ranch. We're still collecting that data. Project 5, which is Meadowmont, Lakemont, White Pines, the ROEs have just been mailed out, and we're sort of waiting response to that. Project 6 is going to be West Point and Wilseyville. We've already started the initial visits, and we have 55 parcels surveyed. We are anticipating enough data collected to get a bid out late summer, start dropping trees early fall with any luck. So this is the Project 2 area map. Next slide is Project 3. The only red flag I would like to put out there right now is I mentioned we had 100% right of entry response for Project 1A. This is starting to drop, unfortunately. We've got 73% response for Project 2, 48% response for Project 3. So we're continuing to focus on our outreach, which is letters to the editor, press release, updated website, banner across the road in Arnold. We're open to other ideas on outreach. We hate to see this sort of response ramp down from 100%. We'll continue to coordinate with the director on our outreach efforts, but we're open to ideas on other options. We even have yard signs going out on the properties that we're treating. So we're doing all that we know to get the word out, but we would like to see 100% participation.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to interrupt your presentation, but now that you bring up this issue, 100% participation in Pine Brook and Blue Lake Springs is falling off. You're doing your outreach programs. Can you provide a report that I can submit to those homeowners associations, and we seek assistance that way? Number two, I'd like to relate this information to CAL FIRE too, for any enforcement purposes that they may have. This is a project that we can get rolling, and I know that if we have to stop production because we don't have a right of entry form, that's very costly. And we're going to do everything we possibly can to assist your company in performing the way we expect you to perform. So if you'll get that information to me, I will see personally that it gets to CAL FIRE and gets to the homeowner associations. Now in 14, 15, 16, there is no homeowners, but there is a group.
Yes.
And we want to make sure that those folks receive that notice. We've got to get these right of entry forms in to perform this service, folks. And if we can't do that, then CAL FIRE has a way of doing it. Thank you.
Well, lunch at the Academy Club in California.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay. Thanks, Tad.
All right.
So this is, speaking of communication efforts, the Office of Emergency Services is aiming to be as transparent as we can in the progress of these projects. I've fielded many phone calls from residents about these projects and given them status, so I'm happy to take phone calls like that. We also have up on our website what I'm referring to is the status board, and I update it personally at least once a week when something changes on here. So this is just a screenshot, but the address is right there, and we invite people, of course, to come to these meetings or to watch them online or on TV to get an update. Just before I move to the next slide, because it'll be a shameless plug for another project I'm working on, I just want to let you know that everything is going really well with these projects. The relationships that we have built with the state and federal agencies involved are all going well, and we're pushing everything in parallel. So it's sort of, we're pushing it all through at the same time, and whatever comes out the other end first, it's the low-hanging fruit. We're going to push on that one. So everything's going really well, and we're really pleased. So my shameless plug for another initiative that OES does, because we don't just do recovery, we do other things too, is in collaboration with the Sheriff's Office, with Public Health, and with IT, we have launched a new emergency notification program called Calaveras Alert, and we're really encouraging citizens to sign up for this notification system. There's many things that you can put in there to have yourself notified through email and text message and phone call and carrier pigeon and whatever. There's like 22 things you can put in there. So we really encourage people to sign up for this so we can get all of that emergency information out as quickly as possible to the impacted community. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Mills?
Just a couple things, just because of where I've been lately. Many areas are now looking at erosion control post-fire as an immediate need. And there are other water agencies that are willing to put together a strike team to help ensure that their watershed stays viable. So those first couple of months before those first rains are critical to be able to get people on the ground creating those buffers, barriers, sedimentation areas picked up before they get out of hand. I would like to have that part of the discussion with OES as to whether or not there would be a way to build a strike team post-fire, and going after the major areas, not all of them, but just get the major areas under some type of control. Secondly is high heat remediation. Where there are very high heat zones within a fire, those should be handled completely differently than any other area. And if we're treating it all as a broad spectrum approach, we're really not doing a good service, because where you're seeing recovery here now a couple of years later in areas, in those high heat areas, those never are going to truly recover until we till that soil. So even the Forest Service has understood that. Thirdly is that in building of dewatering dams, some areas are looking at rubber dams as an option, and actually having them manufactured to your specification. They can just blow them up, pressurize them, cover the area, and then take them down and move them. So I hope that would be something that would be considered here, rather than building a hard structure dam for a short period of time and then taking it apart again.
Right. To respond to that first, the type of dam that we would be building is it's not very, what's the right word for it? Complicated. It's more sandbags and plastic, sort of with a temporary culvert that kind of or a temporary CMP that goes through. So I've seen Amador County actually has a really good example of what this type of dam looks like. So it's not it's not a very exquisite structure. So it will be very temporary, very easy to put together.
And lastly, I'm continue to be amazed at your background.
Thank you.
So keep up the good work. It's been long overdue. We've had a long fight. I'm looking at Supervisor Garamendi on many of these issues, and it seems like you've kind of walked us through a lot of the hard spots very quickly, and appreciate your effort.
My pleasure.
Supervisor Garamendi.
I just want to echo what Supervisor Mills was saying. I really appreciate the communications that both you and Jeremy have been providing. You seem to have in government a unique skill set insofar as you could cut to the point, and you cut through a lot of BS, and you figure out what the critical path is to getting something done. during the fire. Actually, after the fire, there was actually a lot of volunteer groups that spent a lot of time, Calaveras, Grown, other East Bay Mud, did a lot of work weekend after weekend after weekend in the fire, working on that. So you've actually got several hundreds of people who've got some experience when you need them. It's a lot of straw to blow out on a hillside, but it worked out pretty well. Just want to clarify, we finished CEQA, our timeline on June 15th, so we're going to start work right after that, as soon as we can?
Yep.
I want to use our own labor, and Scott's got the resources, men and women, and we'll rent them the tools and just start going on this.
Yes.
So if you're up in the Butte Fire, be sure to give a thumbs up. Those are our men and women out working on the roads and fixing this thing. And thank you so much for getting that going.
Yeah. We did have lots of folks stopping to say hi to Jeremy and to Scott when they were out there marking the roads. So we appreciate the support.
Supervisor Oliver. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. To address Mr. Mills' concerns and his suggestions, yesterday I attended the Governor's Task Force meeting that is no longer called the Governor's Task Force meeting. It's called the Forest Health and Management on a statewide level. 32 agencies were invited to sit on that particular committee, and Michelle attended by a phone conference. Some of the suggestions made by some of the agencies there included the suggestions made by Mr. Supervisor Mills. I told you that to tell you this. We don't know where we stand with that committee as of yet. They're in the forming stages. They're looking at the next 30 days to kind of formalize that. And that's going to mean a lot of things happening for the counties. That's the good news. The bad news is we don't know where the counties sit in those workshops that they're terming to be a work group under that committee. And hopefully we'll have that information. I want to make sure that people don't pull the trigger on this thing too quick. It could be a good thing, and it could add another layers of government. We don't know, but I know there's a lot of funding available, and I don't know how that's going to be carved out. Hopefully we'll have that information within the next 30 days. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Michelle, you are doing an excellent job. She is attending those meetings by a phone conference. And I don't know where you get all the time to do all this stuff. But the bottom line is it's working very well. Let's make sure that we don't get run over by state or federal government and seeing the end of this journey. There is one thing I'd like to address very basically. When we first incurred the damages during the storms, we heard estimates from half $500,000 to $1 million to fix the Blagan Road or fix the Murphy's Drive and things of that sort. And looking at the numbers here, can you explain what the difference is and how that happened?
Sure. So the documentation that we were given by FEMA was sort of like a group, between locals and state and FEMA putting this number together, right? So that's the number that was assigned, the cost amount that was assigned to the project. Now, that's not the end of the story, because we do know that there may need to be some, what we've talked about before, reversion requests in order to change the scope or the cost amount of the project, and that's somewhat flexible. So the cost that we have in that column, where it assigns all the total project cost, the federal share, the state share, and the county share, those will adjust over time. So those aren't that's just the approved numbers we have at this time.
Okay, that's not the final numbers then?
No.
All right. And I know we'll be going into budget. Do you have resources and funding for repair work you have listed on this now?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not a funding issue, it's a resource issue?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to thank OES for being here and being great partners and helping us get this thing going, along with FEMA. Thanks so much, and acknowledge it.
All right, I'm going to open up to public comments at this time. Public comments in this issue.
In working with Michelle, I can personally tell you that she has got it going on. This lady works hours after hours, as you guys all know, and have already recognized her. She's an asset that we need to keep. She's a golden child that we need to keep in this county. She is more important than most people I know. She has done everything that, every time I ask for something, she helps me find the way. She has helped us guide, and you are wonderful too. You have done so much for our county, and I cannot tell you what it means to feel a relief, to know that we're moving forward, we're not arguing between each other when it's going to get done and how come it's not done. Now it's done, it's completed, we're moving forward, and we're looking at tomorrow, not yesterday. Thank you, Michelle.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Other public comments?
Hi, I'm Joyce Perondi. And again, I'd like to really say a lot for OES. They've done an excellent job, and I'm really happy you guys brought Michelle on board. She's been excellent in keeping us informed of the status of what's going on, so we takes a little more stress off of us. And also, I noticed that you said about the tree mortality, getting information out to 14, 15, and 16. If you get some information to me, we'll be happy to make sure it gets distributed up in that area. And we'll also put some stuff out on Next Door Neighbor, which a lot of people up there do look at. Thank you.
I just had a couple of questions. We mentioned that the funding from the county's already accounted for. Or there's resources to, is that county money or is it from another source?
So when you have a declared disaster, depending on whether it's a state and federal or just state, there's a cost share. So federal, state, and local cost share. So they're all accounted for.
So the county share of costs has already been identified. Did that come from the general fund? Okay, then, because I noticed it's like over $1 million of our commitment. And then my last question is probably pretty simple, and forgive me if you touched on it and I missed it, but on page 7 it says 3-year-old child standard. I don't know what that is, and I can't figure it out.
Yes, I refer to cleanup standards. And so how clean is clean? So you end up trying to figure out how much asbestos, how much cobalt, how much copper, how much of whatever potential contaminant can be left in the ground. So you try to figure out what amount of this will be hazardous to health. And so you try to find the most sensitive receptor, and that would be a 3-year-old child. So you try to clean up to that level, not the level of necessarily a 170-pound adult. You try to actually do it to the most sensitive receptor. So you're being very conservative on what levels you use. Another reason why the cost is fairly costly.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Any final comments, board? This is an informational item. Michelle, it's a pleasure working with you and Jeremy, walking in your office and asking a question and immediately getting tons of information on it. Jeremy will turn around and show you all of his charts on his little cubicle walls and give you an answer right away. So it's a pleasure working with both of you, and look forward to going forward with these projects. So,
thank you.
Thank you. All right. And it's 10 minutes to 12, and we've got about 3 items before we get into the budget before us. And looking at the time frames, they look like they're going to take somewhere around an hour, what I've got here listed. The next item is 30 minutes, I think, and then there's 15 and 15. So I would like to ask the board if they would like to go to lunch now and come back at 1:30 and continue forward on our agenda. So we will break for lunch to 1:30. All right, we are back from lunch. Madam Clerk, item number 17.
Item 17 is from the Board of Supervisors to appoint the appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. So today we have before you several applications for appointment. The first two are for County Service Area 2, Bar 20. They're both for terms expiring 12/31/2020, and we have an application from Scott Griffiths and Tim Fisher. We have an application for the Fish and Game Commission for a term expiring 12/31/18 for a District 4 representative. We have an application from Joseph Oliveira. We have an application for the Mental Health Board for a term expiring 12/31/2020 for a member of the general public. We have an application from Mary Ash. And last, we have a vacancy on the Solid Waste Task Force for a term expiring 12/31/2019 for a member of the general public. And we have an application from Sherry Roosh.
Okay, what we'll do is, if nobody has any objections, we can just take one motion for all of them.
Now, Mr. Chair,
Supervisor Oliveira.
yeah, I have to make a disclaimer. Joe Oliveira is no relation.
I thought it was your brother.
No, no relation whatsoever. Just has a great last name.
Supervisor Clapp.
I would like to pull the last one for the solid waste and pull that off and have it heard separate.
You would like to pull that one off and have a discussion on that one?
Yes.
Okay. We'll open up to public. Any public comments on any of these individuals? If not, I'll bring it back to the board. I will look for a motion to accept the rest of them, except for the last one, I guess it is.
I will move the remainder, Chair.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second it.
A second by Supervisor Clapp. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Supervisor Clapp, you have pulled.
I pulled the last one out. I have a person in my district that taught environmental health at the University of San Francisco, and he helped design and build the San Bernardino solid waste facility, and he gave interest that he would like to sit on that board.
I asked the question of the clerk. This is general public. It's not by district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So there are no districts sit on this
There is
board.
not.
So, other supervisors? Supervisor Mills?
If we fill this position, is there any other open positions on that board?
I'm checking right now.
Thank you. I believe we have really good attendance when the meetings are held.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Oliveira.
a question on procedures is there an application for?
We did this on Fish and Game in Jack's district just 3 months ago.
Okay, so there's no requirement for an application?
Well, no, he would have to file an application. That's what we did on the Fish and Game. We turned the application down, and then the other individual filed an application for that position.
It was a district position,
Yeah.
not at large.
Council, do you have any input on this?
No.
I mean, can we do this? I mean, without an application?
Well, there wouldn't be action on somebody who didn't apply. So the action is whether Supervisor Clapp pulled a specific appointment wanting additional dialogue, additional or a separate vote to be taken on that one limited appointment. So the board can either take a vote on that one limited appointment. You can continue that one limited appointment to a future date. But obviously you cannot appoint someone who has not applied.
So there is not another, this is the only vacancy for a member of the general public. What I can tell you is that the Solid Waste Task Force has not been able to meet for several months because they don't have a quorum. This will still not meet their quorum requirement. They would still need another appointment, but it is the only general public position that is vacant. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, somewhat. My question would be then, what are the positions open?
They are specific. And it looks like, I'm sorry, I don't have the printed list in front of me. I think that we have a recycling industry position that is available, and
Environmental group.
environmental group, yes. Those are two others that are open right now.
How many total number of seats are on this?
Seven.
Seven.
So we have 6 filled?
We have
4 filled.
we have 4 filled. So that is the quorum. I'm very sorry.
It is a quorum.
It
yes.
is.
Yeah, so, but they haven't met in several months?
They have not met in several months.
Okay.
Actually, it's been 4 months.
You,
I'm on the board, so see.
you're on the board? Michael's on the board also?
I'm on the board also.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any comments on this?
Well, here's a thought, is would the person that Supervisor Clapp's talking about meet the requirements for the environmental group representative possibly?
I don't know what that part, I just know that he actually helped write some of the state regulations for it. So, I mean, I don't think you get that many teachers out of the university that's qualified. And if they want to sit on, I think that's an opportunity we're just losing.
So you are able to just table any action on this one until another meeting date, if you do not wish to make a decision today.
That's what I like to do till, then I get the other application and we decide between the two.
The recycle position, that's open, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, environmental and recycle.
A representative of the recycling industry.
Your candidate is applying for the
Solid waste, that's what.
solid waste, but the
General public.
general public. And is that recycle position, is that a general public position?
No, it's not. It's it's someone who is in the recycling industry.
Okay. I may have a candidate for that recycle position, so I would agree with tabling it.
You want to table?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Supervisor Millen?
Yes.
Supervisor Harriman?
Fine.
Then I need to open it up for public comment. Any public comments?
Your person may fulfill. I'll say it in public, sorry.
I have a couple of questions. Are the positions mandated by state? Are they changeable by changing the bylaws?
I can answer.
Brian, you want to answer that?
They're mandated by state.
They're mandated by state?
Yes.
Any other public comments?
I've heard a rumor that we recycle our stuff and then it gets thrown in the garbage, all thrown together. And I know that this is kind of off the subject, but I hope that when you pick your people, that they will be someone who will work toward recycling from the consumer to when the stuff gets to the dump or wherever it's going, that it is recycled and not just tossed in with everything else.
Any other public comments? If not, we'll come back to the board. I'll look for a motion to table this.
I'd make the motion.
A motion by Supervisor Clapp to table this item.
Question.
Supervisor Oliver.
Are we voting on the remaining candidates?
No. Just the one candidate.
Just the one candidate?
Yeah, we've already passed it.
I want to make sure that's clear. Okay.
Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second by Supervisor Oliver. All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Passes 5-0.
So am I understanding that to be that I will hold this application until the other application is received, and then it would come to the board? Okay.
And yours as well.
Yes. The other position for the recycling. And that includes the other position for recycling, correct?
Correct.
All right.
If we have applications for
We have
that.
applications.
Yeah.
gentleman that runs
Environmental.
the recycling center.
Finance
in
environmental.
Valley Springs, formerly on this board. I don't know, apparently he's not on it anymore, but he was the rep. Madam Clerk.
Item 18 is from the Administrative Office to review the proposed scope of work for O'Connell and Dempsey LLC for lobbyist services and provide the County Administrative Officer with direction on whether to bring a contract back to the board for approval.
Mr. Lutz.
Yes, thank you. This item is in continuation of a previous discussion that the board had most recently on April 10th, and really centers around the whether the county would like to engage with a lobbyist at the federal level to try and meet certain goals or objectives that we have to bring money locally to get certain key projects done that we feel are important for this area. What I included for this item and what I felt was the most productive is, instead of even getting to the final point of getting to an agreement, I felt it was important to bring the proposed scope of work. I've worked with Ms. O'Connell a couple of times over the phone, a few email exchanges again to try and get to the point of what should a scope look like that is specific for Calaveras. And a couple of the key areas that stood out and also would be overlapping with some of our partners, water resources being one area. But where I think, particularly as we're seeing this heightened interest at the state level and the federal level's acknowledgement about forest health and forest management, I think forest management is another key area that there's money that's being sent out to a number of areas, and part of it's about being able to have the right connections and to illustrate the story locally for what our needs are. One additional piece that we added, because I think it's important, and this really comes on the heels of President Trump's infrastructure development plan that he's laid out, and that's looking at rural development, most specifically some of the dollars that are going for rural broadband access, loan guarantees. I think there's an opportunity there. In talking to Ms. O'Connell, she said at this point there's a lot of money that's been allocated and not a lot of plans or discussions about, okay, where does it need to go? So we felt if we were doing this, this was a good opportunity for us to really advocate for the rural area needs, and particularly with the focus of broadband. It'll help certainly with our economic development strategy, as the broadband project is key for attracting businesses. That's one of the first things now, of course, any prospective employer that's large scale is going to be looking at is, I need connectivity, not to devalue, of course, that all the benefit to the residents, which would be great to be able to get broadband to our underserved communities. So what she did then is go back. We went back and forth on kind of what would be a fair compensation. Originally, I think the proposal was about $50,000 for an annual contract. When she looked at it, particularly with the extra work on trying to advocate on the broadband projects, I think she was feeling, I felt like we came to a good compromise, albeit it's more than I would have liked. Her proposal is $5,000 per month. It would be a monthly fee, which then would equate to $60,000 per year. Within that would be if the board were to be going on any trip to Washington, or any members of the board, coordinating, getting the meeting set up, working on those key talking points, helping to then get the funds from the federal level to the local level. So this item is, again, giving the board an opportunity to provide some feedback if they'd like to see something different. If they say, at this point, timing's not good, let's just table this. Just seeking direction and feedback.
Supervisor Mills, your light's on?
I can tell you that when I was on CCWD, that this proposal came up for her to work with the water district, and I was not in favor of it. I didn't see the value. However, we did go forward with her doing that work for us, and it did result in the water district gaining 100,000 acre feet of potential water storage at New Maloney's in the closing time of the Obama administration. And there's been many other things that she was able to pull off for the district on a national level. So it is a piece of the puzzle that when directors would go back to Washington, D.C., she would set up their itinerary, she would set up who you want to meet with, here are the talking points, here are the things that are going to help to further your agenda. I think it's really this board's discussion needs to be, is this something that you want to engage in right now? Now, she was giving us a monthly report of everything she was doing. So it isn't a matter of just billing you the $5,000. It's what am I getting for it? And I really demanded that because I don't want somebody just to send me a bill and not tell me what they've done. She is very active, very engaged with the key people that you need to have on a federal level, and already has them in her relationship pattern. So it isn't like she's going to have to go out and learn new partners here. She's already in it. That would be the only thing. And having her working with CCWD right now, that is also an advantage too, because she's going to be bringing that partnership between water and us as we look at forest health, watershed management, and all of the other components that water districts need to engage in, as well as we as a county need to engage in. So I see the ultimate advantage. Whether the board feels that this is something they want right now, I would leave that to the others to discuss. But I'm definitely, I've seen the light on her work, so I would be in full support.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall when I was chair a little while ago, and we were meeting with CCWD, the vice chair and myself, with their chair and their vice chair. And this situation was brought up for discussion to share this consultant. Is this a result of that movement, Mr. Lutz?
This is that same consultant, and it was kind of the nexus of that discussion. Obviously, not knowing direction, needing to pull resources together when the current chair met with CCWD during the co-meeting between their chairs and executive directors and CAO. This topic came up, and the chair did ask me to also look into it and at least provide a summary for the board to consider.
So I take it by your bringing this on an agendized item, you're in favor of this and recommending this to the board?
My recommendation is yes. I do think it's the challenge of what a lobbyist gets you. I've worked with good lobbyists and I've worked with bad lobbyists. And I think what has impressed me with Ms. O'Connell is that she is very focused on areas that she clearly knew the county. So it wasn't going to be the broad sales pitch of everything that somebody can bring you, do for you. It was very clear that she knew the county, she knew our local needs and the key areas that would be of interest to us, and also that there is potential to essentially offset the cost of her contract and then some in local monies and projects that we're able to bring to Calaveras. So yes, I do think this is a good use of funds, in that I think there's a high probability of a high return on investment.
So this means we're going to have more jobs for our people in this county, hopefully? That's our goal?
That would certainly be our goal, whether it's what they're doing for forest health and bringing trees down, whether it's laying broadband cables or building infrastructure. I mean, all of those things are going to equate to jobs. Obviously, our number one goal would be that we get local jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Litz. One thing we need to be aware of, and I've mentioned it earlier, that the state of California has reorganized into Forest Health and Management. And attending that meeting yesterday in Sacramento, I have some concern of how much of a role the counties are going to be able to take in those areas. Ironically, the 33 agencies represented on that new committee is going to dictate how we're going to be effective in getting local funding for projects. Having said that, it's my observation that we're going to need somebody on a federal level to deal with those issues on a state level that filters down through local levels. If that is in fact accurate, then we need to look at this as investment in those areas. The question is it worth $60,000 a year? How many jobs you want, folks? Takes money to make money. Thank you.
I will say that this is nothing new to Calaveras County. Prior to the recession hit, we had, wasn't this particular person, but we had a lobbyist. And each year, depending on who the board picked and for what reasons, supervisors would go back to lobby for the county at the federal level. And at one time, I went back over the clearing of Cove Creek. It was a huge issue. It was right after the flooding that hit down there, and we were having problems with Fish and Wildlife and the Corps of Engineers, getting them to sign off on us going in to clear that creek out annually and getting the permits that were needed. And I went back and I met with one of the generals at the Corps. I met with, at that time, Lundgren that was there, and I met with Feinstein's office. And when we came back, it was a different scenario when we went to Fish and Wildlife and we went to Corps, and they actually signed off on the permit. So it was very productive at that end of it when we went and met. There was a lot of other issues. The sheriff annually had a lobbyist, and I don't know if they still do, if it's in their budget, that they go back and lobby, and they were getting lots of funding coming from there because of it. So it is successful. But again, like CAO Lutz points out, it depends on the lobbyists that you hire on how successful you will be. But again, this is something that's been done historically in the past. It was just because of the lack of funding when the recession hit that we had to cut things out. And this was one of the items that was cut out of the program at that time. So I did ask, we did meet with, I think Jack was there. Were you there when we met? At CCWD, it was, yeah. And they had brought it up that they were going back there, and they were sending some of their people back there, some of their board members back there to lobby, and we discussed it. So I did ask Tim to bring it at least to the board and ask if, you know, we wanted to go back and start doing this again. So I did bring it. Any other questions?
Yeah, Gary, I was at the meeting when you were picked to go there, and I believe you paid for that trip, all your $20,000 that the supervisors got back at that time.
Part of it was, and I paid for part of it out of my own pocket.
Oh, okay, so, yeah, we'll send you again if you can pay for
But
it.
there was some funding, and at that time it was shrinking, and I'm not sure, it didn't pay for the whole thing. I ended up paying.
Yeah, I'm for the concept myself.
Chair, the key, as you said, is that a lobbyist that has a proven track record, and I think Mia Pana has proved herself to CCWD, and so you know that should not be in our radar screen to worry about whether or not she is capable.
Well, my concern when we were talking is actually the tree mortality thing that Supervisor Oliveira brought up. I do believe we need a voice back there at the federal level especially in some of the things that Supervisor Vera mentioned during the meeting yesterday, that even more so now we need at the federal level, where some of these dollars are going to be coming from, that we need a voice back there, and definitely it would help us. So, any other comments? If not, I'll open up to public comments.
Ooh, I get to talk. I support Tim's view on this, that having a lobbyist that is familiar with the county is very important. Also having a lobbyist that has been effective is important as well, and the rate of return is going to be astronomical. $60,000 is really not much. I mean, you guys really fight over $60,000 around here sometimes, but you know, that's in the scheme of things, it is very little. And I'd love, at my own expense, to go back with you guys and watch you guys lobby. This would be pretty good. Anyway, thank you very much.
Any other public comments? If not, I'll bring it back to the board. We're looking for a motion.
I would move the item.
A motion by Supervisor Mills. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, item number 19.
Item 19 is from the Administrative Office to approve Administrative Policy Number 001-2018, the Budgeting and Finance Policy.
CAO Lutz.
Yes, this is kind of the tee up for, hopefully again as we get into the next item, which is the budget. So as my team and myself have been going through our budget process, our policies over the last year, one thing that's kind of stuck at me is we always reference County Budget Act, which governs how we have to, the timelines, the processes for how we administer the budget. But beyond that, there's really no additional guidance, no practices or policies that are endorsed by the board. And so what this item is the first requested policy in this area, and I say first because the goal in working with the auditor controller is to update a lot of the financial policies and practices across the county. This one, being that it was budget time, I felt it was an important thing that we had this discussion. I would fully expect this to be a living document. Laws change, our processes change. If we want to make sure that our departments know these are the kind of the guiding concepts of how we want to operate, those are the types of things that I would see incorporated into this. But this did represent a placeholder to do cleanup of what were immediate low-hanging fruit, so to speak, that has created some confusion or issues for the department. Once it is adopted, hopefully at some point, whether it's today or at a later date, it would be included with with our budget book. The draft was included in this budget book for illustrative purposes. Obviously, if there are changes or this weren't adopted, it would be pulled out before it were, the final printing. But again, though, my hope is this will start to serve as a framework for guiding some of the budget process in the county.
Supervisor Olivera, your light's on.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I think I've spoken enough.
Any board questions? Supervisor Garamendi.
Tim, thank you very much. The major change that I found in this document was our change in our general fund reserve levels. I know you and I have talked about it, but I thought we should probably unpack that, because we're doubling our general fund reserve by policy.
There are two what I would call major changes. And thank you, I should have noted that piece. The general fund reserve policy. What I'm trying to do here is really start to establish what our target reserves, not just for the general fund, but for our operating funds. Because when there is a downturn, my goal is let the Health and Human Services Fund, let the public works funds be able to also carry themselves for a little bit, so the general fund isn't having to immediately step in. We're a little time away from that, but what we do need to start to do is articulate what that policy should be. I set it at 8%. The general rule or guidance that that GFOA recommends, kind of some of the best practices, are between 5 to 15%. 10% is always a good target, but 10% I didn't feel was realistic. What we're at right now, depending on which way you want to calculate it, it's going to be percent of revenue in the general fund. Well, our disasters are an anomaly, so we have a lot of revenue flowing into the general fund that inflates our total revenue. If you account for disasters, our current reserve is about 7.6%. If you take disasters out of the equation, our reserve is about 10%, 10.1%. So my feeling is, when I set this target now, is that we are within this range, and this kind of basically starts to lay the framework for preserving that for those rainy days or critical needs. Did you have another question on that before I moved on to my other bigger change? The other noted change, and this is a clarification to a now very old delegated authority to the CAO/purchasing agent, is capital asset purchases. A very old resolution from the early 90s, I think it was 92, set that at 10% or $150, whichever was greater. Obviously, the cost of capital assets has gone up quite a bit. What I was requesting is 10% or $5,000. So what that means is, and this is pretty common in most governments, I certainly have dealt with it a number of times, and we encourage departments to budget high, but say a department budgets a truck, or say a piece of heavy equipment, and they miss. A common one for cars is you miss the tire fee, and you get hit with a $500 charge at the very end, and you suddenly can't pay until you come back to the board. What this would do then is give the purchasing agent the authority to modify that, whichever is higher, 10% or $5,000. So it wouldn't be above the $5,000 clearly. To modify that to basically let us pay the vendor. So that level still is considered immaterial in terms of payments. It's still allowed under the authorities that can be delegated to the purchasing agent. We just haven't updated our limit since 1992.
So when you combine the general fund reserve with the contingencies, we get to 10%, or as you said, because we've got our 2% in contingencies, right?
General fund reserve is completely separate from contingencies. Contingencies are then also, you're adding that 2%.
Right.
So
I mean,
those
they're
are two,
both
yes.
reserves in many ways.
Yes, the difference is the reserve carries over from fiscal year to fiscal year.
Right.
A contingency, because it's still within the general fund, gets liquidated, and then you have to reappropriate it within the next fiscal year.
Thanks.
Any other board comments? If not, on public comments?
Good afternoon, Barbara Uke, District Attorney. I wanted to maybe get some clarification on the subdivision that deals with grants. At Section 3, 2C, little I, it says submitting applications for new grant funds must first be approved by the Board of Supervisors. Last time I had a grant that had a match, I came before the board to seek permission to even go through the process of applying, because it ultimately, if we were successful, was going to subject us to a general fund drop because of the grant funds, because of the grant requirements. We just got a grant proposal that admin sent me, that the auditor controller sent me. It came out on May 23rd, and it's due on June 21st. So we jumped on it. We're in the process of drafting it. There is no way with that short of a timeline that we could get board approval. It does require a match, but there is a process for a waiver, which we intend to apply for. So I just want to bring that up. Some of the grants do not permit board approval, so I don't know if we can streamline the process somehow, or maybe if we want to put in some caveat language as far as short timelines, or a requirement that if there's a match and you're not going to be able to get a waiver, that you're on notice that the board might not accept it. Just something that will give us some flexibility in pursuing these grants, because obviously, historically, certain departments have been pushed into seeking grants where we can. This is a good grant. It is a competitive grant. We're having to do a lot of legwork to try to apply for it so that we can be competitive. But if there has to be an approval even before we can apply, I can tell you that we just wouldn't even apply for it. So I don't know what kind of tweaking we could do on that section. I understand the importance of it, but I think that we might need to address that a little bit. Otherwise, you're just kind of tying our hands as far as pursuing some of these grants.
And I think those are valid concerns. We're kind of the anomaly in terms of what this is trying to do is kind of rein in some of the grants that are out there that admin, the auditor don't even know about until kind of after we're at the 1 yard line and about to be done. So I think certainly we could put in a sub-measure there of, because you are absolutely right, having gone after a lot of grants myself, you find out about it a month out and you're scrambling like crazy to write it, get it done, and with the board timelines to get something on the calendar, it's not always feasible. We could do a subheading there of bring it back at the most convenient meeting if you have to submit, but then bring it back, asking the board for basically retroactive approval for that submission. If the board would like to entertain something like that, then at least it keeps, the record straight. Everybody knows that it has been approved, and that it doesn't also stop department from being able to proceed.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a solution out there, and I can appreciate the reasoning for it. I just bring that up. It's very timely because this was a grant that admin forwarded to me. It opened up on May 23rd. It was not something we could have known at before. It appeared on May 23rd, and it's due June 21st. So, and our last grant, the XC grant, there was a very, very short timeline as well. They ended up extending it. And we probably came before the board at least 4 times with respect to approval and pre-approval. So that was cumbersome, but I understand the reasoning behind it. Hopefully we can do something about that if you want us to continue to pursue grants.
Because I was going to say the last thing I would want to do is cut off that, because your department's a prime example. You guys do an excellent job at going after those grants, getting those grants, and doing good work with them. The goal is definitely not to stop that good work as much as just make sure that we're putting some process behind it.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Mills.
Thank you, Chair. Oftentimes, rules like this are created because something happened, and this is just a way of answering it. My question would be, is there anything within GFOA that would give us some guidance?
On approval processes, not necessarily. There might be something in best practices through one of their guides. I'd have to read through some of their guides as much as, it's usually this is the best practice, but I haven't seen it specifically written out in GFOA, and certainly I can look for that.
Would this be the best way to do, is adopt this for now, subject to amendment sometime in the near future to make the correction that would best answer
I think that would certainly make the most sense, and my intent is we'll probably be amending this quite a bit when things come up.
Okay.
Hence why I said I do view this as a living document.
Any other public comments?
Good afternoon. Al Sagana, Taxpayer Association. Several times there were comments on improving the process to make it more understandable for the public. And I think the auditor found a system or maybe a program that she was excited about. This was a while back. And I was wondering if there's any progress along those lines. Thank you.
I'm assuming you're talking about OpenGov, and that was transparency, and yes, that's actually going to be part of my budget presentation.
Cool.
That's the one thing I know about.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I so move the motion.
Motion by Supervisor Oliveira,
Second?
second by Supervisor Mills. There was some discussion about bringing this back for that one section. Is that included in your motion, Supervisor Oliveira?
It is, Mr. Chair, as stated.
And a second.
Bringing it back for the section on grants. The CAO is going to make some adjustments to that section of it.
So then are you just tabling it to another meeting? Okay.
As an amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to accept, we have a motion to accept it with bringing it back for that amendment on that one section. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We're going to take about a 15-minute break. I've been asked by Susan to change the disc. Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. All right, we are back in session. Madam Clerk, item number 20.
Item 20 is from the Administrative Office to conduct the fiscal year 2018-19 recommended budget hearing, receive presentations on the recommended budget from the CAO and various department heads, and provide the CAO with direction on any requested changes to the recommended budget.
Okay, I'm going to open this budget hearing, and we will have a presentation by the CAO first, and then we will have presentations by departments. So I open the 2018-19 budget hearings.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try and keep it brief. I have a fairly lengthy presentation, but I'm also cognizant of being about an hour behind where I had hoped, and I'm trying to get as many department heads in today as possible so we can have a full day of deliberation tomorrow. The first item that I wanted to bring to everyone's attention is this, sorry about that, this lovely picture. And I say I bring up the picture because it's important. We did this year a photo challenge. And with that, the goal was, hey, let's do a photo challenge, have the, our county employees, that was one of the main eligible criteria, you had to be a county employee, was submit your photos of the beauty of the county. So we got quite a few submissions, which I was very pleased with. Then we had a judge panel rating score from each of the Board of Supervisors, myself, County Council, Human Resources, the Auditor Controller, and rated those photos. This was our first prize winner, Christy, and I might butcher her last name, so thank you. Christy Canepa, who is in public health, Health and Human Services, was the winning submission, and she named this picture Fire and Ice, which is, I think, very aptly named. Beautiful picture, and again, I thank her, and I really thank all of the employees that participated. It's really cool. I'm hoping to also get an opportunity to reuse some of those pictures for some artwork around campus as we're trying to spruce things up. So again, just a thank you for those that participated and for Christy's lovely picture. So then, going on to the little less exciting stuff, but more important, the county administrator's recommended budget. So overview today, I'm going to talk briefly local economic indicators, revenue statistics, the budget request snapshot for all funds, and then also for the general fund specifically. I'm going to talk about notable revenue changes and current cash position, overview of our general fund and the long-term picture, the potential solutions to the overall structural deficit that we'll talk a bit about, and then also because this is the snapshot of the county, the very last piece is making a presentation for a request that I had in my own budget, which was a restructure of the administrative office. So similar to the departments doing their restructure presentations, I was going to also incorporate that piece.
Mr. Lutz, could I interrupt for a quick second?
Sure.
Mr. Chair, do you desire us to ask questions during the presentation or at the end of the presentation?
The board members could ask any time if they have a question they want to answer.
Okay, and what about public? So we have a procedure.
We will go through his presentation, and then we will go through presentations from staff. We'll have some discussions at the board, and then open the public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no questions right now, though? Okay. All right, just double checking. Okay, so the first thing that I wanted to talk briefly about, so OpenGov, I know this is something that there's been a lot of talk about. We went live to departments this last April. The internal team had been working since last, really mid-January. And
he doesn't have a copy
of, oh, I put them right there.
I know, I handed it.
You took his copy, didn't you?
Yeah.
I don't know, somebody took his copies because I left them there.
Here, Clyde.
Thank you.
That would be important. So we, the public portal development. Now, I will say I would have, and I've touted, would have liked to have seen the public portal development here today, which brings me to the third slide, or the third note, I should say, which is some pain points along the way. Unfortunately, we did run into some pain points. There was a definite learning curve to the system, areas that the team, which is a relatively small team, Barbara Biddick from Information Technology, Rebecca Callan, the Auditor Controller, myself, and then members of my staff. Mostly it was the three, Barbara Biddick, Rebecca, and myself doing a lot of the working on, how this is viewed, what information goes into the actual budget document, and then my staff worked a lot on the OpenGov piece. So we did, that divided the resources enough that we just didn't want to rush the public portal because this is an important component. It's something that I think is going to provide good information, but we're just not there yet to the point that I would like it to be. So certainly we'll have that by final. My hope is July at this point is the target time that we've laid out there. Also working through reporting and then communication between the systems was a challenge. Overall, though, I think this was a very, very positive direction. It was, in some ways, it's so much easier. It's easy to get data out of. It's definitely, once we get that public portal side of it, is going to provide much greater transparency and ease of use for the board, the public, and hopefully as departments get more comfortable with it, departments as well. So moving on then, local economic indicators. So the state's economic forecast at this point, and this comes from the recent legislative analyst's analysis that he or she, whomever it happens to be, does a annual review kind of the state of the economy. Usually I'll trust that better than I will what comes out of Department of Finance, just because they seem to do a pretty consistently good job at the LAO's office. And they're still predicting at this point moderate growth over this next fiscal year, and that's at 2.8%. They're also expecting continued low unemployment, which is currently about 4.3%, which is a tight labor market. And I'll talk a little bit about tight labor market in a moment. The assumption then, which relates to that tight labor market, is notably higher wage and salary growth in 2018 and 2019 at about 6.8%. And prices, the consumer price index, is looking to be about 3.3%. What all of these do show me is kind of it provides reasonable confidence in our local revenue estimates remaining on track and consistent with what we've seen over the last prior 2 fiscal years. Just kind of a note, unemployment, you can see the curve, the green is Calaveras, the blue is California. It's really interesting because typically we trend higher in unemployment than the state, although recently we've edged just slightly below on our unemployment rate in the county. And again, that's up through the first quarter of 2018. Consumer price index, again, as I noted, showing an uptick. The concerns with that, of course, is increased cost of goods, those inflators built into our contracts tied to the CPI, our rents, all of those types of things mean starting to see an uptick in some of those costs. Every year, also talk about where our historical assessed property values are. This is an estimate that was developed based on the assumption of about a 3% growth over the prior fiscal year. We won't know what that, anything you see in that lower corner down here is going to say estimator or estimate is when we don't have final numbers at this point. Obviously, we're not going to know that until the assessor closes her roll in the coming weeks, hopefully. Also looking at residential new structure permits, this one showed actually a bit of a decline from prior year. Last year I made the comment that I felt that 2016 was going to be somewhat of an anomaly because of building following Butte Fire. You probably saw an uptick in structure permits. You could see we're still up over 2015. What we don't necessarily see yet, obviously, is whether this is a downward trend or just a resetting of where we normally would have been on a normal growth curve, since 2016 was unusually large. Add-on additions or other permits continued to show growth in the additions, and actually the additions went down slightly, but the residential other did go up pretty significantly. Those are your pools, outhouses, those types of ancillary structures that aren't additions to the residence itself. And then on your commercial permits, commercial new buildings still showing at least the continued trend that it was at prior year, staying at that level, growing slightly. Commercial other also showing a good increase for 2017. And then looking at our revenue numbers, the prior areas were kind of your economic indicators. Based on what we're seeing, what do we expect? Do we expect something positive? Do we expect something negative? Overall, the projection seems to be supporting something in a positive direction at this point. Sales tax receipts. Now, sales tax, we're still estimating 17-18 because technically we haven't gotten everything in yet, but based on where we're trending, that's roughly where we expect to be at. And then also from that showing a very moderate change for this next fiscal year. Vehicle license fees, as you can see, over the last 5 years essentially have been pretty flat. This next year we're estimating that to be the same with no real change in those vehicle license fees. Transient occupancy tax rates, we saw a bump this year. Again, I think a good piece to that was the agreement with Airbnb and capturing kind of all of those vacation rentals that we might not otherwise have been capturing. And also, I think the tax collector having a concerted effort to do outreach to a lot of the vacation rentals and make sure they're aware that they need to be paying their transient occupancy taxes. Next year, again, we're estimating just slight growth in there, just based on what inventory might come in the market. But we're continuing with the assumption that it's going to be at the same rate that it was this year. So that's a summary of kind of the economic indicators and revenue indicators. Are there any questions before I move on from this section?
We're not seeing a bump because of them collecting all this extra money under SB1 with the vehicle license fees?
Because these are vehicle license fees that specifically come into the general fund, we don't see those funds come into a different pot of money that then gets distributed directly through roads and bridges. This is just the
General
vehicle
fund
license
side.
fee portion that comes into the general fund.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question, because you're right. You hear about them increasing vehicle license fees, but it doesn't always go to, it goes to different pots of money, how they divide it up, similar to with sales tax and a couple other revenue sources that they'll designate certain certain pots that it goes to first. So looking at our budget snapshot, you can see here this is a comparison between fiscal year 17-18 and 18-19. 18-19 is this first column right here on the left-hand side. You can see it broken down by fund in this case. So your general fund, public works, IWM, health and human services. You can see here our recommended budget at this point is $169,686,000, whereas prior year $163,651,000. It's a 3.7% increase roughly. And I will say, if you go back and reconcile, part of the OpenGov process has, I'm a firm believer in any time you implement a new change, it's an opportunity to reevaluate assumptions. One of the things that I felt we weren't accurately reporting some of the activity on, and the auditor agreed, is on some of our special special districts, like our lighting and other districts that were not rolled into the appropriations, even though they really should have been. The way we did it, it still worked, but it just wasn't very clean and transparent, I think. So we, one of the things that we did was make sure that we included all of those funds in there. So your special districts line, and this accounted for what it would have looked like at 17-18, so you at least could compare apples to apples. But that was a change that we did in methodology from prior fiscal year. You'll also see when you're looking at the budget document, in the past it was hit or miss on some of the designated funds. This year you got a basically complete list of all the designated funds, whether they're committed or whether they're restricted, which is a substantial difference, but it really shows you where all those pots of money are that are out there for special use. I thought that was an important piece, again, for transparency. There's been a lot of questions about what money's out there. I think this does a much better job to get it cleanly displayed out there for where those pots of money are. Just a graphical summary appropriations. You can see general fund. If you look at all of our funds, general fund is about 40% of the county's budget, and then health and human services 31%, then public works at 9%, our capital improvements at 9%, and then the others at a smaller level below that. The other area that we're working hard to be doing is breaking down based on activity. It's one thing to say by fund, but the problem is types of activity overlap between funds. For me, if you're looking at it from what does it mean for me, what does it mean for a resident of the county, I think it's very helpful to look at it from what is administration and finance, what is public safety, what is land use, health and human safety. So what this is doing is showing you those buckets of how much of the county budget goes into each of those buckets. That, I hope, at least provides a better snapshot of what the county is doing, so where that money is going. This same information just displayed graphically. You can see health and human services activities, or health and human safety, I should say, at 32%. And it's important to note that's not just health and human services. It includes things in environmental health, as well as a number of other safety net programs that are important and that are kind of grouped under that category. Land use is the 12%, public safety protection is about 16%, county admin and finance about 12%. So then you can kind of get a picture of where's the money going in terms of activities that we're doing. So that's a snapshot for all funds in the county. The typically what we look at most specifically is the general fund. That's what the board has the most discretion over in terms of how that money is spent. So this now drills down and takes that line item here on this line, the 67 here, and now breaks it down into, here's your 67 again, but now it breaks it down into the individual components. So you can see where, again, county admin and finance, public safety and protection, land use, health and human safety, education, recreation, and community, disaster response and recovery. So what this is showing you is, on your general fund, what are your general fund dollars paying for? So what you're seeing from this graph, 38% public safety and protection, 31% county administration and finance, a whopping 20% for disaster recovery and response, land use, and then health and human safety, and then education, recreation at 1%. Any questions before I move on now to start to talk a little bit about revenue? If not, I will take a drink of water real quick. So you can see total revenue estimate for the general fund is this $58,674,000. Within that, this breaks down what are our sources of revenue. So taxes, roughly $17,570,000, and about 29% of the revenue coming into the general fund. Licenses, permits, franchise fees, and I apologize for this order. It was system derived and not necessarily in highest to lowest, but it serves its purpose. It's in the order of how it is in the chart of accounts, so that's how it arranged it. Licenses, permits, and franchise fees, $2.6 million, which is roughly 5%. And then you can see this intergovernmental revenue, state and federal. These are certainly very large right now because this is going to include your Butte fire recovery, winter storm recovery, and tree mortality funds. Charges for services is $6.7 million, and that's about 11.5%. And then operating transfers in. These are operating transfers in from those designated funds that then offset how much the general fund itself, discretionary funds, have to pay for those services. An example of that would be the sheriff transferring in AB 443 money, or probation transferring in AB 109 money. Those are examples of operating transfers into the general fund.
What is an example of charge for service?
Charge for services if you're charging copies, or if you're doing the marriage license fees, or anything that you legitimately can identify a user of that activity that is allowed by statute, and therefore all the taxpayers don't subsidize somebody who is getting a marriage license per se. Yeah, building permits, anything when the board comes and adopts fees, that's where that line comes into.
Yeah, Mr. Lutz, the miscellaneous revenue, examples of that?
Let's see, miscellaneous revenue in this case, and I'm trying to remember what miscellaneous revenue is going to
$585,000.
Miscellaneous.
I can get back to you on that rather than stop.
Go right ahead.
I know there's a good answer, but I just have to go back and stop to see what category it's under to give you a good answer. I apologize for that. So again, same information, just broken down by a pie chart. Taxes, about 30% of the general fund revenue. Federal dollars come in 18%. State dollars come in 18%. Charges for services, 11%. And then operating transfers in at 13%. So this I felt was particularly helpful to display, and it really shows you the effect, going back to my comment about all these, the disaster funds coming into the budget. So this is a 4-year revenue trend. You can see 15-16 pre-Butte fire, just what our revenue picture looked like, and particularly on the state and federal level. Then you start to see the 60 million, 58 million that we're seeing this year. So again, you could clearly see where revenue's gone up and revenue's gone down. It is important to note, fiscal year 2017-18 adopted budget, this represents the final budget that went in September. So if there are discrepancies between that and what we adopted or what the board changed at mid-year, that's what those discrepancies are. And I think those are, it's a natural question, particularly someone would easily say, what about the Measure C money? We know there was more than that in there. This original budget was constructed assuming $2.1 million in Measure C. So it wasn't trued up or shored up until we got to mid-year budget. For apples-to-apples comparisons, I don't usually take, that would be called our operating budget. For apples-to-apples comparison and what the state controller asks for, and therefore what feeds into our system is what the board adopted prior year, not the actuals. And this shows you kind of that trend line mapped out of those revenue trends. Overall, again, our big areas, the blue being this current year, where we're down a bit on federal, we're about the same on state, we're trending about the same, a tad low on taxes, and then operating transfers in, we're actually trending down as well. We did not transfer in as much as we have in prior years. So this is the same information, only now it's expenses instead of revenues. You can kind of see where salaries have gone. Again, 15-16 salaries up to 17-18 and 18-19. You can see the what that trend line looks like. You can also see the services and supplies. So you can see some areas were up, others were pretty significantly, or I should say were significantly up or up, and then others were slightly down on transfers out. The capital assets we were down on this year, and then other charges. Same information on kind of that trend line. Not surprising, salaries and benefits, the biggest cost for the county. Soon behind that, services and supplies, and then everything else drops off to a pretty low level. Okay, so now that's kind of the overview summary. Now this piece kind of starts to get into a little more of the meat and potatoes, nuts and bolts. Are there any questions before I get to that point? All right. So key revenue increases that we had this year. Property taxes, again, assumed roughly 3%. In fiscal year 17-18, that was represented 11.86 million. Next year, it would represent about 12.227 million is what that estimate would be. Now, sales tax assumed 20% increase, but that's off prior year budget. Remember what I had made that comment. We assumed really conservative last fiscal year. Actuals came in much higher. So although we're showing a large increase this year, we were way over budget this year. I think we're trending to come in about 3.1 million this year, 3.2 million. So our estimate for 3.3 million isn't too far off of what our actuals are for this year. And a similar thing for the transient occupancy tax. It is showing a 24% increase off of what we originally budgeted, but we budgeted not knowing what the impact was going to be to the Airbnb agreement, what that was going to look like for us on collection rates. As it is, we've been up pretty significantly. So I think we were trending to end about 730,000. And so this gave us kind of a little bit of an increase just based on what we'd expect. And now key revenue decreases. Excise, cannabis taxes, obviously. 2017-18 budget was at 2.15 million. Actuals ended up being 8.603 million. The fiscal year 18-19 estimate is 660,000, and that's based off of the dispensaries. PG&E franchise fees. This has been a very contentious issue. They gave us new methodology calculations this year, conveniently, in addition to Every County. Every County is struggling with this, and in fact, we had a long conversation at my regional CAO's meeting about this, and are working with CSAC and going to be reaching out to RCRC on this, because almost every single county has seen a similar decrease to us, about a 24% decrease in our franchise fees. What they're saying is they used GPS to better map where their infrastructure is, and therefore they're reducing the amount that we're owed through the franchise fees. They did something similar. Council was able to provide information for me in the past. In the 90s, they did something similar, and I believe I know we engaged an attorney. I don't know how far that went. We're still digging into that. But we are working on a statewide work group because this is impacting a lot of counties, and PG&E has not been cooperative at providing us backup details about how they came to their new methodology, which doesn't give us much confidence in how they came about it. So that is an issue. Certainly it's not, the dollar-wise, it's not our biggest line item in the general fund, but it certainly is a large decrease, and for one that we have a disagreement on for how it came about. In terms of our general fund reserve balance, and that was a question that came up earlier, our fund balance as of 6/30/17 was 4.463. We didn't do anything with it in this fiscal year, either a transfer out or a transfer in, and so it's sitting again at 4.463. When calculating that rate, it is at 7.65% of the total fiscal year 18-19 estimated revenue if you include all of the money we're getting from disaster recovery. If you factor that out, we're at 10.3% of revenues. And then teeter fund balance, 6.91 is roughly the beginning year fund balance. We have our annual general fund contribution that's always budgeted in there at the $500,000. We also had the mid-year increases that were requested that used $72,840 of that. Our estimated revenue into it this year, I gather in talking with the auditor's office and them working with the tax collector, that people have been paying more of their bills on time this year. Our collection is down by about 50% on teeter. Normally it's about 1.2 million that we put back into that every year. This year we're estimating, again, this is a complete estimate until we get finals, to be about $675,000 to bring our estimated fund balance to 7.013 for closing the books. So now overview of general fund and long-term picture. So we are still facing a overall structural deficit. Now it's important to note again, we're using fund balance to shore up the budget. We have enough fund balance to cover the budget, but and we're not using any other one-time funds such as teeter or reserves. However, when looking at what our costs are for our departments versus our costs versus the revenues coming into the general fund, without the fund balance, we do run this structural deficit. And that structural deficit for 18-19 is projected about 9.261. When we projected last time, it was 5.14, and that was 17-18 final budget. Some of the factors, unexpected revenue was really strong in 17-18. And we're not, Measure C, obviously, 8.6 million was an item, as was the 5.16 million in prior year Butte fire recovery revenue. So we were behind in billing. We had a lot of services that were paid for, that were carried in that year. There was not the decision was made through the auditor that they did not want to set up receivables for this information or for these transactions, so instead they had to be budgeted as prior year revenue. So that absolutely was a strong infusion of cash into the general fund, which helped build where we're sitting today with a high cash carry. So those did let us close budget last year and this year. Clearly, though, that represents huge concern for 19-20 based on spending pattern. What I'm showing here is a recap of what's in the budget, and I apologize it's small on this screen. Again, the blown up detailed version of this is in the budget binder itself. Mainly using this to highlight some key areas. What I didn't go through and go through and look at is this shows you with how you read this. So appropriations, this column shows you how much total expenses the department's estimating. This says how much revenue they're going to bring in. If they don't have enough revenue to cover expenses, there's a residual amount here. This is how much general fund that department is needing to use to operate. So what you can see here now is this is current year. This one I'm showing you, I've condensed these two things because all I'm interested on this part is the bottom line. How much general fund are they requiring? You can see a difference line by line of what the department asked for this year and or the CIO is recommending this year, and the department received last year for final budget. And then it shows you the difference and the percent change. So example, admin, last year, 614,000. this year 614,000, last year 704,000, a difference of a decrease of about 12% in the admin budget. In contrast, you have economic development, 181,000 is their current request, 157,000 was last year's request, representing that 15% increase. What I went through here on this slide is put arrows next to each of the areas that were increasing overall, just to highlight where our increases are to general fund expenditures. When we get to deliberations, I would expect this to at least kind of be something to point to. I gave all board members plus the public a handout that shows a summary of all of the general fund budgets that shows what their 17-18 final was and their 18-19 recommended were, to help go through and see comparisons. Again, I think that will be helpful when we get to the deliberation phase about what the board would like, or what changes the board would like to see to this budget. So you can see from this sheet, we have increases in economic development, the assessor, auditor controller, in county clerk, recorder and elections, in council, information technology, and the treasurer tax collector. Overall, as a whole, this group, and this is this bottom line here, this is the county admin and finance section. When you're going back to those, who falls into those buckets, this is the group that falls into county admin and finance. And I realize on the screen, the white text doesn't show up very well. Admin and finance as a whole is down by about 2.5% versus prior year. Next is public safety and protection. You can see we have increases in the grand jury, public defender, OES, the coroner, district attorney, sheriff, the dispatch, the CalNARC enforcement, jail, marine safety, and overall what we're seeing is on the public safety departments, we're seeing roughly a 309% increase in the requests that they're asking for over prior year. Yes.
Looking at the corner, we see a 35.8%.
Yes.
I recall he came mid-year last year and requested more funds. Did we fix that?
This is the fix of that.
That's the fix of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Is rather than have him come every year, we funded his contracts based on what he was actually seeing. Unfortunately, and that's exactly the problem we have, is that they keep coming back.
Okay, we won't see that from the coroner's office at least, will we?
Right.
From the coroner's office, you should not be seeing it this year.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Well, hopefully also hold the coroner to that too, because we did ask them for estimates.
Don't make him too upset.
And then going to the next one, land use. We had increases for ag commissioner and planning. Total land use areas up about 56%. Then health and human safety. Cannabis regulation is zeroed out. It's in there because that was the 1010 unit where the registration program, regulatory program was being run. It's zeroed out. The public administrator, we had also a smaller increase, also based on contracts. Similar issue with the coroner, though not as large. Environmental Management Agency, we had an increase in animal services, and overall a 5.74% increase for what they were asking for. Education, recreation, communication, or community services, sorry, is increases in the museum and the library, again, fairly small increases. And overall, that category up 2.3%. And then our other big category is Butte Fire Recovery. Now, going back to my comment about all the one-time monies that were flowing in, you could see our contribution here was prior year at 4.45 million in revenue. Really, that it was, if it's a negative here, it means it's returning revenue back to the general fund. This year still has some one-time monies that are returning revenue to the general fund that we're expecting rollover for invoices that are in that haven't come through yet, but far less because we're more or less caught up and working on maintaining cash flow. I do feel in this budget now, this represents a much more accurate picture of what we feel the program looks like. What this doesn't include is we have some areas that we need to go back and do reversion requests that Michelle hit on in her morning presentation. Those reversion requests, if approved, would then increase these appropriations for those projects. But overall, I feel far more confident with the numbers that we have in here. You'll notice there are more lines just because we're making sure we're getting everything in the right category or bucket. And so that's why it's larger, but overall I do feel far more confident with what the disaster recovery budgets look like. So going back to the summary piece, some of the key salary and benefit increases, we did see roughly a 10.42% increase over last fiscal year. The negotiated MOU increases about 1.185 million, and I know Krista, I think, has a updated sheet that when we get to that point for discussion, she can provide it. We were doing some final calculations when I built this. I did my best estimate based on what I had, and Krista was doing a reconcile for me this morning. We also have added positions. Estimated when you factor in salary savings that they expect this year is another 1.06 million, and that assumes that they fill them at halfway through the year. Obviously next year that becomes a bigger problem because then you have the full cost of them, not half year cost. And then there were miscellaneous step increases, longevity pays that were factored in at about $228,000. We also saw an increase in professional and specialized services of about 7%, or almost $300,000. In special department expenses, also a 37% increase at $351,940. Part of that is some of the projects that we're taking on for remodeling, and some of those actually have revenue attached to them that was already discussed by the board, such as a transfer from Teeter. Travel and training also notably up 41%. At $172,000. And then capital equipment, as I noted before as well, overall was down the amount of capital requests. It was down almost 19% to $266,000.
Mr. Lutz, another quick question. Travel and training, that's 41% increase. Basic definition why that increase?
Part of it is tied to onboarding new staff and required trainings that you have to send people to. I know a good chunk of it was in the sheriff's budget, and part of it's about having to send new deputies to all the training that they're required to go to. That's going to increase it naturally. I think in general, costs have gone up for travel. Hotel costs have gone up quite a bit. It's if you have to go anywhere that requires a hotel, I know those charges have gone up. And then other types of Would I expect it to increase? Yes. Would I expect it to increase as much as it has? I think that's a little high and warrants looking at. You know, the unfortunate thing is, again, at 172,000, it helps, but it's not going to make a huge difference in the grand scheme of things. But I do know that, again, with onboarding a lot of new staff, that means they're having to do travel and training, and it's where it's being offered. You don't have as much choice, and it's far more costly to bring it here.
Thank you.
Tim?
Yes?
I don't want to throw you off your game, so if this is coming
No,
later,
please.
just throw it up. I was looking at the key revenue, and I'm sorry I'm going back in time, but sometimes brain catches up. You have here in the budget, we collected, in September of last year, we budgeted about $8.6 million in Measure C money to keep things going. You have here in 2018-19 estimated $660,000 based upon dispensaries. Didn't we collect money in December and January of this year, in Measure C taxes? And where are they in the budget?
That is in that 8.6. That
was in there?
In December. That's why I said my budget assumed 2.1 million, because that was how much we collected up to that point.
Right, is it July 1?
But then because of that second grow cycle and collection cycle, that was all still brought into this year's budget, because the budget would end June 30. Since that was all still December, January, and February, that's all in this year's budget.
How much did we put in at the end of September budget of Measure C?
Last year?
Yeah.
We budgeted 2.1. That was how much we had, that's how much we had
That's right,
collected at that
because in
point.
June we didn't put it in at all,
Yeah.
but we put in later. Okay, I got you.
So, looking now to the harder conversation, obviously, we need to find what those long-term solutions might be. The county's been engaged in evaluating business process and service activities, and this has been an ongoing process since I've been here, since we've been having these discussions. We're reviewing those revenue-producing activities. Really looking at those internal service departments and trying to identify, you know, what are our service goals, and therefore what do we want to pay for, what do we not want to pay for, and having those types of discussions. The fee schedule, although again is important where we can recover. That's, you know, obviously we're not going to balance a budget on it, but we are going to make sure that we're recovering everything that we can. This is particularly key in environmental health, in the building department, where we can really be maximizing kind of that, recover our costs. Environmental health did take a large change to the board this last fiscal year, and building is working with a consultant on their structure and anticipate bringing one. And then other departments are at various stages of evaluating their fees. We're also working strongly on economic development activities. I think areas like looking at what we might be able to bring in from state and federal level to enhance local activities, make us more attractive for businesses. Those are the things that will help. Obviously, that's a very long-term horizon picture. And then something that I think we can certainly do better at is evaluating opportunities to leverage department strengths with one another. And not to say that we're not doing okay. There are some departments that work really well together and support one another. But I think ways that we can share resources. I know in the past we tried to share some resources with DA, Animal Services, and somebody else that code thing. That kind of, that one might have been a little challenging, but I like the out-of-the-box thinking, trying to find ways to make things work. Hoping to do something similar with a department analyst that's a kind of a key budget and finance person that we're requesting for planning, or I should say building, that has the potential to assist planning as well. Again, trying to start to look at what our activities are, how can we do better, and also get reporting out. The harder discussion is, and the fastest way to make any of these changes is freezing or deleting vacant positions. But my cautionary note there is, to do that, I do think there needs to be a deliberative process about what services are provided and what services can't be provided. Because I genuinely do feel in a lot of cases across this campus, we have departments that are very lean staffed, and reducing staff levels without decreasing services might not be completely feasible. And so that needs to be a discussion that certainly is going to take time, and it's going to have to probably be facilitated with a couple of key homework things to come back and bring back a report and an analysis. But I say that then to put that note out there of, to do that, we also have to make sure that we're not putting unrealistic expectations on the staff that are remaining to be able to meet the current service levels. Those are the only things for the actual budget presentation. As I said, I have a presentation to kind of overview my office restructure proposal. I don't know if you want me to go into that now or if you want to go to questions at this point.
We continue to complete.
Okay. So what I'm requesting is a pretty significant personnel restructure of my office. What I would be doing is deleting the assistant CAO position, and then reclassifying the principal admin analyst position and senior admin analyst position to deputy county administrators. And then I would add a deputy county administrator position for solid waste and water policy. The theory then with adding that position is that the assistant CAO could then bump into that position and oversee solid waste and also the water policy for the county. That would then be 90% charged to integrated waste management and 10% to admin. It would also reclassify the administrative assistant 2 position to an executive assistant to the CAO. There's no salary change associated with that, more as reflecting what the actual job duties are, as the current administrative assistant is nearing retirement at the end of this year. The goal is to try and set this up now so that when we recruit, I can be recruiting for specifically the type of skill set that I'm looking for in that position. And then also then to add an administrative analyst position to assist on budget and the purchasing function. So visually, and again, unfortunately, this is a little hard to see, but visually this represents, oops, didn't mean to do that, how the office is currently structured. So CAO, you have the assistant, appointed department heads. I just had a note over here as kind of that indirect supervisory piece for the appointed department heads. And then kind of the scope of what my office oversees. So you have information technology, human resources, facilities, OES, economic development, the analyst team, which does budget, legislation, policy, AP, AR, the hearing office, the purchasing function that kind of gets picked up through the analyst team. The capital improvement project also kind of gets picked up. Public defender contract administration, airports, and public access TV. The issue on the structure is one, kind of the layered structure. There's a lot of kind of line staff, or then management line managers, and not very much ability to kind of differentiate and focus on certain key areas. The issue is responsiveness and being able to make sure certain things are being taken care of, where I can't delegate as many functions, say to purchasing, as I could to a deputy. Otherwise, I run into significant working out of class issues. The goal being then to make a leaner, flatter, I should say, organization. And so under the flatter organization, getting rid of the assistant CAO, you now create where you have a deputy CAO that is a general services type of position that can oversee facilities and maintenance, purchasing, your capital improvement projects, and then a budget and policy position that can oversee your budget, that can oversee your certain contracts like the public defender contract. And then again, here's where you have the deputy CAO for solid waste, overseeing integrated waste management, water policy and management. And then you provide a little more diffused structure that allows easier delegation of certain responsibilities and better responsiveness, particularly with taking on solid waste. Having a backup for Brian, if I'm not here and for some reason Brian's not here, to be up here or to oversee the office becomes more challenging without having another type of a deputy or using the deputy CAO model. You're kind of split on counties. This structure is mirrored after Tuolumne County in terms of how they operate. It's mirrored after, again, a number of other counties that are either already at this or going to this model because of the advantages. My feeling is, given the smaller size of the county, I don't know that having a higher level assistant CAO is the most appropriate course. So what is this going to cost? The net effect actually is a $36,000 savings to the administrative budget, and that's on the personnel. And I think that's important, again, to point out in that the goal here is not to add to the general fund problem, if anything, to try and solve it and recognize that under the current structure with the number of duties that are under the administrative office, some things are not being done to my level of satisfaction, particularly on the purchasing side, the capital improvement side. Staff have been working very hard at trying to get those online and functioning properly, but there's a fine line on how much I can give them without being too much. There are other personnel changes in my budget that I would have had better savings, unfortunately, but I am assuming 50% of the hearing office clerk because of the 8.06 hearings that we'll be doing for general abatements, assuming the board passes the changes that are coming back in July for 8.06. I am seeing some salary savings from retirement of a long-term employee with a lot of seniority and longevity. So total salaries and benefits are being reduced by about $53,150 through my budget. My changes in my FTE, and I realize it was on the one chart, I should have clarified this better. Fiscal year 17-18, I have 6 FTEs in administration. 18, and I should have said 18-19, not 18-18. Is actually 6.1 FTEs because 10% of the deputy CAO over integrated waste and water policy would be charged to my budget. The rest would be correctly charged in the IWM budget outside of the administrative budget. So the increase that this proposal would do is 0.1 FTEs. So given that there is a savings and revenue neutrality to this proposal, my request is that the board do approve this restructure when we get to that point. So in closing, for the overall presentation, again, I want to acknowledge the board, one, for their continued support, for their willingness to let us implement a new system in the middle of the budget, this budget cycle. It's been a really crazy budget cycle, and I'll be looking forward to having some sleep when all's said and done. But it's also at the same time, I think, once we get the kinks out, once we identify the pain points, it's going to be far better. I also want to thank the auditor controller. She was instrumental in making this transition with the system possible, and also for being very collaborative during this budget cycle. Information technology and all of information technology, but specifically also Barbara Biddick for her tireless hours. There were many times that emails were going back on trying to get this system to be operating at 1 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning, as we were trying to get things smoothed out and taken care of and ready for prime time, so to speak. My office staff, again, tremendous work, working long hours, trying to make sure that all of this information got in there correctly. Human resources and risk, also a much more collaborative process that we worked out this year, where we got to work as that budget team, try and make sure that we don't miss anything and hopefully result in fewer errors. And then, of course, department heads and fiscal staff for meeting with us, taking the time, working with myself, my staff, being as accommodating as they could be, and overall being willing to embrace this new system, albeit sometimes reluctantly. So with that, then, those are my recommendations. Conducting the public hearing, receive my presentation, provide direction on those changes, and then June 26th, it'll come back for the board to adopt the budget with those requested changes, the position change resolution, capital asset resolution, and special district designated fund resolutions.
Supervisor Olivera, the lights on?
It is, Mr. Chair. Quick question, Mr. Lutz, on your reorganization. So as I understand it, you're going to add one FTE, and you're going to save $53,150.
Yes.
And you're going to be, is it promoting or just name change, or?
Some of both. So in the
Some of
case
both?
of my assistant, obviously we are deleting the position. That would mean a demotion to a deputy CIO position.
Is there going to be any incurred costs for training, i.e. computer systems, software, new computers? Is that going to be a factor?
There would be a new computer if and when we got to the point of hiring the additional analyst position, which was accounted for in the budget.
And if there'd be any location changes, that'd be taken care of under the facilities budget, is that correct?
Location changes.
Offices, partitions, whatever.
Yeah, it would. If it was directly in the admin budget, it would actually be in the admin budget, but we wouldn't anticipate that. That wouldn't be that wouldn't be an incurred cost that we'd be expecting. We built out more cubicles, like in the OES area. I feel confident that we have space.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Mills, your lights on?
Yes, thank you. Tim, we looked at about a $2.1 million mid-year salary savings.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the number right in front of me, but that,
Believe it.
my guess is you do,
Okay.
and yes.
Are you estimating what it will be at year end?
Yes, at year end, I should have pulled that number, and I will have that for you for tomorrow.
Okay. The 26 FTE total that you've listed in your request is going to increase the budget by what amount?
The estimate that we're doing on increasing that budget is...
Because this is all over various departments.
Yeah. And I think, Krista, do you have the final reconciled list that... And I will say that 26 FTE...
That's what I didn't see here.
Yeah, that 26 FTE is going to be across the entire county. What we were specifically looking at right now on this case was what had the general fund impact and general funded departments, which is what I asked Krista to do an analysis on as well.
Excellent. While they're doing that, we expended $500,000 on transit, if you recall, to make up
yes.
for a shortfall. Are we going to be able to recover that $500,000?
Are we talking about last year's $500,000? Most of it. There was some residual, I want to say about $15,000 that was remaining the last I heard. Yeah, is that about right? The more questionable piece is going to be this year, and when we close this year, because of, yes, it will.
That's my point.
Probably in the $250,000 to $300,000 range is I think a risk exposure.
Well, as both of us, Supervisor Tuff and I myself, sit on COG, is something we're very aware of, and just so the rest of the board understands that that's going to be a hit. Yeah, I'm interested to see what the numbers are when you take all of the additional positions that have been requested, as to what that cost is.
Did Clyde get a copy, or did we not get a copy?
Going there.
Do we have copies for them? And for the public? Okay.
There should have been 8.
Another question would be is that how many of these general fund positions that were not filled last year are still in the budget for this year, and maybe we should consider pulling them out of the numbers because it looks like we're possibly not going to fill them at all.
So if I'm understanding the question, so the positions that have been vacant for longer than a year specifically, not one that necessarily had.
No.
Okay. I don't know if Judy's in here now or not, to know even how easily that type of a report could be run.
I don't have it with me, but I can get one together.
Thank you. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Yeah, we did list the order, and the sheriff's office was the first up for their presentation.
Yes. Being requested a short break, we'll take a 5-minute break.
That'll work.
All right, we're back in session, and we will start with the sheriff's presentation. Mr. Macedo, Captain Macedo.
Good afternoon, Jim Macedo, Sheriff's Office. A couple of quick introductions. Obviously, the Sheriff, Rick DiBasilio, doesn't need much of an introduction, but he is here. He'll handle some of the questions today. And the Sheriff's Office Business Administrator, Maria Hinsey, who's largely responsible for the bulk of the work in our budget, will also be taking and possibly answering some questions. We have a very short PowerPoint. I know certain members of the public and the board have been through some of our longer budget presentations today. Depending on questions, should be relatively short. We have a total of, I think, 7 slides. That includes the header slide and the question slide, so it's going to be pretty short. We did meet with the CAO and his staff to try and work through some issues and some disagreements, and we've found a certain amount of common ground, although I will tell you the Sheriff's Office asked for significantly more than we are receiving, and we'll talk about some of those requests and how they're going to move into the following fiscal year as it relates to positions and some equipment. First slide, please. So this is just a overview of the sheriff's vehicle requests. The First item is just our patrol cars that we're requesting. These are marked sheriff's patrol vehicles. We are requesting 4 of those. Those are general fund requests for a total of $289,000. We are in need for a new boating safety truck. We are going to pay for that truck with AB 443 Rural Sheriff's Funds for a total of $85,600. The next item is unmarked detectives vehicles. There's 4 of those. Those are broken up. We're requesting 2 of those be paid for by the general fund. 1 is going to be paid for by asset forfeiture funds, and the bottom one there is going to be paid for by Assembly Bill 443 funds. The next vehicle is a supervisor for the investigations in marijuana and/or marijuana unit. We are in need of an additional vehicle. We have a supervisor right now with a very high mileage vehicle. That is a general fund request for $68,000. And then lastly, we have 2 unmarked utility vehicles. That is also to offset 2 supervisors' vehicles that have very high mileage that also respond to call-outs after hours. And those are Assembly Bill 443 for a total of $98,300.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
Is it okay if I ask a question, Mr. Newberg? I just want to make sure that that way I'm following along. On the supervisor vehicle, is that the truck, F-150 truck? Do you recall, or is that a different vehicle?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm following along.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay.
The cost of those vehicles, if anybody in the public or the board is wondering why they're so high, that also comes with all of the emergency operations equipment, including radios, computer systems, sirens, light bar, those type of things. And then it also, some of those vehicles include some cages. We are not allowed to store unlocked firearms in our vehicles. It's now a misdemeanor, so we have some built-ins within the vehicle to store some specific equipment that we don't want getting stolen or misplaced.
Captain, thank you for coming. Captain, on the vehicles, are these going to be replacing any vehicles?
Yes, they will be.
And the radios, lights, cages, computer systems, can they be used in the new vehicles, or are they purchased new?
So these are all purchased new. We do maintain those and use some of the stuff for salvage parts, albeit not in the new vehicles, but if we have damage to other vehicles, so we do have a surplus. Some of the technology changes significantly. Some of these vehicles that we're replacing have well in excess of 200,000 miles on them, and they're a very old vehicle. The radio technology has changed significantly since it was put in there. So while it's no longer able to be transferred in the new vehicles, and we do that if we have a vehicle accident where a vehicle's totaled, we will transfer newer equipment into newer vehicles, but we are not in the business of transferring old equipment into new vehicles just because of maintenance and problems associated with the vehicle working with the new equipment.
Yeah, thank you.
Captain, I got a question.
Yes.
On your computers that you're adding to these vehicles, are these tough books on a cradle?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions on vehicles? Okay. Next slide. Next, and this is one of our more important slides of the presentation, these are our academy positions. So the Sheriff's Office has a known vacancy rate, which will be outlined in a slide in a moment, and we are having some success at recruiting new people that are newly interested in law enforcement, both locally, people that reside within Calaveras County, and people from outside of Calaveras County. They are expressing a far more greater interest in coming to work for us than those that have already gone through a police academy or those that are already working for a law enforcement agency. A lot of that is due to pay. I'm not going to go down that road right now. That's neither the time nor the place. But this is where we are seeing some success in our recruitment. So what we are trying to do, because we are losing people for a variety of reasons, which I'll touch on in a moment, but we are trying to feed more people in, okay, on the front end through the academy, so that when we do lose people, we are not staffing our shifts and our assignments below safety standards or minimum standards as it relates to patrol deputies. So we're trying to put more people into the system. That way, when we do lose people or people do promote, we are not having a 6 or 8 month lag time on trying to get those positions refilled. I won't go back into the length of time with this board. I believe they're all fairly well educated on how long it takes us to hire staff, whether as it relates to our backgrounds, but I do want to touch on that. Those academy positions are not easy to come by. The agencies, we have to kind of compete with other agencies to even get those slots. That's very difficult to do when the county hasn't approved the budget positions. That's where your elected sheriff can come in and call his fellow elected sheriffs. So we have to kind of scratch and claw to get those positions saved for us. We've been successful in doing that. So we have 10, we want to put 10 people into the academy, 10 sheriff's recruits. These are new people not employed by the sheriff's office that do not have full-time law enforcement experience. However, they could be a sheriff's intern who is an unpaid intern. And then we have one limited term position, which that is a flexible position that we may come back to the board and ask that to flip that into a recruit. And that is if we decide to take an individual currently employed by our department and put them in the academy. There's a little bit of a cost difference because they maintain benefits. We don't want to penalize our employees, having them jump from, say, the jail to patrol, and they all of a sudden have to lose their benefits and risk losing their job by going into the academy. So that's something we worked with Human Resources on a few years ago to fix, and it's been successful to that point. Yes?
Captain, I don't want to I don't want to get into this because I'm sure you've told us this before.
Sure.
But when we send someone through an academy, do they have an obligation? I mean, when ROTC paid for me to go to school,
Yeah.
I owed them 5 years afterwards.
Yes. So we do have a promissory expense note that they sign and agree to reimburse us for academy and training costs should they leave. And I can tell you we have recovered those costs from some employees that have left, and we're currently in the process of doing that now with one particular employee.
Thank you.
Sure. The academy expenses for the academy itself are roughly $55,000 for, that's if all 11 positions were approved. And that covers everything from uniforms, firearms, their salary, and the academy costs. Any questions on academy positions or why we are headed down that path?
Captain,
Yes.
one quick question. Is there any lodging or any per diem or costs or anything when we send somebody to the academy?
Things have changed. Supervisor Oliveri used to be required to live at the academy and the barracks and experience all of that. That enjoyment. Most academies are commuter. Academy attendees are commuter attendees, so we do not have housing costs. We do not incorporate that in there. We require them to have their own housing, pay for their own meal expenses.
Okay, thank you.
How many people do you have in the academy right now?
4.
You have 4, and those are funded. Do you have any funded positions beyond that from
Yes.
last year?
Many.
So
15.
15.
15.
So you're asking, in addition to those 15, these 10 or these 11?
No. So let's step back for a moment. So we have 4 that are going to be graduating from the academy next month, okay? And we are asking to put 11 more into the academy. We currently have 15 vacancies overall, so the math matches up.
Yeah, okay, but my question is, do you have openings, do you have funding right now in the current year?
Yes.
For more than the 4 that are in the academy?
Yes.
You do. How many
Yes.
of those do you have?
It would be 11, but we also have a significant amount of salary savings. The CAO touched on that briefly.
I'm aware of that.
So yes, there's plenty of money, salary savings to pay for those. However, keep in mind, we are ending the fiscal year, so we're talking about next year's budget.
Correct. Okay.
Captain, you touched on salary savings, so I'm just going to ask the question now. And that is that how much salary savings do you see that you'll be at by year end?
So I'll let Ms. Hinsey answer that question. I believe it's a moving target, and I'll let Ms. Hinsey answer the question.
Can you turn on your microphone?
I have a forecast.
Maria, can you turn on your microphone?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Not from there.
Not from there. Turn on the other one. There you go. Now we got you covered.
Even
Scary.
better, thank you. I actually have a forecast as to the return, the expected return to the general fund on each of the major general fund areas. So I have it in a broader paintbrush than what you're asking. But I am forecasting to return from within the patrol budget, which is our main budget. When I get to the right page.
sorry to delay.
Do you possibly want to look it up later and get back to me later on that?
We'll get you a solid number. It was approximately 600,000.
It is. I'd like to be able to find it at this moment, but I'm not finding it.
And that's
Supervisor
just,
Mills.
That's just patrol?
Oh.
We have the numbers broken down between patrol and the jail
Yeah, if I could
specifically,
get
so I'll
both.
let her search for that. But since you brought it up, that is an important topic to bring up because this is part of the negotiations and conversation we had with the CAO's office. So that money is going to be swept away from the sheriff's office and put back into the general fund for expenses. Now, some of that could be coming back to the sheriff's office, but I do think it's important for the board and the public to understand that money doesn't automatically return back to the sheriff's office, nor are we allowed without question to just utilize that funds to do with what we want back at the sheriff's office the following fiscal year. You and I have had some conversations publicly about the benefits of incentivizing cost savings within agencies to be able to reutilize those at a later date when we have purchases. I talked to the CAO about that. I still think that's a path the county needs to look at. I don't want to overstep the board's authority. However, I do think there's some significant benefits in taking a look at that, probably not during budget hearings, but at another time.
Thank you.
Do you have your numbers? Okay.
Captain, one quick question. How many people do you have assigned to patrol? How many slots?
That is a moving target. Well, slots, I think we're at 24. Yeah,
24 assigned positions?
24 patrol slots according to our current schedule, non-contract slots.
Okay.
Those
How
are
many,
general.
how many do you have filled?
It really depends on the given day, Supervisor Oliveira. I don't know where we're at. I would have to firm that up for you. 19, it generally floats around 19, but we've had some people leave within the last week, and we've had to move some staff into some contract positions and back and forth.
So we're not filling on the beats.
Actually, let me answer this. Let me answer it this way because this is probably a lot more telling. We are at bare minimum staffing, and we're actually below that, and we're having to fill it with overtime. So we're having a problem, and that's part of the problem with our position allocations. We are always at bare minimum staffing according to our policy and safety standards, and we're constantly below that when somebody leaves because of all the moving parts that need to occur. And what's the problems relating to that are we're driving overtime up, and we're tiring staff out.
Thank you.
Can I have a follow-up question to that, just because I want to make sure it's clear for the record and in terms of the staffing, the issue is more because of the vacant positions in addition. I mean, it's not that your total allocation is so low that you're in danger. It's that because of all the vacant positions and keeping the people that puts you on that edge. Is that a fair statement? We are understaffed, and when it comes across the board to total sheriff's office positions, and that's another study session that the board's well aware of. Compounding that problem is we are short-staffed within our allocated positions. During the recession, we lost a significant amount of positions. Some of those did return with grants, but we are still understaffed when it comes to general fund county positions. Contributing to that, we are suffering from a significantly high known vacancy rate, and that is compounding the problem across multiple divisions, but specifically patrol and the jail and a little bit in dispatch. Did you get a chance to read my report in the narrative summary?
Which part are you referencing?
On the CAO recommended piece where I kind of compared staffing rates across.
Yes, Supervisor Mills, and I'm sorry, Mr. Lutz, yes, and if you're referring to the graph, your graph is unfortunately way off and way out of date. When you're talking about population versus deputy, that standard is no longer being used. It wasn't being used in 1997. You're more interested in response times than per person, per deputy, per population, if that's what you're referring to. So I didn't know you were putting that in there. Had I known, I would have contacted you early on, and that is not very contemporary. That is very outdated and not modern law enforcement. That's not how we staff things.
Okay.
So, Captain, not to belabor the point, is that you've been carrying a 20% vacancy rate as of June of this year?
Let's jump to the next slide.
Thank you.
Hopefully that answers your question, or maybe a couple forward.
I think it's a couple forward.
Can you jump forward again, please, Mary? Right there. Okay, so this is for patrol deputy sheriffs. So between May 2015 and May 2016, we had an average vacancy rate of 17 employees out of 58 funded positions, or 29% if you're a percentage person. The following fiscal year, it was at 18. However, we saw a small bump and increase in positions. That was due to us obtaining some grant positions. And then 17, 18, you could see another drop in funded positions. We had lost some grants, or a specific grant that timed out, and we had the marijuana, absorbing some of the marijuana staff, and our vacancy rate was at 19%. So the average over that three-year period is 26%. Now, if you're 26% of 10,000, that number is much easier to manage, but when you're 26% of that low number, I think that demonstrates the point I was making earlier, whereas you know, it significantly impacts the divisions more so when you're looking at 26% of 50 people being gone as opposed to 1,000. Yes.
Captain, when we voted in some significant pay raises for deputies this year, are you seeing is that working? Are we going to fill these places up? I mean, we added a big chunk of money to the general fund expenses for existing positions. Is it working so far?
So I'm going to briefly answer that, but the sheriff has spent a lot more time working with staff on that, and the union specifically. So I'm going to have him answer the bulk of that. But here's what I can tell you, Supervisor Garamendi. That percentage number jumped out at me because I've been here for a long time, and I think it was a significant raise. The problem is the deputy's hourly rate is so low that when you're talking about 15% of $23, it is only equating to about $3 an hour more. And when you can drive a short distance away and almost double your pay, that is what's really going on. They were appreciative of the raise, don't get me wrong, and I don't want to speak for any of the unions, but while that percentage seems high, and it is high, the dollar rate that these deputies are making is so low when it's compared to our competitors, and that's really what you have to look at. It did not have the cause and the desired effect that I think the board was hoping for and we were hoping for. So no, they've left in significant numbers since the raise.
Yeah, I believe if you recall, there was a letter sent to all the board members from a deputy that has been here for 21 years, and he was very specific in his letter that it was a little too late, or too little too late, basically, is what the bottom line was. He keeps, and again, it doesn't reflect on you folks because you haven't been in your chairs for that long, but the time frame that as I was a DSA president for many years, continually asking for raises and raises, we never got them. Everybody else's raises kept going up, and our deputy stayed the same. If you go to Placer County, the way that theirs is set up is that they have to stay at a certain rate above 6 departments that they are compared to at all times. So even when we were staying stagnant back in 2008, 9, 10, and so on, other departments were getting raises. Placer County was also getting raises. Bottom line is, we haven't seen the raises that other departments have. And I've said it before, as a sergeant, I could have went to Amador County and made $10 an hour more. So when you look at a retrospect, as a sergeant, I ended up being a 17% raise. It's about a $3 or $4 an hour raise. It's still $6 an hour less than going across the river. So it just goes back to the pay is low, and a lot of these folks know that, and our attrition rate is going to continue until we fix that. How we fix that, I don't know.
Captain, the question would be, in terms of strategy, I wasn't hesitant when I was in business to headhunt. Is there a strategy that could be incorporated here that you could use?
Yes. So the sheriff's office has been in discussions with the CAO's office, as well as internally, to look at bringing in a marketing firm. It's a little bit unconventional when it comes to law enforcement. And I want to be clear, this is not a headhunting firm. This is not a hiring firm. This is a firm that basically with experience in selling a product. And what we've learned in law enforcement is we're competing against other law enforcement agencies for staff. And with what salaries are in California, especially in the Bay Area, which we are close to, and believe it or not, we do compete with the Bay Area, we need somebody to come in and sell Calaveras County. We've been surveying applicants and surveying people, and I know HR has done some work as well. But what we've found is we really suffer from a lack of identity, specifically the Calaveras County overall. People don't know where it is. People even in Stockton and Modesto, especially under a certain age, have no clue where this county even is. Therefore, they're not even going to apply to come here because they think it's in some far-off land. We've had some issues with our website, and so basically I could spend, and we will be coming to you with a package, but we've developed a request for expression of interest. Internally, it's done. It's going to the CEO's office this week to form a committee to try and look at actually bringing some firms in. We did bring a couple of firms in early on, asked them to take a look at us for free and just tell us what they think they could do for us. They showed us some comparisons, granted non-law enforcement comparisons, and I can tell you there's one county, and I'm sorry to step aside, but I think this is funny. There is one county that this firm did some work for as it relates to tourism, not law enforcement. And I happen to know this county fairly well, and it is in the far northern reaches of this state, and it makes Calaveras County look like, it makes us look incredibly metropolitan. It is a very rural county, and nobody vacations there, and the stuff they did for that county made it look beautiful. I wanted to go there after I got done watching the thing. They did a fantastic job with this particular county. So I was encouraged by talking to them and listening to them. One of the firms we spoke with had a little bit of experience with some law enforcement. So, and if this works well, this could end up being a trend in law enforcement. I'd like to be on the front end of this as well as opposed to the back end on getting this firm in there to take a complete look at everything we're doing and just basically kind of peel us back and say this is where what you're doing right, this is what you're doing wrong, and we'll bring that back to you. But we're going to utilize AB 443 funds to do this.
You don't have any thoughts to lay anybody off, do you?
That depends on the results of the vote today, but no. And to answer your question, our anticipated salary savings is roughly $839,000 at the end of the year across all budgets, and that does not include encumbrances, the funds where we have expenses this year that aren't going to come in until next year. And Maria, if you want to elaborate on that, you're more than welcome to.
The return to the general fund is expected to be about mid-800,000, and that would be for all funds available to return back to the general fund across all of our general fund budgets.
Thank you.
Captain, I know we're not down to brass tacks yet, and we'll start going through all that. So this is kind of a broad question, but we've got those 15 slots, and as you pointed out, we're having a heck of a time filling them. Whatever our vacancies are, we're having a hard time. So in your request, we talk about more positions. Assuming we've got a zero-sum game and only so much money, would it be better if we had extra money instead of putting them to positions, putting them in, figuring out some mechanism to incentivize and fill those spots? Because you clearly have a crisis.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure what the right way to go about it is.
Yes.
Because they don't do us any good if they're not filled.
Yeah, the sheriff's working with Human Resources on an incentive program for staff. And I want to be clear, we're recruiting people, but we're not retaining them for a couple different reasons. And some of it's our own doing. Some of it, these people aren't meeting our standards and we're letting them go. We cannot, start to lower our standards in this line of work, or we're going to end up costing the county a lot of money with lawsuits and, employee and personnel problems, which are by nature inherent in this business. But nevertheless, so there's some people that aren't meeting our standards and we're letting them go. And there's been quite a few. But there's also people that are leaving because the job market right now, if you are even a remotely decent law enforcement candidate, now is a great time to be looking for a job in the state of California, and in particularly in this region right here. And to answer your question, we need a multi-prong approach. We need to look at pay, we need to look at recruiting, we need to look at obviously adding positions, but the positions that we need to add are specifically positions on the front end where we are showing some success. That way when we fix the other problems maybe relating to pay, then we won't have to stuff so many people in the academy. Maybe we can recruit a couple of laterals or some academy graduates. Even some of the academy graduates from Calaveras County don't want to work in Calaveras County. There's just not enough pay to keep them here at that young age. And lastly, if I can just touch back on the marketing firm real quick. The United States Army does a fantastic job with their marketing. I've watched them over the last couple of years. They know their environment. They know they're looking for young men and women of a certain age that have a certain kind of based education. And if you look, they go to high school football games. They're sponsoring Under Armour hockey games, football games. They're doing all their advertising in targeted fashions that are looking for young men and women. We're not doing that in Calaveras County. And one of the options that these firms have is geofencing our advertising. So should somebody come to Calaveras County, they can actually target them with advertisements on their phone. And one of the things I did not know until talking to this firm was with young millennial types, if you want to hire them, if they cannot do it on their phone, they're not going to do it. So we want to advertise to them on their phone while they're here for a concert or while they're sitting bored at home with their folks and try and catch them and bring them here that way and in that fashion. And this geofencing, and I don't know a lot about it, but it's targeted electronic monitoring using social media and the website. It's kind of similar to when if you look to buy a broom on Amazon, the next time you open the internet, you've got 10 brooms. You can't get away from brooms. Every time you flip a page, you've got somebody trying to sell you a broom. That's the thing. We want to sell Calaveras County, sell the sheriff's office through this targeted marketing, through geofencing, and we don't think we have the capabilities to do that internally in the county, so we need to hire a professional firm to help us with that.
Do we recruit from the Army?
We do. We do. We have several ex-Marines in our agency. We've reached out. We just
Excuse me, Captain, those are former Marines.
Former Marines. I was told there is no such thing as a former Marine.
No, there is no such thing as an ex-Marine.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. And we just lost a great employee. He was a sergeant. He was a retired major from the United States Army. Well-decorated guy, done some amazing things in his previous career, and he's retired, living the good life and well-deserved. So, yes, we do. Can we go back 2 slides, please? So with patrol, these are requests for new staff. One is a Sheriff's Services Technician 1 to assist our property room manager and crime scene investigator. The cost is laid out before you, and that position, based upon our recruiting and hiring, would not start till September 1st, and that's if we're successful. That is one position we have not had a hard time recruiting for. I think based upon television shows, everybody wants to be a crime scene investigator these days. We've had a lot of success in hiring local Calaveras County kids that went away, obtained their education, and came back. Our last 2 CSIs have been just that. Fantastic, young, hardworking ladies. The district attorney's office stole one of them. I'm still not happy with her over that, but we have a great lady working for us now. The next is 2 sheriff's investigators. These are going to be general fund positions. We are very short with detectives right now. We're short. We have a couple of detectives out on due to injuries. We were short beforehand. When we were down to 2 detectives a few weeks ago, and both of them got one was injured and one was sick. So we were at 0 essentially, and that's not a good place to be. We did have other staff filling in. We had supervisors stepping up, but we need to add the 2 additional investigators. They will also help with the marijuana investigations. That's why we're requesting they be general fund, because we don't know what the season and the next season are going to hold for us. I can tell you, since the due date, we're seeing a significant uptick in complaints about people continuing to grow. We want to be responsive to that. The board has acted. People are expecting services, so we don't want to provide them with excuses. We want to be responsive to enforcing what's taken place.
Confirming, I'm sorry to interrupt, the 47,530, that is per position?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to
Starting
make sure that
January
was clear.
1st, 2019. That's why it's low.
And that's at 50%, so next year that
It would be double. Absolutely.
And does that include benefits, or is that?
Yes, that is loaded.
That's benefit.
Yes. The next is not actual additional employees. That's divers, rescue divers, drowning recovery, and evidence recovery divers. A lot of the people that have left our agency just so happen to be divers. We've also had some promotions and some people who no longer are comfortable getting in the water. There's a certain amount of training that goes along with diving, so that is an anticipated training cost, part of what Mr. Lutz was speaking about earlier. So we need to expand, I shouldn't say expand, we need to replace the divers that are leaving. And as you all know, we don't dive by ourselves. There's usually multiple people on the boat, and there's a certain time frame with which we stay in the water, and there's people assigned to safety and what have you, so I won't get into the details. Yes. You're on, Maria. As soon as there you go. You're good. You're good.
I just wanted to clarify that the estimated cost there, the $1,800 per diver, is based on the estimated cost on the average salary. The way that the diving costs work is that it's a percentage of the base salary. It's called special pay for the divers. So it's a percentage. It's usually 2.5%. It's a special pay provision. And it runs on average about $1,800 per annum per diver.
Captain, are they self-certified diving?
No, we send them.
You send them to school
Yeah,
for training?
we'd like them to have some experience, obviously. We don't want to send somebody to an expensive school that's never been a diver. I mean, on occasion, we get some that are already previously trained, but, you know, we don't want somebody to find out that they can't dive or can't decompress or have issues while they're at school.
Now, is that a rescue diver certification?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's up and above the normal certification?
Yes, it is. And it's dangerous
So
work.
that's an added cost also?
It is. Cannabis enforcement, these are two Deputy 2 Step C positions funded at half the year. I mentioned being responsive again. They will work in tandem with the current marijuana enforcement team. This is something that we believe we needed to do this particular year to, again, be responsive. This is a group of positions we would have to take year by year to see what happens. At this time, I'm not prepared to talk about trends as it relates to what's happening in the county, but I can talk in just some generality. If the marijuana grows do tend to go indoors, those investigations are going to get more intensive on the front end. The actual intelligence gathering and securing of the search warrant becomes more difficult, more time consuming a little bit. So we would need those investigators. Now on the outdoor end, there's a little more labor involved in work, and we've spoken about how we have some contractors to help out, but they're not the the end-all be-all. But I do have a little bit of a concern about some of the grows being driven indoors, and there being a lot more time-consuming process on the front end as it goes to surveillance, securing search warrants, writing reports, getting enough probable cause to get in and conduct the investigation on the front end.
And why are we waiting to fill these positions at mid-year?
Because we have to hire them, Mr. Mills. We have to hire them. We have to hire back. We have to hire backfill. We can't just pluck people out of patrol. I talked about minimum standard, so we're not going to hire a brand new person. They're not capable of being a detective. So part of this was the negotiations and discussions with the county about budgeting for the year, but also we need to be realistic in the fact that we may not be able to get them hired based upon our hiring process until mid-year.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide.
Captain, one quick,
Yes.
before we go to dispatchers. How many people do we have on light duty?
I would have to consult with HR. We just got one back this last week. We just got notice. Sheriff, do you know?
I think right now we have 2 on light duty.
Just
And
a patrol?
For the benefit of the folks, can you explain what light duty assignments are?
Sure. Those are people who are either, well, actually, let me back up. Are you asking light duty? Because we have people that are off and out of work. And then we
I'm
have people
asking
light duty that actually come back to
assigned
work.
to work. What duties do they,
we
what
have
duties can they perform
Yeah, I
and
don't-
what duties are they prohibited from performing?
Well, it depends on which one you're talking about. We have one that was injured in an accident out at the fairgrounds. She can't do anything. So she's not even on light duty. She's just off.
She's on
work.
4850 time, which is
She's
the
basic-
disability time.
Right, and we have another one who also got injured on duty, and he's also 4850 time. And for the folks that don't know what that is, it's basically they're at home collecting a paycheck. They can't do anything. Once they get to a certain point, we can bring them back to light duty. I think we have correctional officers. I think I still have 4 people out on the corrections side that are on light duty, and they are, 2 of them are out completely. 2 of them are actually working in the booth doing some computer work and taking some phone calls and whatnot.
So no risk of conflict. And they're limited to the physical job that they're able to perform.
Well, they're
on a
limited to
temporary basis.
They're limited to what the doctor recommends that they can do.
Absolutely.
So if they can't do their physical job, that's why they're on light duty.
And when that light duty period extends out, what happens? Do they get retired?
Well, that depends on them. We have to make accommodations for them. We've had numerous accommodation hearings to try and put them into another department or another area within our department and or within the county. So that scenario goes on for quite a while.
And that's not very successful, is it?
Which part of it?
Reassigning a light duty?
Reassigning them? No, it's not.
Okay, but you still carry them on the books as a position?
Yeah, they're taking a hold. They're covering a position that we cannot backfill.
Okay, that adds to your not being able to staff your patrol units.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I just want to make sure we understood that.
We are running out of battery juice here, and apparently we don't have a plug. So can we go to the next slide? So the sheriff's requested 2 additional dispatchers. We currently have 1 dispatcher in the academy. We have another dispatcher that is going out for an unknown period of time as well. Dispatch has been staffed very thin as well, so that is a request that has come in from that the management of that area. And also we have a request for 2 additional correctional officers. Those are funded. Those are full year funding. Maria? Full year's worth of FTE for the full fiscal year. Okay. Questions about those 2 positions? Uh-oh. Any questions?
We have one slide left.
Yes, we do, and it's one we won't want to miss. So this next slide was separated from the original vehicle request. This is for an armored vehicle. You'll hear it be referred to as a Bearcat. That is a brand. We don't have any obligation to purchase that particular brand. This is an expensive item. The sheriff discussed this at a public event and had overwhelming support for purchasing this rescue vehicle. It's an armored rescue vehicle that could be utilized in a variety of different operations. We currently have a very, very old we have a very old and a not very dependable armored vehicle that we got from the United Nations several years ago. When we received it, it was baby blue and had a significant amount of rust. At the time we received this vehicle, the budget and the recession were in full swing and there were budget issues. We took it to a prison and we had prison inmates work on it, and they did a beautiful job of cosmetically improving it. However, the motor and the structural repairs of this vehicle, they are incredibly expensive. This is the sheriff can talk about the mechanics more so than I can, but this is a heavyweight vehicle and there's not a lot of parts readily available, and it is a very heavy vehicle that has to be towed whenever it breaks down. A few years ago, we were taking this vehicle to a high-risk search warrant involving some nasty gang members that were committing a lot of shootings in Stockton that were residing in our county, and the vehicle broke down on the way. And I will never forget that day, and I'm sure some other staff member and the folks that were counting on that vehicle will not forget it as well. This is a photo of a vehicle that's being used. You can see it's being used to rescue kids at a school. The sheriff talked about that in the public at a public event. And this type of vehicle is tested. It is reliable, but it is incredibly expensive. If you'll take a look at the bottom, what I did is I talked to our SWAT team and said, hey, what type of equipment do you need on this vehicle? Because this vehicle does not come fully equipped with the extras. So they worked with a vendor to get a rough estimate, and the estimated cost was $400,000. We are requesting $200,000 of general fund. The sheriff's AB 443 fund is going to contribute $150,000, and then the Friends of the Sheriff's Office have verbally committed $50,000 at this time. The Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office purchased this same vehicle a few years ago. They used Homeland Security grant funds to do that, as have some other agencies. Those funds went with the CAO's office when OES transitioned over. However, there could be some discussions about other funding sources, including teeter. I don't want to step in that at this point. That's up for the board to look at. I just want to talk about this vehicle and some of the expensive equipment, because as a taxpayer myself, I look at how much some of this stuff costs and I say, that sounds unreasonable, or oh my God. And when it comes to the sheriff's office equipment, when you have a major emergency, when the stuff hits the fan and things are bad, you can't say, time out, I need to go get this. Time out, I need to go get that. We do a lot of things behind the scenes. We pre-deploy equipment when we think we might have a bad event. We do it quietly to not scare the hell out of the public, but it's part of our profession. It's part of being ready. It's part of being prepared. We don't have the funding to put these at every school in the county. That's the bottom line. But if the stuff does hit the fan, regardless of whether it's at a school or somewhere else, I don't want an undependable vehicle and to have to make the decision to put 10 or 12 guys in that vehicle and send them into what can be a very deadly situation and not have them properly equipped. We don't get to go back. We don't get to go back. Everybody else goes back. The media goes back. The lawyers go back. Everybody else goes back and says, why didn't you do this? Why weren't you prepared? So this is part of modern policing. This is part of modern law enforcement. A couple of years ago, this was some bad thing, and everybody was turning them back, and I thought it was absurd. Why would you not want to have all the equipment you could possibly have to protect your citizenry when things go bad? I'm a big proponent of this vehicle. I had no idea how the public was going to respond to it, but based upon what I've heard from the meeting where it was announced, it was heavily supported, and I think that's a good thing. It is a tool, and it gets our staff close. And if it really does save one life, especially some poor school child, then I think it's every bit worth of that $400,000, and I think the parents of the school kids would agree. So I'm sorry, I don't mean to be melodramatic, but this I've been dealing with problems associated with not even having an armored vehicle and having to scratch and claw and get a used one that was beat to hell and beg somebody to patch it up, and now we're trying to do things right. So that's why we have this included. It is important to note, it takes a year to build this. We would like permission to purchase this thing and execute a purchase order this year, but it will not be part of this year's budget because it's a 300-day build out, and so it will actually be budgeted next year. But they're not going to say, Calaveras County, we're going to build this for you on your good word. We're going to need to execute some sort of purchase order. So we do want the board to take some action regarding this particular item. Did I explain that clear enough on the year-to-year issue, the build out? I'll take that as a yes. Okay.
Captain, you and I have had these conversations.
At least one, yes.
Yeah, I think that this needs to be a coordinated effort, whatever that funding is. If we're still able to get some type of funding through Homeland Security or other systems, because there's multiple ways to do it, as you know, it might take that coordinated approach to get it done. And I would expect that there would be some level of cooperation between the CAO's office and your office as to how that would work. But
well, I was going to say, and to be clear, the Homeland Security funds, the oversight piece comes with the OES, but there's a very separate process for Homeland Security funds. It's a committee of 5, including the sheriff, your Angels police chief, fire, public health, that basically review. We get an allocation of funds. That committee of 5 makes the determination. So it really is not going into the OES budget, nor is it swept. It really comes, the process itself hasn't changed in terms of that same committee is going to be reviewing it.
no, I have some understanding of it only because of the contacts that I've made and curious questions that I've done. So I'd appreciate that there be some cooperation in how that works.
I know you had a concern about maintenance cost, and we did look into that. I will tell you there's a little bit of a difference between the number you were told and the number I was given. Not significant, but $1,500 difference.
Okay. Is it higher?
Lower.
Really?
The information we received was lower than the information you had in your conversation.
Oh, very good.
What were those numbers?
I think 3,000 is what he had found out.
Yearly?
A yearly maintenance, yes. And I think we had about 1,500, 1,500.
So it's really not an expensive vehicle to maintain when you think about what it does for you. That's has to be part of the consideration.
Yeah, I have a question a bit that you need this. We'll get down to brass tacks, I guess, tomorrow and go line by line through everything. But, you know, anytime someone tells me it's going to take a year to deliver,
yeah,
I'm sure this isn't going to come as a surprise, but you're using AB 443. Perhaps we could figure out a way to loan you the general fund money so you could buy the whole thing, and then we take the second half out of next year's, pay for it over 2 years instead of 1 year, and we could work together. Just an idea of when we get there. We need it, we get that. I assume we get that, but we have to figure out a way to pay for it.
And I fully agree. I think that there's options within loaning, within funds. It's just a way to work around it, but it might be something we could spread over a number of years if we did it as a loan, rather than trying to do it as a one-time hit to a single year's budget.
Figure it out.
One stat I neglected, in the last year, we've utilized the armored vehicle 7 times, and that's because we knew it was running and healthy. We would have utilized it a few more times on a few more events. The other thing, the vehicle we have now is much larger than this one, and we have to choose very carefully what roads we take this up. When there's trees there, we don't want to get the thing stuck. Not talking about in the mud, but in between 2 trees. So this does have a lot more flexibility. It's a lot faster. It's a lot more efficient than what we're currently using. But to provide some stats, we utilized in the last year 7 high-risk search warrants.
In the perfect world, you wouldn't have to use it at all.
Agreed.
How many men can it transport with all the equipment that they have?
Depends on the size of the one we get, 10 or 12, but that's just inside. You'll see there's rails on the side and handrails. So depending on the event and what we're doing and the tactical approach will depend. It will actually double that if you utilize the rails. And then we have somebody who's assigned to just maintain that vehicle. They're a driver only. They're not an actual official SWAT operator. And they treat those like their child as best they can, and that's their sole job.
So is there a wall between the back and the driver's area?
No.
No, there's
No.
not.
That is a solid armored vehicle that's capable of taking a large round.
Thank you.
Just to give you a little mechanical background on the vehicle that we have. The vehicle weighs a little over 13,000 pounds. It's a 2-wheel drive vehicle. It has a 4-cylinder Toyota diesel engine in it. And when you go up Brisky Hill, you're lucky if you go 25 miles an hour. And when you go down, you better only be going 25 miles an hour because you don't know if it's going to stop at the bottom. This vehicle here is a Ford chassis. It's a Ford F550 chassis, and it comes with a 7.3 turbo diesel engine in it. So it will get around a whole lot better, and it doesn't weigh near with that Mamba that we have. That Mamba came from Africa, and that's where they used it out on the flat grounds. So 2 different completely types of vehicles. This vehicle has access through the back door, both side doors, whereas the Mamba has access only through the back door, so it takes a lot longer to get out. There are no side rails on it. This here again has side rails, so this is more conducive for the type of events that we're going to be dealing with.
And that 13,000 is empty. That's not with the 12 guys in the equipment.
That's empty, yes.
All piled in there, plus
Yeah,
the driver.
and that doesn't count the 100 gallons of fuel that goes in it, that it might take you to get somewhere and back.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I don't have any questions. Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you used your vehicle 7 times last year. All you need to do is use it once, and it pays for itself. I'm
Absolutely.
4 open police officers because we didn't have one.
And again, like the captain said, that was just 7 times that we utilized it. There are numerous other times we could have used it, but the time frame that it would take to get somewhere, the fact that it maybe not have been running, there was a whole lot of other issues going on. We would have utilized it a lot more.
Don't need to oversell it.
Yeah,
I support it.
I appreciate it.
Well, the question would be then with the jail, you were at 31% open positions as of the June of this year?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You had 31 open positions as of June of this year in your jail
31?
staff? 31%.
Oh, 31%, I was going to say. That's half my place.
Is it easier to recruit for the jail than it is for the patrol staff?
Well, obviously, as you well know, patrol staff takes a different type of person. It takes someone who's a police officer. We can take a kid right out of high school who's 18 years old from Calaveras High or Bret Harte High and bring them into the jail to employ them as a correctional officer. They go through a 6-week academy as opposed to a 6-month academy. And the benefit is now if we have someone who comes in at 18, he works with us for 3 years, he turns 21, and we have the ability to send him to the police academy, and that keeps them invested in the county, and he has a little bit of institutional knowledge on who he's going to be dealing with. And that was the program that Ms. Hawkins and I, through HR, started back up to take people from within the department and move them over to the patrol side.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
I do have a couple questions about, one is on marine.
Marine safety?
Yeah, marine safety. You're asking for $547,971 this year, appropriations. That's your request. Last year, final budget, we only had $305,940. And to date, you've only used $287 of that. So I'm questioning why we're doubling. Well, we're not doubling, but we're asking for $210,000 more.
That includes the boat. That's the overall budget. I can't tell what page you're referencing, but I'm assuming you're referencing the overall budget for marine
Correct,
safety.
the overall budget.
And that includes the boat.
The boats that you had up there.
No, we are getting a new boat for marine safety, and that also, Maria, includes the vehicle, I believe. And then we are putting new stairs. Yeah. What does that include? It would help if you could reference what page you were.
What you had here.
What page you on?
I'm on page 501.
Thank you.
501.
So the budget for marine safety includes a sergeant and 1 deputy. And at this time, that position is being vacated. The officer's leaving our employment. But in addition to that, we are asking for the largest changes in the department is for the dive team equipment. That's the most significant change that's occurring that would escalate the cost over the prior year. And that is the equipment that's needed for the 5 dive team members that we talked about earlier on in the presentation. And that's about $10,000. In addition to that, what I hadn't been doing, and I insist on doing it this year, is I am dedicating the fuels for all the respective budget units to the appropriate budget unit. It was that the patrol unit was picking up the costs for the alternate units. I do not feel that satisfactory, so I'm now allocating or requesting the allocations of the fuel, gasoline for the vehicle and gasoline for the boat, be appropriated in marine safety. So that increased the cost from fuel, which used to be just for the boat, at $1,000 up to $11,000. So that's an increase that I could discuss with you on that. And then further, as the captain was saying, a significant increase that goes to the bottom line is for the boat. But the boat is being fully reimbursed by the state, so it's actually revenue neutral, revenue expense neutral. And then one final thing I'd like to add is that historically the overtime, to the appropriate page, I must have fumble fingers today. Historically, the overtime hours that had been deployed was this year about 671. The year prior, a little over 350. This year, we're asking for 1,160 hours because basically each year we're having to come mid-year and make an adjustment for overtime. So rather than reapproach it mid-year and have to readjust things, we're just coming up front and being straightforward about the need. And that need of increasing the overtime hours to a little over 1,100 hours at the new increased rates that our deputies obtained from their salaries brought the overtime costs up from what was $30,000 to $80,000.
So that was the budget employee cost increases associated with the MOU, the contract and the MOU.
And then I'm going to go jump to the jail. I'm at 503. And line item 5271, professional services and specialized services.
271, sir?
5271.
Yeah, 271 is a line item that's actually a shared line item. There's a matching line item in, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. 271 is actually the CFMG contract. That is the nursing contract for the jail. And what inflated that recently is we now have coverage in the evenings and the weekends. And the board was gracious enough to take care of that for us. I think it was just this past year. Escalated costs for this coming year brings that cost
All
up.
right, well, that answers that question.
And I am showing $25,000 for the marketing contract.
Yes, sir.
that,
And then
Captain
that was going to be
Casino
my
also
very
Later
next
brought up.
point.
Was
And
part of that 641?
Yes.
Yeah.
That
thank
the
you.
department mark-
CEO, let's-
The marketing program.
Yes,
for
we're splitting it between the jail and patrol.
Okay, so it's shared.
So you're
25
recruiting, he's marketing for.
Yes, because there's attribution for the marketing in both sides of the house.
All right, support that, thank you.
I do
You're
have one
welcome.
question.
You're very welcome.
I do have a question. Are the 2 drones working okay?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So that worked out.
Yes, sir.
Captain, one quick question. Let's go back to marine safety. How many boats do we have now?
We have 3 boats that are in operation. We're in the process of returning an older boat. We have 2 patrol boats and a dive boat. And when we're obviously in the process of getting another boat, which will replace one of the current boats. The state provides those boats to us through, it's changed departments. It's now Division of California State Parks, Division of Boating and Waterways. So they provide those with those funds. We compete for those funds with other agencies, but we've had a long-standing, pretty good relationship with them. And throughout the year, I've come to the board with little bits of money here and there where they've had extra money and they've offered it for us to purchase equipment or other things. So they've been a pretty decent partner with us. And they provide the boats, but they don't provide the vehicles. And unfortunately, our vehicle is old. That's why this year we're utilizing the AB 443 funds to purchase a replacement vehicle.
So basically, the state buys the boat.
Correct.
That's through the marine safety program.
Correct.
And we have 3 boats. We're going to get another boat. We're going to replace one. So that leaves.
We're getting rid of one. Yes, we have 3 boats, 2 patrol boats and a dive boat, and they're different. The 2 patrol boats are similar. The dive boat is different. We're in the process of applied for the state and received, I believe, notice we're getting another boat, whether it was formal or verbal at this point, I'm not sure. So once that one comes in, we will either maintain an extra boat or get rid of an older one, depending on maintenance and what's going on.
So what happens to those funds when we get rid of an older boat?
The state takes that back. We don't.
State
we
takes
do not
it back.
receive. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't make any money on that, do we?
No. No, but I will tell you, they provide a service for us by providing us with those boats.
Correct.
And I can tell you, drowning, without getting into too much details, when you have a drowning, you have people on shore, you want the best resources in the world you have, and you have a family watching you from 20 feet offshore, and you're trying to recover a loved one. Again, it goes back to having the equipment ahead of time as opposed to not having it.
And we have one sergeant assigned to marine safety,
Correct.
and we had a deputy assigned to it also?
Correct, and we're doing a bit of a reorganization this year as well. And we're going to merge it with our lake contracts and cross-train some people so that we have a lot more flexibility in the event we have an emergency event. We have people trained, and it'll also help us because part of our departmental management problem with staff leaving is having staff trained. With such new staff coming in, we're behind the curve, so we need to get back ahead of that. So we're going to kind of cross-train some folks so that when somebody goes out sick or injured or school or court, we can move them out of marine safety, have them work a lake contract, and we still recover the fund for revenue.
We talked about $11,000 in overtime.
Yes.
Where do we incur overtime on that?
It depends. Like I said, if we have a drowning, those get expensive depending on how long it takes us to locate the person. If we utilize, we have complaints, a significant amount of complaints at certain lakes relating to noise and wild boating. We have DUIs. We actually do the BUIs. We do accident investigations. Those sometimes occur after hours, and we have to call people out. We've already done Memorial Day weekend. We did a large enforcement thing to kind of set the message for the year. We put all of our boats out and had some good statistics and success come out of that. And we try to do a lot of preventative measures. specifically on the shoreline with young kids, getting them into life jackets, walking the shoreline, talking to parents. We actually kind of we have a bad drowning problem at a particular lake, and it happens between 2 dates, so we really saturate that lake ahead of time to try and do some preventative stuff to prevent that.
It's a pretty good program, good marketing program, isn't it?
I never got to work boats, at least as a full-time job. I've been out, but it was never an assignment. And believe it or not, some people love it, and some people don't want anything to do with it. So. That'd be tough. I don't know.
That was in the Speedo.
Yeah.
You had a water ski injury.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I wish.
Captain, one last question. There was a time when we utilized extra hired deputies on Marine Patrol.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we're not able to do that anymore.
We still could. So we've had 2 iterations of that. At one point in time, we had extra hires, and it was a set amount, said you can work boating safety, but this is all you're going to get paid. But the sheriff's talked heavily about overtime issues, and so we just don't have a lot of deputies wanting to work overtime. They're tired from all the required overtime. So we have actually supplemented our staff with sheriff's volunteers just to ride around in the boat, to be an extra set of eyes to help when pulling up next to another boat. But no, we don't have a group that's interested or willing to go out and work boating safety. So we're supplemented it. We work with Tuolumne County and Amador County very closely. But believe it or not, right now we don't have, there's not a lot of people signing up for overtime right now because a lot of it's already being required of them elsewhere.
Thank you, Captain.
Yeah, just a point of note, I noticed that you're going to be pretty static in your reserve funds from this year to next year, about $3 million, give or take a little bit.
Yes, sir.
And that is even with all of the adjustments that we've talked about to this point?
Which reserve funds are you speaking of?
I'm just going down the list of all of them that are on the report.
So you're talking about our designated funds?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is on page 51. But I added it all up as to what you had. What you intended to have as of June of 2018 is $3,047,000, and June of 2019, $2,994,000. So
it would be much easier for me if you went through each specific fund and I can address those as opposed to overall, so we can make sure we're comparing.
All I'm trying to do is be sure that whatever we're allocating or you're planning on allocating out of it, like AB 443, that
Sure.
you're going to maintain a pretty static level here.
Which is our goal. And I will tell you that the difficult thing about looking at our designated funds is it often leads one to believe, wow, the sheriff's office has all this money.
No,
It does
I'm not
not
there.
show what it's committed to for the next fiscal year. It
No.
does not show what's committed to beyond that. And there are times we specifically save designated funds for years knowing we have a big expenditure coming up. And the AB 443 is one of them. I mentioned the Cal ID when we have to purchase the fingerprinting machines. Those are expensive. So that's all part of Sheriff's Office management and administration.
No, I'm not speaking to it in any way of challenging what you have. I'm simply wanting to be sure that you're maintaining a static number here, even through all of the other discussion we're having regarding your expenditures. We know this isn't one-time money because there is money coming in at the end during the year to backfill it. But I just want to be sure that we're not impacting it in a negative way with whatever decisions we're making.
Sure. We are hitting AB 443 harder this year than we ever have in the past,
Right.
with the exception of the recession year.
Yeah, because they do list what your income levels are for the year and expenditures, so, thank you.
Yes, that's correct.
Can I just take a quick moment to apologize to Mr. Lutz? I was a little short with him on the law enforcement comment with the grass, Mr. Lutz. Unfortunately, I've had somebody do that to me in public before, and it was not you. And so I want to apologize. You've been a professional and worked with us, and I apologize for being short with you. I just
No offense taken.
I reacted to that, and I was a little shorter than I would like to have been.
You missed this morning, so you were kind to us.
Okay.
All right, we're back from break. And I want to talk a little bit about how we're going to proceed going forward from here. We're going to have Barbara from the district attorney, or the district attorney, give her presentation. Public Works, I'm being told, does not have a presentation. Is that correct? So then we're going to move on to Leslie Davis, and we'll try and finish today. Then we will come back tomorrow here at 9 a.m. and reopen the hearing at that time. And we'll have any board questions that may have come up and need to be answered. And then I will open it up to public comment at that time. And then we will close public comment and the board will go into deliberations at that time. So just so we clarify, we're going to get to public comments on this whole agenda and the whole budget hearing sometime tomorrow in the AM. Okay, so Barbara. Yes, we'll come back here at 9. The board will have questions, but we won't go into deliberations until after public comments. Then I'll close public comments, and then we'll go into deliberations. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Good
Barbara,
afternoon or early evening. Barbara Uke, District Attorney. My presentation today is without PowerPoint. I didn't have any particular plans to go over the whole budget or for my victim services grants. My purpose is to specifically let you know that on page 232 of your budget book, I assume you have the same page numbers. This is the second textual page of the budget memo where it has the CAO's recommendation. The recommendation states that the CAO is recommending my budget request, and the big piece of that is the cannabis deputy district attorney. This is the brand new position that I'm requesting to be embedded with the sheriff's office with their marijuana enforcement unit. Those of you who have been around for a little while may recall that in its former versions, I've come before you asking for a 4-person unit. That would be a prosecutor, an investigator, a forensic accountant, and a support person. Through discussions with the CAO's office and the auditor and HR, I scaled that back to what position I thought was the most important position given the sheriff's office efforts at building their investigation staff for cannabis, and that would be a prosecutor. And it has to be a high-level prosecutor because of the job that they would be doing embedded with the sheriff's office. It's a mixed civil and criminal caseload. It would be somebody who could do the high-level investigation support and also prosecutions for environmental crimes, for the financial crimes, asset forfeiture, for all of the big laundry list that I've spouted at you many, many, many times, and I don't want to regurgitate right now. And with that also, a specific dedicated budget for forensic accounting services. Through discussions with HR and admin and the auditor, we decided that might be the better way to go, especially as this is starting out with your support, if you were going to support it this time. So we can see how that goes, especially because the anticipated difficulty we would have with building the position and attracting the position, it would have to be a very highly paid position. So in order to kind of just get started with the unit, I scaled it back. I agreed to scale it back to just the prosecutor out of my office with that dedicated budget, again, to be embedded with the sheriff's office. Now, the recommendation, as it's stated, is that that position is being recommended by the CAO. However, in further discussions with the CAO, he is not actually recommending that position, and it is not in the recommended budget with the Schedule 9. So when you're looking at it and wondering why I'm standing in front of you, because it sounds like I'm getting everything I want, that is not the case. That position was taken out. It's not being recommended in my budget or the position control list.
If I could also clarify where the confusion came in, and this took a couple days of us trying to reconcile. So what's not reflected in the department's narrative as clearly is a request to reclassify a, what was the position?
It's an administrative assistant 2 who is retiring at the end of June. She's been with us for 28 years, and given she didn't want any fanfare, so hopefully she'll forgive me for mentioning it, but because of the longevities and the salary, it's actually a wash to bring in a deputy DA1.
So
that's a switch, and the forms are in there as the attachments, that's where the instructions
Yeah,
for
I
the
think the
OG
forms
came
are in there. It just wasn't on the major changes piece, because as your point being, if it wasn't
Budget neutral.
necessarily changing your expenditures at this point. So the intent was add the investigative assistant, add the new district attorney, but in terms of the actual cannabis unit, not adding the actual high-level attorney and contracting for the forensic accountant. Now, what's unclear is whether that new district attorney, since you are still gaining an additional attorney that you didn't have, whether they could support anything on the cannabis side or not.
No.
Or if instead reclassify that position to this higher-level attorney, but not add the low-level second attorney, basically adding just one attorney in the office instead of two new attorneys.
And, you know, I don't mean to imply at all that the administrative assistant has been practicing law without a license, but she's been around for so long. There are a lot of compliance issues. She's actually a certified paralegal. She's capable of doing the research within paralegal scope, and she's very highly skilled. And at this point, I would love to be able to replace her at somebody with her skill level. However, I don't think that's very likely, and given that it's budget neutral, I get more flexibility out of an entry-level DDA. That's why that decision was made. For the cannabis unit, it does have to be a very high-level attorney.
I'm a little confused. What exactly are we asking?
I'm asking for you to fund the deputy DA for the specific assignment to be embedded with the sheriff's office marijuana unit. And that is not reflected in my budget at this point.
So they would work on none of the other crimes?
All the cannabis, the mixed civil and criminal caseload that we would like to start.
They won't be working on assaults, rapes, theft?
If they're cannabis related, yes.
Why can't we, they're not capable of being a utility player? I mean, look, federal law is changing, state law is changing, misdemeanors, granted there's associated crime, and I understand all that. But I'm just thinking, we get a good hire, we want a hire that you can use for a lot of years, I'm assuming.
Turn your microphone on.
I'm sorry, Susan. So, I don't know, I'm not intimately familiar with your business, so help me understand and be easy.
Well, to start off, I would want the attorney embedded with the sheriff's office, actually housed there, because I don't really have room in my trailer, and the current sheriff has agreed to do that. The advantage of having an attorney embedded with a unit is that they are seeing the cases from inception. They are preparing from the inception, guiding the investigation, if you will, for what's going to end up in a successful prosecution, pulling all the pieces together. Instead of just maybe a marijuana misdemeanor, we're looking at organized crime potential aspects. We're looking at the environmental crimes. We're looking at unfair business practices prosecutions, perhaps a civil prosecution instead of a criminal prosecution. They could be perhaps supporting county council's efforts with some of the broader range cases that they would like to pursue instead of just the administrative ones. So there's a lot of legwork that has to happen when you're building a case. For instance, the sheriff's office just talked about some of the search warrant reviews and things like that. Right now, my deputies, we try to drop everything if the deputies come in and they're sitting on a house and there has to be a search warrant done. We try to do what we can to drop everything to jump in and review that search warrant. It's very, very time consuming. We frequently review them after hours, in the evenings, on the weekends. For large operations, if you remember Operation Terminus, the only attorney I had to do it was me, and I was here at the office until midnight for about 2 weeks straight reviewing all those search warrants to make sure that they would pass muster. It's especially more complicated because of all the changes in the law and because of all the different layers that we were working with. So, you know, these types of prosecutions are best done and more powerful if they are done in a vertical model instead of just spread out among a regular caseload. And so my vision in working partnership with the sheriff's office is to have somebody dedicated to the unit, to those officers, to all their cases, and so we don't end up in a silo with just the misdemeanor. We're looking at the broad attack to enforce the laws, or enforce whatever law is going to be in place in our county going forward, and whether or not things switch and we end up with a market that we need to support to keep out the bad guys. However it's going to look, we need to build this model. And, you know, I've been here since, I don't even want to say what year, asking to get this started, and we haven't gotten it started. So at this point, I have agreed to scale back and just ask for just the attorney and really partner with the sheriff's office and their additional investigatory resources with that budget line for specific financial investigations so we can get it started. And I do anticipate it would be a full-time job just for that caseload because it is very broad. Going down the road, maybe things change and everything's working perfectly and we just don't have the cases, and then that would be a different discussion. I want to remind you that we are using the resources of the California District Attorneys Association, the circuit prosecutor, the environmental circuit prosecutor resources for free. You know, and they've taken a number of our cases, and we do have to share him with 8 other counties, though. So it's a limited resource, and he's only able to do, because of the funding, his funding stream, crimes that are environmentally related. So he's got to carve out that piece. So instead of attacking it as, okay, we're going to go for this other criminal piece and the environmental piece, and we're going to go after you for tax evasion or unfair business practices or all the other slew of things that we could be doing, we're just looking at one slice. I would like to be able to bring that all together, and it takes a dedicated resource. It takes the ability to have the vertical prosecutor.
So you're only looking for one deputy DA, and the second one was the forensic contract for that?
Right. It was $25,000 put into the line item to see.
We are looking to, you have an assistant, eliminate the assistant position and reclassify that as a deputy and then add an attorney. Is that correct?
Yeah, the request was reclassify an assistant to a deputy, add another deputy at a high level, and then add the investigator assistant.
Investigative assistant, that's the non-sworn investigator. That's Captain Macedo was complaining about the employee I stole a while ago. That is the investigative assistant, non-sworn investigator. We do have a sworn investigator position that's open. It's been open because, and we haven't been able to recruit successfully for it. My one sworn peace officer has been trying to retire, and he will retire at some point very soon. And we have to have a sworn investigator. So my long-term goal, and I set this out in my budget memo, is to work with HR to build a career ladder. If I can find the right people, bring them in as non-sworn investigators, and following the sheriff's model with academy positions, put them through the academy so they can become a sworn peace officer, DAI. Because if I can't attract one, I want to grow one.
So my question to the CAO is, looking at salary and wages on line 5001, she requested 1458583. You are recommending 1576493. Does that include all of what we're talking about?
Yeah, I should explain how the system is designed. If you look at
235, I'm sorry.
If you look at basically all of the salary lines under salaries and benefits, you'll see a line toward the very bottom that says add delete, and you see a larger number there. Basically what we asked departments to do is put everything that they wanted to add or delete on that line. That way it was easy for us to go in, and if we were denying that position, we could pull it out easily without having to redo all the lines. The ones that we were moving forward with approval then moved from that add delete line up to those other lines. So that's why you could be seeing those increases in the salaries, because it was a placeholder until they were, we got to the point that we were ready to move it there.
And before the meeting,
I do.
Before the meeting resumed, I did have a conversation with CAO Lutz about the numbers, because what's reflected in your budget book on page 236, Schedule 9, the column 5, this is the department requested budget. With respect to the salaries and benefits, that does not match what I put into OpenGov, and
I already sent you an email on it. I do remember it once I saw it.
Okay.
This was a key punching error from someone who input in your budget. They were supposed to do 15,000 and they put 150,000. Which slight key punching error.
It's one number,
that,
yeah.
Count the zeros.
So we did correct the key punching error is why it changed.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
DA, thank you for coming. Tell me what agency has their own private district attorney?
District attorney or district attorney investigator? Because every county has,
You're asking for an embedded district attorney, assistant district attorney, to go with a law enforcement agency. Can you tell me any agency that has that right now?
you know what, off the top of my head, I cannot, but it's a very common practice to have, for vertical units, have a DDA, deputy DA assigned to an investigation unit.
I would love to hear that agency.
Okay.
Could you get that information
Sure.
for me?
I will. And my office was part of a larger meeting with some task forces recently, and that's the feedback I got as well, that some of these other agencies have, specifically for cannabis, deputy DA embedded with their unit. They're specifically assigned to this unit. It's very common. It's done with domestic violence. It's done with other narcotics. It's a very common practice.
Yeah, but they're
when you
actually
have the
embedded-
resources
They're actually embedded with the law enforcement
housed
agency.
together.
Yeah, in the
Yes.
same building.
Yes.
I would love to hear those agencies.
Find out.
I'm an old guy. I've been out of the business a little bit. Number two,
Or
how
it's
many...
vice versa. They have the cops assigned with the DA, so they were in the same office.
Oh, I've heard
physically.
that.
Okay.
I've heard that. But
Oh, okay.
not your own district attorney. We're going to set a precedence here.
Well, we actually did
How
that
many
a few
criminal
years ago at the
investigations
Hubbard
have
building.
you done regarding the marijuana program?
I don't have the numbers with me. I really wasn't sure what I was going to be presenting today until I just had these discussions with Mr. Lutz.
Maybe you can get that information
Mm-hmm.
for us.
Are you talking about just every single type of case, or are you just talking about a cultivation case?
Anything along the lines that you've just described, the use of the assistant district attorney embedded with the law enforcement agency, the sheriff's department, and a part-time investigator, and a non-sworn investigator. Can you describe that job description
Okay.
for me?
First, we do not have a deputy DA specifically assigned to the cannabis team. We do not, and we have not, and that's what I'm asking for.
I understand.
So I can't, we don't have any vertical cases. They're all spread out.
I understand.
So the non-sworn investigator can do everything a DAI can do, just can't arrest and can't draft the search warrants.
You can't make
issue the
arrests,
search
and you
warrants.
can't
Can do
file
everything
for affidavits on search warrants.
Unless it requires a
Has
gun
to
and
be a
badge.
sworn police officer
Right.
or sworn law enforcement. Yeah, I have trouble trying to determine what the role of the non-sworn investigator is. How does the sheriff feel about this scenario you're describing for us?
Which scenario, having the non-sworn
The
investigator or
embedded
having?
assistant district attorney in his office.
He's in support.
And involving in his investigations.
He's in support.
He's for it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'll have a conversation with him on that. You mentioned Terminus. How many agencies were involved in that investigation?
I'd have to go back to my office and
Were there
figure out the
state
numbers.
agencies or
Yes.
federal agencies?
Yes.
Wouldn't they handle their investigations with their own attorney staff?
Their own investigations as far as what they could do.
What their investigations resulted in the Terminus
They're
program?
okay. So if it's a crime that occurs in our county,
I understand.
it's my job to prosecute it. So there can be agreements. We can say, hey, you can get a better penalty. Hey, we're happy with what you can do. We'll defer jurisdiction and you can have it. But if it's another agency and they're coming to play in our county,
You would have
the crime
concurrent
stays here.
jurisdiction.
Yes,
Right.
we have jurisdiction.
concurrent jurisdiction.
So we had
So-
partner agencies coming in and assisting with the investigation. Well, those cases fall on my desk, and I have to
But
farm
if
them
it's
out to
their
my deputies.
case-
I'm sorry?
If it's their initiation on the case, if it's a state or federal agency, they take the lead on that investigation.
And they
correct?
refer to
Even though it occurs in our county.
Okay.
And I'm sure there's some cooperation with your office. I think what you're proposing here could be a little bit over the wall. But let's find out and make sure we have
Okay.
our information correct, okay?
Well, what I just want to say to you is that an agency is an investigating agency, and if it's going to be a criminal prosecution, they come to my office. All of that would come to my office. All of the terminus
players,
FBI would come to your office?
they came to my office, yes,
Yeah,
unless they were going to take
But they wouldn't
it
use
somewhere
their
else.
prosecution on a federal level.
It would be a jurisdictional question. So, but if it's a state crime and if it's our county ordinance crime, they're coming to us. So,
Well, let's see if we can get that information. That'll help me look at this thing a little bit clearer.
well, and to answer a piece of it, there are a couple of the agencies that helped out with Terminus that did take their cases administratively after coordinating with my office. So I'm not sure where you think they're taking their cases otherwise.
Tell you what, I'll rely on your information. You bring it back to us, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
We're at 1,000 questions going here.
Well, maybe
So
we should
you
get the sheriff
mentioned-
back down here and he can vouch for what I'm saying.
You mentioned that you had an open position. That position was open pretty much all year, last fiscal
For
year?
the DA investigator,
Yeah.
yes, unfortunately.
So that turned into a salary savings
It did.
for you.
It did.
And I noticed in the requested for the department under 5801 on page 235, it talks about 212,000 in salary savings. It's an awful big number.
And that's not my number. I don't know if that was the
That was our clerical
one
error.
number that was
It
off.
should have been
Oh.
15,000 and ended up being 150,000.
So there's,
So-
that's where the confusion.
So our entry, or intended entry into the OpenGov was 77,000. And since we don't have anyone in the pipeline to fill the DAI, I think I budgeted at least another quarter for that, and that's probably optimistic. If I found somebody tomorrow, they would still have to go through a background, and the background even quickly will be 3 months. So I did budget another, at least, I believe, 1/4 of salary savings for the open investigator position, just out of reality.
Is it
I
something
could go
that
longer
might,
than that.
you might want to just pull off the docket and
I
explore it
can't.
mid-year?
I can't, because we can't recruit unless we have the open position.
I got it.
So, it's just one of those things. I have to replace my investigator. I have to have a sworn peace officer. If we don't, we lose our clips. We lose all kinds of things that go with it. Plus, he's our office security. He's my one armed peace officer.
And if you lose one to retirement, that's going to really take you a hit for you.
Yes.
Yes.
It'll be a salary savings, but so
Okay,
look at
okay.
the right side. But
And I
yes.
want to tell you this, I still carry this proudly.
They're doing an update. They're
You're doing
working on
an
an
update?
update after Prop 64. Yes.
Getting
I'll
there.
let you know. Okay.
Thank
I
you.
will. I will.
Any other questions? Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Again, Public Works is not going to give us a presentation, so we'll move on to Leslie Davis, the assessor. Good evening, Leslie.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I guess I'm going to wrap up, so I get to follow all those wonderful presentations. I'll start by thanking the CAO for looking so favorably upon my budget request. I will admit to you that I went for the brass ring. Everything I put in this budget request I want, so that which was not approved this year is just going to keep coming back. One of the reasons for that is the comments that Captain Macedo and the sheriff made earlier this evening, and that has to do with salary adjustments, recruitment, and retention. The sheriff's office is not the only office in Calaveras County government that experiences that problem. Just this week, I received a recruitment for a junior appraiser in another county that starts at $29.96 an hour. And I just want to give you a comparison. My chief appraiser, who would oversee the work of a junior appraiser and train them and help them move up the ranks, starts at $32.06 an hour, just 10% more. That should give you an idea of how very far behind our salary schedule is with the counties that we compete with. I understand the dilemma that you have. I understand that your finances are tight and you have to figure out how you might dispense that money. But I have to tell you that my staff, and certainly the staff at the county, deserve a raise. They work very hard for you every day. I know my staff works very hard for me every day, and I'm really not going to let that one go, even though I understand the arguments on the part of admin, because I've certainly had the conversation with Judy Hawkins. Instead, though, I just want to talk to you a little bit about my staffing requests and how I'm hoping to help fund those requests. So I've asked for 3 positions, 2 advanced appraisers, appraiser 3s, who are capable of complex income-producing property appraisals, because we do not have that skill set in the office, except, as Barbara noted in her office, me. And department heads in Calaveras County, as you well know, are working department heads. There are many, many tasks we do every day. So sitting down and going and doing the actual hands-on work becomes extremely difficult. Because of the compaction in the salary schedule that Calaveras County has, there's really no incentive for my appraisers to want to get a 5% raise and do that much harder work. So again, that salary adjustment discussion is going to keep coming back. The other position that I want to hire is an assessment analyst, and I say it that way because I really do believe my assessment technician should be reclassified to assessment analyst. And I really do believe it's time to acknowledge the very technical and difficult work that they do. But again, admin chose not to approve that request, and I'm just telling you it's going to keep coming back. What I'm hoping to use to help fund these requests, in other words, the 2 positions and hopefully a 3rd limited term position, is funding that the governor has included in his 2018-19 budget. He has included, I can't even remember the name of it, it's something like supplemental county state funding for assessors. And the purpose of that money is to help assessors' offices do what they need to improve the assessment role. The program is not built like the early programs used to be, where we had a guaranteed amount. There's a $5 million amount in the budget trailer bill. So it's capped at $5 million for all 58 counties to compete for. The funds have to be used to supplement but not supplant existing funding for the department. The assessor must match the program funds at a rate of 1 to 2, which means the state will give us $2, we have to give $1 to match. In order to compete for this, I will need a resolution from your board authorizing that I can compete for those funds and agreeing to make that match in the final budget. All counties can compete for this, but no county can get more than $750,000. So remember that brass ring. And it can be used not only for staffing, but also for equipment. I would hope that we would be able to bring back a resolution for your approval. The CAO and I had talked about whether or not it should be in 2 weeks or whether or not it should be in July, and I will leave that up to you to let us know. If you would like that resolution to come back in 2 weeks, we can certainly make that happen.
Is there a deadline?
There are deadlines.
Yeah.
This particular budget trailer bill was just amended by the Assembly yesterday. They did not remove the funding for assessors, so obviously we're tracking it every day. The California Assessors Association has been working with the Department of Finance to try and find a way to have the state help fund assessors' offices. And as I think you know, as I told you a few months ago, I am currently the president-elect of the California Assessors Association, so this is one of those programs that's been on my radar screen to help work with. The expectation is that when this trailer bill is approved, it's going to put the Department of Finance in motion. They're expected to issue applications in early August for return back in September. They hope to notify selected program participants by October 1st of 2018, and then funding will be authorized and released on October 10th. If the assessor of a county that successfully competes for the money does not meet those requirements, the county will be required to give the money back. So I'm requesting respectfully that your board authorize application for those funds. The other thing that I would like to do as part of that funding proposal is ask for funds to scan our files. There are 2 reasons for the file scanning project. One is Butte Fire, and the other is simply real estate. I have 27 file cabinets in my office containing more than 50,000 files of property owners. I have about 22,000 Social Security numbers in my office. It is really important to me to have security and backup. When the Butte fire came within a half mile of Government Center, the thing that kept me up all night was, what am I going to do if we lose those real property and business property files? There was absolutely no way to replicate that. When you combine that with the fact that we're going to be out of space if we start bringing people in to the office as we so desperately need, we're not going to have places to put them. So this file scanning project is, I think, really critical. And having a program where the state might help fund some of that effort is a really good idea, in my opinion. So I'll just briefly tell you about one other thing that I put in my budget request so that next year it's not a real surprise to you. It has to do with employee retention and longevity. One of the things that the sheriff brought up that I'm bringing up is how hard it is to retain people when those job advertisements are coming out from other counties. And I know in my heart that when the county is using Amador and Tuolumne County and Mendocino maybe and Humboldt, you're using counties that we don't compete with for people. My people do not leave and go to Tuolumne or Amador County. My people leave and go to Stanislaus County, they go to San Joaquin County, they go to Sacramento County, and they go to Placer County. And it shouldn't be too hard for you to figure out that the reason they go to those counties is they get more money there. So we have to figure out a way, I think, to retain employees. And what I've proposed, and I'd like you to consider looking at it, not necessarily as part of this budget submission, but I'd like you to start thinking about it, is the longevity system that Yuba County uses. Yuba County's longevity system, essentially, and I don't want to say this in a negative way, but I can't think of another way to say it, it sucks employees in, they keep getting regular increases as a bonus for staying, and pretty soon they can't afford to leave. And that pretty soon is about 6 or 7 years. And that's the point at which you've got a really well-performing, well-trained employee, and you want to keep them. So I think what we've got to do is start looking outside the box at some of these ways to keep people. We have to start looking at ways that we can start compensating our employees fairly. But in the meantime, I'm just so very thankful, Mr. Lutz, that you were willing to recommend those 2 positions and consider that 3rd position as a limited term with the funding from the state. And what I'd like the board to do is tell me when you want me to come back with a resolution authorizing me to apply for those funds.
Well, we can certainly poll the board for that right now, if you'd like. Supervisor Clapp?
Yeah, I'd hate to leave $2 on the table I could pick up for $1.
Okay. Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Oliveira?
I go for it.
Supervisor Caramini?
I'm fine, but you know, if you divide it by 58, that 5 million is only 86,000, and LA is going to take at least one of those million.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because LA competed in the last round of grant funding and they didn't succeed. But more importantly, I think, and if you weren't watching my campaign for the last 6 months, I'll just give you a little backward-looking preview. We have a huge backlog in my office. That backlog has increased exponentially because of staffing and because of the other issues that we faced with the Butte fire. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to figure out a way to compete successfully and show the state what they want to see. And what the Department of Finance wants to see is they want to see, what are you going to do for us? Because they fund schools, and they want to see that 2/3 of every property tax dollar helping their bottom line. I'm pretty sure we've got a good case to get as much of this funding as possible.
I won't oppose it.
And I'm a yes, and I'll leave it to you and the CAO to work out when it comes back to the board.
Okay. I just don't want to take extra time of yours, say in July or August, when I have to have it, if bringing it back in 2 weeks would be helpful.
Whatever you two work out is fine.
Thank you.
I do have some questions.
Oh,
That's all right.
okay.
And I support, I mean, you're a revenue generator, and going through this, we know we've got to generate revenue. So, but I do have a question. In the reclassification of the CAD stall specialist, what's the GIS section? And what do you, I know we have a GIS department, so
We do.
maybe you could break that out for me. Are we duplicating efforts?
We are not.
Help me understand that.
Well, we're not, because the law says that my responsibility as the county assessor is to maintain assessment maps. And currently, the way I maintain assessment maps is using an AutoCAD program to create the maps, and then we push them over to GIS, and they marry that to the parcel fabric. I've talked to GIS about the fact that they should give me a copy of the parcel fabric, and we should be going directly to the parcel fabric to make our changes, and I should get my person trained to do that. And I can tell you that the GIS coordinator and his cohort said, I'm not going to allow that. I can tell you that from my perspective, it's important that I maintain the assessment maps in the most efficient way possible. And I firmly believe that that is in the Esri products that GIS is using. So we're probably going to have some behind-the-scenes arguments. This reclassification recognizes that we have historically used both CAD and GIS products, and it is my intent to start moving us to that GIS platform so that we can work a little bit more seamlessly with other county departments. So departments like the sheriff's office use those GIS maps, and they should be married to our parcel data and the parcel fabric that we are creating. This reclassification recognizes the work that my mappers do and recognizes those qualifications and how they relate to the GIS coordinator and GIS technician.
I understand what you're saying. It sounds like there's a personality issue here. I have grave concerns about having too many people making maps.
I agree.
I like a centralized map where people go, if there's assessor's map and then a GIS map, information technology, that could breed confusion. So, I hope that, and we'll discuss this tomorrow, but I would hope that this is something, if you need the cattle stall, okay, you know your business. But if we've got too many people making these maps, I see that as a real future problem, if not competition with each other. And that's something that in our family, we need to work out this difference.
I completely agree with you, Supervisor Garamendi. Because the law says that my requirement is to maintain assessment maps, I firmly believe that that rests with my department. I understand what GIS is doing with the other layers and the pretty colors on those maps. As it comes to the parcel fabric, however, and the tax rate layer, those really belong with my department. And I will tell you that having someone in another department do a task that we can't control the timing of is very problematic for us in terms of producing the assessment roll.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, when we talk budget, design detail tomorrow, I want you guys to work it out, because I see down the road 2 or 3 steps a problem.
We called the meeting. We're not letting it go.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Davis. You noted on page 158, or on our page 158, that in 2014 with the Assessors Partnership Program, that the county did not participate in the program, even though there was a 1-to-1 match on that. Mm-hmm. Do you know how much was involved in that we could have picked up?
I believe Tuolumne County, who is one of the small, that particular program was set up as a pilot program with 3 small counties, 3 medium-sized counties, and 3 large counties. The 3 small counties included Tuolumne, and I believe Tuolumne got a little over $300,000 in that particular program. We did not apply because we simply did not have the personnel to deal with all of the paperwork and the reporting back to the Department of Finance. I've decided that we've got to do something to help you, help me move that department forward. And so if we're going to have to jump through all these hoops, then we're going to have to jump through those hoops.
Now, at mid-year, you were in a staffing crunch, pretty much, and that's been corrected.
Actually, by mid-year, I was fully staffed.
Fully staffed?
Yes.
And, because I remember starting, at some point, you were at almost half staff.
I've been fully staffed since November.
And that had to have an impact too, because you're bringing in new people, you're trying to get them up to speed, and that creates a whole different set of work profiles that slows your whole productivity system down.
Indeed, it does. And additionally, if you look at the org chart that you have in your binder, which, by the way, I will tell you is just a little bit off, it shows an extra person on it that we took out, and I don't know how you got the wrong one. I have 4 appraiser 1s, and those are trainees. So you are quite correct in saying that that causes a completely different set of issues and challenges for us to deal with. I'm so proud of how well they're doing. All of my new appraisers have taken their tests. They're all certified. At this point, I only have 2 assessment techs who have not yet gone through certification. So I'm super proud of how well my staff is doing, and we are really making great strides, I think.
So you basically stood up, in essence, almost a whole new department over
Well,
the last 12 months.
Not completely. I do have a number of people. I mean, I have probably the longest serving employee at Calaveras County in my office with 40 plus years of experience. So we do have a lot of very good experience in my department. But as you said, even if we've got that experience, when we are constantly helping someone to understand the intricacies of what we do, then that drags down our productivity.
Correct. Thank you. I just wanted to point those out.
Any other board questions?
I just wanted to add, if Supervisor Garamendi had any questions on the GIS side and integration, I don't know if you want to address that tonight or not, but Mr. Moore came huffing it up here, or hoofing it up here.
I mean, my point is not that I need to understand GIS or I need to be in your business. I don't think that's my role. I think my role is to say, I don't need 2 competing empires on a really great product that people value. I'm concerned.
I totally get your point. I'm concerned as well. And I think Mr. Moore has come to meetings. I think we're trying to work it through at the department head level, and I think we will get this resolved.
That'd be great.
I have every confidence he and I will be able to work together and get it resolved.
That's super, because that saves us some cash.
Anything else?
Yeah, Ms. Davis, thank you for coming. Ms. Davis, a real quick question. In your goals and objectives, how big is our backlog now? He says decrease the backlog.
Well, we had hoped to have a number for at least my management team today, but we've had a little computer hiccup in the last week with some table downloads. So I want to say we have about 4,000 reappraisable events that still need to be valued, which means we will go into the 2019 assessment year continuing to value almost everything by roll correction. So
You mentioned computer backup. Are you requesting it? You mentioned a computer glitch. I understand we had a problem like that in the past 6 months or so.
No, it's not like that.
Not related?
It's not even close to that.
Okay.
The problem that we're having is IT downloads tables for me every night so that I'm not tapping a live database, because if I were tapping a live database, the potential for disaster would be.
Is this a big computer problem?
No, at this point, we're working with our vendor to try to figure out what happened. They're not able to download a certain table. It's causing the job to not work properly, and so we're not able to get our statistics out.
So 4,000 is kind of an estimated guess.
It's a guess, but it's a very, very close guess.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
Stanley, did you want to say anything? You got up and ran over here. You're out of breath. You're sitting there.
Well, that's okay. I've got my breath back. Stan Moore, IT and GIS. Just want to make sure that everyone understands that IT and GIS, we absolutely understand what the law requires, what the assessor has spoken about. We are all here to support the needs of the county, and there are certainly ways that I've been in discussion with the assessor. I've been in discussion with the GIS team in terms of how we can work together with GIS skills to the betterment of the county. So there are ways that this absolutely can be made to happen, and we are all going to work together to make that happen.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, Supervisor.
All right, at this point, we are going to adjourn for the evening. And can you turn your microphone on, please?
Can we meet Thursday instead of tomorrow?
I think we've already have it posted. It's already on that we're going to meet tomorrow. At this point, public-wise, so it's going to be tomorrow at 9 a.m. We will come back and reopen the hearing and have public comment and then go into deliberations. Okay? We stand adjourned for today.